They can just go over top of him still, but now they're not. I mean, this is just about. Wait a second. Now it's 2v2.
Surely you don't let him back
in.
in.
They know where they both are, at least, so they can plant here. Let's see if Flamesy plants good for plat, or if they decide to go for just something more standard. Zaiwu walking in with the op. This has got to be his first kill.
If not, Flamesy's got it all, because that's looking like Twist's heading off for the save. So things get a little sketchy.
We don't even try the 1v2s these days, eh?
Wow. Counter-Strike used to be fun.
It used to be. Some people would, I think. Try it.
Jax.
I think maybe... I mean, he wanted to stay, but he was going to get traded either way. I don't know if he really needed to do that. He probably thought he was going to die, but I think that timing, you do get away into the smoke at least.
Yeah, but we're all min-maxing nowadays, and, well, there's an option to be safe, so...
Or, I mean, the Ultimate's first duel in the beginning of the round there in lower.
Oh.
Yeah, when he sees them coming over. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it was part of the plan, you know? Maybe he got hyped up by Myther in the timeout. Come on, kid, you got this.
Don't come home without a kill. That's what Myther said.
But mamas, there's 4 of them.
No returning to spawn without a frag. Mommy Myther.
Don't you come home till you kill them O'Driscolls. Oh, yeah. Had a chance.
Yes, he did. Kind of.
Second off exposing them on the cross, but even that little peek gave him a chance. It gets away, and Apex is going to try to press through. No way. No way!
Oh,
Yakinder, good trade, but there's a lot of bodies behind this door, and now they know Yakinder's against the wall, so good for him.
Not bad.
Coming out with a second kill, making sure that he even goes for more. Trying to press forward now. They've got him stuck behind Nubox, blinded entirely. Naf helping out with twists off Cat. Bomb is down lower. Nade from Spinks. Bada boom.
Oh, 2 health. He has 1 left.
Insane. Molotov should finish him if he even steps into it once, but Naf dodging death and danger.
Another nade.
And Yakinder goes deep up into the tunnels to try and catch Spinks, which he will. So, hell, damn, Yakinder. Just a couple moments there where I feel like Yakinder's trying to do too much, but in this round, he gets away with it all.
Damn, those are key moments there, actually. Yeah, and between now and Anubis, we had like Anubis. He was like the flank catcher. Here, he's had some very interesting rounds, and definitely a good play here all the way through. Good communication with Nafly. They identified where Zaiwu was and caught everything. Great reads. Zaiwu, it's round 10. Vitality of 7 rounds. Zaiwu has 0 kills still.
We wanted Flamesy to play better, but at what cost?
He had to drink Zaiwu's blood of this game.
Oh, it's Halloween today.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
That's why you're being so gory.
Zaiwu dressing up as a bottom fragger.
Okay. It doesn't suit him. AKS peeling away.
That nade, man.
They get out of there. They're through the doors at a heavy cost. Jax was almost exposed to the Opper, but 4 players out long. Spinks solo mid. We're going to get the CT aggression towards Catwalk. This could just blindside Spinks. Yeah, poor guy. And now it's a single direction on the attack for Vitality. Ultimate just popping up and down, trying to find timing, but now they're on top of his ramp, and Zaiwu,
there's a good kill.
There's the first. There is more to come. Jax doubles down with his entries. Yakindar is here, but traded out instantly, and now Naf is tasked with a 1v3. Chucks the nade out, and Flamesy survives it. The bomb is yet to climb up from the ramp, but they're going to make sure the CT falls back first, and all's good. Bomb goes down, and Vitality gunning for that 8-2 lead. It's another save.
1 kill, unbelievable impact. We give him that. Not an easy shot either. Saw that Vertigo got played today.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people?
Astralis abusing it.
I guess that is a matchup where it would happen with Mouse as well.
Makes sense, yeah. I take that back as well because that game was fun to watch. So I'm actually glad it happened. Yeah, you know.
This Astralis has been fun. 24 ADR. If you average it out, he's still owning the series because of the map that he had on Anubis, and he's also just
yeah, but the race for #1, Launders.
You know what's interesting though? Like when's the last situation where Zywoo bottom fragged on a winning map? You ever had that stat where when Zywoo bottom frags, you know, they lose?
Yeah, that pimp stat where what was it? It was such a few amount of games.
Yeah.
Just the anomaly that is like if Zywoo's not on, you lose. And well, this could be one of those anomalies where it's not the case. Why? Because Flamesy has cranked it up.
It's burning bright. Another tag.
The thing is, it's not the first time he's hit that shot. Naf has been tagged twice. So if you count those as half kills, Zywoo's not doing as bad.
This one's for a good 91 damage.
Get them numbers up. Yakindar on an op and lower. He lands his shot, but everybody's surviving these ops until Ultimate gets his. That's Zywoo down. Stuck on a measly 1 frag going into round 12 of this half. Ultimate gonna double down on Apex's head, but still wasn't able to catch the player climbing up. Has done a good job of kind of isolating Jax for the time being, whether that's by killing Apex or burning off the lower player from joining him with the bomb.
A lot of saving this game. No one has 10 deaths yet.
I mean, maybe it's my fault, but it's kind of felt like a bit of a boring Dust 2 map.
Oh, yeah.
There just hasn't been a lot of electric rounds.
Playing very slowly overall.
Slow out of the gate. Yeah. 4 players saving in the first 3. But, you know, it's all about posturing. And right now, Vitality doing a good job. JKS's nade catches Flamesy, and it all gets shut down. Team Liquid gonna add something to the scoreboard as we get to the tail end of this first half. And then we'll see what kind of tempo, what kind of pace they're gonna set. But Vitality have been meticulous here because they know they're on the chopping block. It's elimination that looms in this match. A stand-in scenario for Vitality is not ideal, but a Team Liquid that simply cannot beat top 10 teams.
Nice to see Ultimate playing this well here. I mean, it's 6 kills, but you have to watch the half. He's had some very good ones. Yeah, Jax has the most deaths with 8 here on the map. Everyone clutching their pearls. They think they're going to lose a round.
Nat finally gets to play one with 100 HP. As the Opper doesn't find him because there is none. Single AK for Zywoo, not yet given a chance to shine. Good damage, at least, for Ultimate. Ooh, but he tags Jax on the crossover. Nat fully blind in smoke. Nice positioning, but he's not going to find more than the one. So the pistols try to throw a flurry into the B site, and it's working. Oh, the Op's getting away from Yakindar as he's tagged down to 2, and as Deagle finds nothing. Pistols prevail. 1 AK, that's all they had. And it looks like Vitality sprinkle in a 9th. JKS, 11 frags deep on the map. He's got a player stuck down in CT spawn, but Spinks grabs the op, and Vitality finished the half with a round they had no business winning. Freya and Stiko had a beautiful conversation about how the stats showed us Zywoo was going to walk into this server and do something crazy.
Yeah, 2 kills, crazy.
It's crazy, all right. Crazy because, well, they didn't even need him. Flamesy finally going to have himself a good map here in Singapore, and that took over the server so that Zywoo didn't have to do any lifting, let alone heavy lifting.
I wouldn't make my goat work
6.
either.
That's all he's got.
Oh,
if I had a goat, I would milk it.
You'd milk Zywoo. Is that what you just said?
Nope, that's not what I said. If I had a goat, I'd milk it.
So he's not your goat. I understand.
Twist holding the long angle. Flamesy's up first. We've got support behind him. That's for damn sure. How about them flashbangs come flying, Apex? It's been the best thing about his play tonight. His supportive utility primed and ready to go with 3 players. Now 4 outside of the doors for Liquid. Ooh.
It's a standoff.
Ooh, the tension.
Everybody knows what everybody knows.
Contacts made, swing is had, and it's a trade back and forth. Spinks commits. Ooh, he gets one while blind. Twist hits the ground, and Zywoo's coming through for the cleanup duty. Ultimate with the bomb, right? They would have seen that at some point. Naf didn't really activate yet. Oof, Ultimate, long range, deals with Zywoo, and now suddenly this 2 versus 4 gets equaled out.
How do they always make it possible? Jack's coming in from below, and it looks like he might not see Nafly. Oh, here's a chance. You got to be careful, Jax. You're controlling the rotations, but he's also buying time for Apex to make the push off of short. Now, I mean, now they know it's A. They know Nafly's run this way. Jax is here. Apex telling him to watch the cross.
Yeah, just got to keep this pressure on the flank.
And now Jax could just chill in the spot, take his 1 or 2 shots, so he's going to have to rotate Cat afterwards, or he could go there now.
Apex keeps coming. 20 seconds on the clock. Still no cross, so Apex should be on high alert. Sees the gun on the player car, but misses his first few shots. Oh, man, and now the bomb has managed to get over. And Naf's even giving him more chances, but Apex hasn't hit the head. Bomb goes down. There is no kit between the two. Oh, and Apex drops to Nafly. Pushes the clutch onto Jax instead. This could be a door open for Liquid early on their T side, but Jax has other ideas. With a smoke on top of the bomb, he could cause this frantic moment, right? We're talking about no kit. It's a 10-second stick. Naf comes climbing.
Got it. Oh, what a shot.
Instant headshot. Jax right back on bomb.
I'm telling you, Jack's in the clutch. It's a thing. It is a thing.
Sit down.
That was great aim when that 1v2 started. Oh, man.
Just when it felt like Liquid were going to get to play out their T-side, now pistol round to win thanks to Jax.
He swatted him off like a fly here.
Thank you, Jackie. Bro, your nose, it's horrible, I swear. All the time, bro.
What is horrible?
I don't know. Overtime? Is that what he said?
I didn't hear.
Oh.
I wish I did. P2000 maybe?
Oh, that's probably what it was. Did he pick it up from Zywoo?
I don't know. Fast one though. Gonna try to take it back.
Very
Liquid.
fast.
Listen, easy solution. Just charge down B.
Okay.
Problem being, Spinks has got a triple. Jax is getting more impact, and your mid lurk gets nothing for his efforts. Clean sweep of the T's. An 11th round posted for Vitality, and Dust 2 looking like their playground.
It was a good, hard-fought first map, but it looks like we might be seeing 3.
Take me to nuke. I'm ready.
Oh, so ready.
It's crazy that, you know, poor Team Liquid, 13-0 versus G2, lose the series. Unable to kind of take any best of 3 wins in the last month over top opposition, but always kind of in the series seemingly on a map or 2, but then it's just blowouts the other direction,
Yes,
right?
they always show they can, but their full map pool has never been
and it just
very
really
consistent.
it really undermines the success that they do have. Because cool, nice map win, bro, but a match is so elusive. And at the moment, this is looking like that'll be added to the same pile. So Team Liquid better hope they've got something in store for Nuke, because Vitality have a guaranteed win on Dust 2.
It's also like not having a close lost map. It's like they're getting stomped for some reason. So, Dust 2 doesn't seem to be in their future. They take every little bit.
Ancient and Anubis, really two great places for Team Liquid that we've seen. An 83 and 88% win rate on them, respectively, but yeah, weakness in the pool.
Oh, team kill.
Not ideal
Don't
here.
go through it. Oh, he did.
It's with the 5v4. They caught Flamesy over on the cross, but oh, Zywoo through the smoke. So adamant about still trying to continue this fight. It really just feels like they're trying to speed run to nuke, and Twist's gonna be that last victim. Let's get out of here. Dust 2 wrapped up. Vitality's chance and
Welcome back to Unlimited Hangout. I'm your host, Whitney Webb. In the last episode, we were joined by John Titus to discuss the outside influence of BlackRock on U.S. government fiscal policy, especially during crises, and how this phenomenon is completely unaffected by which U.S. political party is in power. In that discussion, we also noted how things are unlikely to change anytime soon, with Kamala's economic team run by BlackRock veterans, and Trump having personally given free rein to BlackRock's Larry Fink, Trump's former personal money manager, to essentially design the U.S. government's fiscal response during the COVID-19 crisis, which was, of course, wanton money printing. Such sentiments were recently reflected by Fink himself, who was quoted by the Financial Times earlier this week as saying that, quote, really doesn't matter, end quote, for financial markets. Fink also stated that, quote, I'm tired of hearing this is the biggest election in your lifetime. The reality is over time, it doesn't matter. We work with both administrations and are having conversations with both candidates, end quote. Fink's recent statements are a surprisingly honest admission. With the U.S. presidential election cycle this year, it has been truly remarkable to see so many people who previously espoused rejecting the two-party paradigm, especially during COVID, insisting that voting for one of the two parties is once again the only way to prevent the worst of the two evils from occupying the White House. Reminding people that both parties are corrupt and showing them the repeated patterns all continue regardless of which party wins the White House or the legislature is met with angry rebuttals of how such facts are blackpilling and offer no hope. I would argue instead that it offers no hopium, the political drug that keeps Americans plugged into the political spectacle, while the close network of oligarchs that funds both parties continue to steal our money and our freedom, using our money to finance killing fields abroad and to build a digital prison that will separate us from them, the livestock from the ranchers. Despite the accusations of blackpilling and offering no hope or solutions, accurately depicting our political reality is nothing of the sort. It is in fact a key requisite to actually solving the problems we face. If we believe that the only obstacle to forging a better world is ensuring that one very, very terrible political party doesn't get back in the White House, our solutions to problems will be focused around voting once every 4 years for the candidate who says the thing, and that both candidates ultimately offer the same overarching policy agenda and whose real differences are largely related to their sale pitches for those same policies. We know the solution lies not in choosing directly. It is an attractive lie that the right person in the right place will magically rid the country and the world of its ills. But while attractive for many, a lie is a lie and will do nothing more than provide continued cover for the deceivers who have largely created the problems we now face. Joining me to discuss these issues and more is James Corbett of the Corbett Report. James, who is surely well known to my audience, is an award-winning investigative journalist who has hosted the Corbett Report since 2007, which has produced documentaries, podcasts, and more on a variety of topics. He is a true veteran of the independent media space, and he has remained consistent in his views and analysis now for decades, and is, at least in my case, one of the voices I continue to trust the most for fact-based, level-headed analysis of current events. James is a returning guest to the Unlimited Hangout podcast, and it is my pleasure to welcome him back. Great to have you back on the podcast, James. How are things with you?
Things are wonderful. Thank you for having me here, and I'm happy to be on the program once again to discuss incredibly important things. I don't know if you noticed, but the world is getting crazier and crazier, so I'm here to talk about it.
Yeah, and it seems like some people are getting crazier too, because, election season wouldn't be complete without, fervor of, each different flavor of political party and their acolytes getting very excited and also very agitated about what they expect to come. Isn't that fun? So, is there anything about this iteration of the U.S. presidential political spectacle that you find unique compared to previous cycle this time?
I would not use the word unique to describe the phenomenon that you're talking about there, because I mean, the only thing that truly is a marvel and something that every time kind of gobsmacks me is that just when I think there can be no possible way to lure people back into the voting booth yet again to leave their suggestion in the slave vote suggestion box, there is always some new twist, some spin on it that makes it the most important selection of your lifetime. This selection being no different. So yes, I'm constantly amazed at the way that they keep inventing narratives that puts spin on something that people have done all their life and received absolutely no tangible benefit from, have seen no genuine change in course in terms of their life, but they will continue to do it. So that's really the only surprising thing to me, is that they continue to find different ways of reframing essentially what is always the same narrative. You get to choose between which deep state master will lead over you, or at least whichever puppet will be installed in the Oval Office. As we, again, think about what has happened this year, as it has been unveiled to the public, who apparently mostly were unaware of it. Yeah, you know that guy who's sitting in the Oval Office? He's not really running anything. He's not really home. There's no one there. So who is actually running things? Wow, I don't know. Who cares? Now go back to the voting booth and select the next puppet to be placed in the Oval Office. Again, when you really look at what has happened this year, it's pretty amazing. But here we are yet again. So that to me is the ultimate magic trick, is to get people to continue to vote in these meaningless selection processes.
Well, I think that's the goal. I think if people were to actually not participate, that's what they really fear. So I think they've done their best to invent new circumstances and situations and aspects of the spectacle that, I guess, keep people entertained enough or sucked in enough or something like that, to keep people, or to, bring people that may have left the fold during COVID or, something like that, sort of back in. And I think also, an aspect that of why this may be is related to how, like, social media and also, like, independent media has developed, and sort of this collapse of mainstream media credibility with the public, and how a lot of these people in so-called independent media now, or that aren't ostensibly part of the mainstream but were and are now quote unquote independent, people like Tucker Carlson, for example, the role of the importance of over fact, and some of the things that have been going on in this particular media sphere, and how that feeds sort of the hopium phenomenon that I know you've written a lot about. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on why this some of the things that have happened that have allowed people to be sucked back in to this cycle that, as you noted, invariably has the same results no matter what happens.
Yes, I do have some thoughts on that. And in fact, as you may or may not know, I've looked at the phenomenon of mass media and its development over the course of centuries, because that, to me, really is one of the driving factors in political, cultural, social organization. Perhaps one of the like fish not realizing that they're swimming in water, we don't realize that we are essentially swimming in media, in a mediated age like the one we're living in. So I see it on an almost structural level. The disintegration of the mass media has been the disintegration of spectacle, shared spectacle, which was the creation of a shared culture, which presumably we can all go back to our earlier years, maybe even our childhood, to remember there was the time when everyone knew the big movie that was playing right now. Everyone saw the big sports game that happened last night. Everybody saw that episode of Friends or Seinfeld or whatever it was. And everyone could talk about that. As has been noted time and time again, that shared culture is disintegrating as people have branched out on the internet and are now in their little bubbles. But I would say that the one uniting shared spectacle that still exists, that really brings everyone back to the table, is the political spectacle. And there really is an overlap between business, show business, and politics that is undeniable at this point. I mean, people used to joke about Ronald Reagan and, you know, Hollywood actors being in positions of political power. Well, now we have, I mean, the parody of that even. What is that? It's reality TV star Donald Trump lining up to get back in the Oval Office. I just find that interesting, that really politics has become the spectacle again. But on the note of the mainstream alternative media that has developed certainly over the past few years, really consolidated, and interestingly consolidated around social media platforms like Rumble, which I know you know is, of course, funded by people like Peter Thiel. So it always swirls back around the same individuals.
Yes, it was also taken public by Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald. And he is a very interesting figure. He was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor. And 2 years before 9/11, he's quoted in, I forget what newspaper, but a major newspaper saying, "I can't wait to replace my whole trading floor with eSpeed." And then on 9/11, the company with the highest death count is Cantor Fitzgerald. Interesting guy.
One of those things that line up, yes. I just find it interesting that platforms like Rumble and increasingly Twitter/X have been the congregating place for a lot of these mainstream alternative media figures who have made their bona fides in the minds of the public by being in some way taken off of their mainstream media platforms, in some way marginalized, so that they can cry, well, we've been censored, so therefore you know we're true. And hey, you can catch us on Rumble or Twitter or what have you, which is an interesting part of this. But you also raise the specter of hopium. And I think that's an incredibly important part of understanding this political spectacle and the function that it has in our society here in the 21st century. And for people who are unfamiliar with the concept, I certainly, obviously, cannot claim to have coined that term, but I do think that there has been a marked uptick in use of that term since I released my hopium episode several years ago, back when I was still on YouTube, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So the concept is that there is a real thing called hope, which is a beautiful and important part of the human experience, that we do need hope, which is a vision for the future that will compel us and impel us towards reaching out, doing new things, trying new things, trying to extend ourselves. That is hope, and it is a beautiful thing that is part of the human experience, and we need that.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, the political spectacle comes along with its hopium, which is the synthetic substitute for actual hope, which in the exact same way that, for example, opioids will give people the simulacrum of happiness, it isn't an actual happiness. And once that starts to wear off, they'll need a bigger fix and they will realize it's ruining their lives. I think similarly, the political spectacle is the simulacrum of actual action in the real world. No, you don't have to actually do anything. You don't have to build anything or create anything. You just flip a lever. You just push a button. You vote for a candidate, and that is your action in the world. And then you go back to sleep for a couple of years. And that, unfortunately, is the function of hopium. And unfortunately, it works extremely well. And in the episode that I did, I framed that around the QAnon phenomenon, which, as people may or may not remember, one of the key messages of QAnon was sit back and enjoy the show. Well, of course, exactly. It is a political spectacle. You are meant to be in the audience, sitting there as a participant, watching things unfold. And if they can get you in that position, you will be absolutely no threat whatsoever to the status quo.
You know, what's interesting is as we've seen, something like Bitcoin, for example, become a political issue, the same ideology that you just laid out that's sort of behind QAnon, sort of like sit back and trust the plan, is also being promoted to Bitcoiners, being told that just let Larry Fink and Wall Street have their way, or a future Trump or whatever administration with Bitcoin, even if it, makes it serve the state and Wall Street and doesn't benefit financial freedom and what have you, because Bitcoin is a Trojan horse and it's so great and amazing that as long as you hold on to it and do absolutely nothing with it and do absolutely nothing to ensure that it will be all the things you want it to be, and let it be Larry Fink's plaything, it will Trojan horse the whole system from the inside and destroy Fink and destroy the bankers and all of this stuff. So it's interesting to see how that same the efforts to propagate that mentality are now, have now kind of spread well beyond the QAnon phenomena, I guess. And I also think it's interesting as it relates to hopium, this cycle, at least, that it seems like this cycle, more than previous ones, there's been an effort to suck in libertarians and people sort of that political bent into hopium. And it's been, I think I'd actually kind of started before this election really picked up steam in the US. I think it's kind of started with Javier Milei in Argentina. This idea that, a libertarian's in president and he's going to do all of these things. But really the track record of Milei thus far doesn't necessarily line up with that, like putting JP Morgan bankers that used to run Argentina's, debt slavery model for that bank, and to run the economy, among other things. So do you have any thoughts about that? Because I know that you, even though you're a voluntarian, you subscribe to voluntarism, over the years you've definitely been influential in libertarian circles. So I'm curious about your thoughts.
Yes, well, I guess it really does come down to one's definition of libertarian, but the idea of libertarian that I understand does not have anything to do with what is often put under that rubric or put under that name. Mm-hmm. And I think the prime example of that is, well, again, a subject you will know. If Gates's most amazing PR move was to turn himself into a philanthropist here in the 21st century through the wonderful efforts of his eponymous foundation, then Peter Thiel's greatest PR maneuver has been to get himself branded as a libertarian and to have people unquestioningly call him that for the last few decades, when really all of his maneuvers have been what I would say is in the exact opposite direction of anything resembling libertarianism. For example,
Absolutely.
Obviously, he's made a large portion of his fortune directly, actively colluding with the deep state in setting up surveillance and targeting systems to be used against the public, which he then used that wealth to leverage into political power through, of course, Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance. He was an important part of the Trump transition team, had his own office in Trump Tower, got people installed in the White House, and, of course, a steering committee member of Bilderberg. So, yeah, this is, I don't know what universe you could reside in which this is the libertarian, but that is the way this label is applied. So I think anytime someone is throwing that label around as a pejorative, I would just like to get them to get some sort of definition on the table. Again, I'm sure many different people will have different definitions, but there's no definition I can imagine in which Peter Thiel would fit that label.
Well, it's truly astounding, too, when you consider that supposedly one of the cornerstones of libertarian ideology is the importance of the free market. And Peter Thiel is on record saying that free market competition is for losers, and that you should find a niche and corner it and build a monopoly. And when he's tried to do that, he builds that monopoly directly with, as you noted, national security agencies, overtly with Palantir, but also PayPal. PayPal co-founder Max Levchin has said on the record that when they were creating PayPal, they went to every three-letter agency that would talk to them in setting up their business. So, I think that's pretty telling as well. And that's certainly not a libertarian, right? But I think there's also an effort in that to use Thiel and some of these other people to sort of rebrand libertarianism and have it really be what, essentially what Thiel has done is corporatism, and his definition of capitalist, he says, is someone who just accrues capital. So the most successful capitalists are, the fat cats on top of everything. And obviously capital, accruance is not equitable, and so I think sort of his idea of a capitalist sounds a lot like neo-feudalism, maybe Mussolini style corporatism, which, is fascism. And certainly not libertarianism. He's definitely not interested in shrinking the state.
Yeah. So, speaking of Mussolini, it was one of Mussolini's teachers, Vilfredo Perito, who, at any rate, seems to have convinced Mussolini to move away from socialism and towards an elitist mindset, who seems to have been rehashed and rebranded for our 21st century by poli-sci 101 level masterminds who have taken his theory of the circulation of elites and are running with that. And essentially, Pareto had a sociological idea for the organization of society. He essentially thought there were elites and non-elites, and he would define that in perhaps meritocratic terms. There are people who are just more capable, will achieve more in their life, etc. And those are the elites. And there are governing elites and non-governing elites. And he was specifically interested in governing elites. So people who were in positions of power who were unusually above average in competence and intelligence and what have you. And these people are essentially going to be the ruling class. But there will be different factions of ruling class, and some will be more amenable to the interests of the general public, and some will be more voracious and appeasing their own appetites at the expense of the public. And so essentially, it is the public's job to become followers and to throw their support behind this or that leader. Our choice is to get to choose which faction of the elites we will support. And from that, well, we could see, you see, Trump and the people surrounding him they're the good elites who are on the people's side, and the evil people surrounding Harris, or flip it if you happen to be a Democrat persuasion. It's the good elites on the Harris side and the bad elites, whatever you want to say about it. But that is essentially the sociological idea that is being propounded right now as one way to bring people back into that circus tent to observe the political spectacle.
Yes, and it's interesting that when this talking point began to circulate, the idea of we must back our elites over the terrible lefty elites or whatever, that also someone like Mark Zuckerberg, I don't know if you're aware, he attempted to rebrand as a libertarian recently, grew out his hair a little bit, said Trump looked badass, quote unquote, after the first assassination as a libertarian, and had a new look to go with it and all of that. Very interesting.
Of course, all of these Silicon Valley nerds were billionaires, were libertarian. That was the founding ethos of Silicon Valley, which we know, of course, is a lie. Silicon Valley was founded through military and intelligence agencies. That's what it was. It was an adjunct of the U.S. military-industrial complex. But the mythos that we're fed is that it was just a bunch of barefoot, sandal-wearing, hippy-dippy
garage tinkerers.
Exactly, garage tinkerers, libertarian in their ethos. They were the techno-libertarians. They thought that technology would free us and create this wonderful direct democracy and all of that. Whatever. Anyway, people know that, and I think Zuckerberg is trying to play into and tap into that. But Zuckerberg is fundamentally a minion of the Tealverse. I mean, obviously, Teal was an incredibly was the founding angel investor who stepped in and made Facebook into what it was, and Zuckerberg has always looked up to Teal and always listened to him. And I think we have to see him as some sort of proxy for Teal and his interests at this point.
Absolutely.
We could go back, for example, I believe it was 2016, in which Zuckerberg, for example, held a conference with a bunch of right-wing media pundits at that time to try to say, look, Facebook we're not censoring conservatives. We'll talk to anyone. And how can we jigger our algorithms to make it better for you guys? And of course, then suddenly you get Daily Wire and outlets like that. Yeah,
but what's interesting is that, since the 2016 election, he was kind of a boogeyman of the right. But now that Tealverse is sort of about to come back into likely into power, he's rebranded this way. But I don't know. We'll see if it actually works on Trump's base or not. But essentially, as we've noted earlier, a lot of people are more gullible than perhaps we had anticipated, since a lot of people expressed disgust at the two parties in lockstep throughout the world on things like COVID and some other issues related to global technocracy. So since we're talking about Zuckerberg, and we've talked a little bit about Twitter, but not so much about Musk, in this cycle compared to previous cycles, particularly because Twitter, of course, is now owned by Musk, who is very overtly backing a particular candidate, and has particular ambitions for Twitter, which is essentially to turn Twitter, or X as it's now called, into a digital bank that essentially will, quote unquote, pay its users by monetizing the human behavioral data farm that Twitter is, and how perhaps some of the I think it's had an outsized influence on the mainstream alternative media, as you referred to it earlier. Some of these voices on Twitter that have sort of become dependent on Twitter monetization and the algorithm, and sort of doing things that Musk likes in order to get more clicks and views and things like that.
Yes, the Musk / dark MAGA phenomenon. I think I am on the side of Ryan Christian, Last American Vagabond, on this. I think Musk is laughing at the dark MAGA followers who really believe this act that he seems to be putting on right now. And I think it is a political act that he is engaged in right now. Keep in mind, this is the same Musk who quit one of Trump's advisory committees back in 2017, 2018, because Trump ended the Paris Accords. So this is now the man who's, of course, was a darling of the left for so long and has now suddenly rebranded and is completely the other way. I don't trust him as far as I could throw him, and I probably couldn't throw him that far. So make of that what you will. I think Musk is in it to protect his own interests, and I think that's what he's doing. And it is interesting that Twitter has, as you say, has become this space in which you have to act and say things in a certain way in order to tickle Musk's fancy in particular in just the right way, so that he can help promote, or at the very least not crack down on your particular channel. But speaking of crackdown, I think that could be one way that this plays out. For example, one could well imagine how, just as in 2016, the predominant narrative that came out of that was, oh my God, Facebook and Russian hackers stole the election. One could imagine a situation in which it's look at this rampant chaos on Twitter has caused this horrible divide in our society. And if Harris gets into power, one could imagine that would be the at least the fig leaf for justification of further crackdown on free speech on the internet generally. So there's a lot of ways that this can play out. And I don't know what game Musk is playing in all of this, but I as I say, I don't think I trust. I don't trust that he's had some sort of political conversion in the past few years. I think he's just playing whatever side will be most convenient to him. And as I'm sure you know, it isn't just J.D. Vance isn't just a product of Thiel. Apparently, Musk made his support of the Trump campaign conditional on J.D. Vance being the VP pick as well. So whatever supposed rift there is between Thiel and Musk, it doesn't obviously mean much at the end of the day, as they're both puppeteering the same puppets.
Well, I think they're, Thiel or rather, Thiel and the network of people around him, including people like Palmer Luckey and Anduril, and then Musk, I think, are meant to be sort of the next generation of Pentagon and, intelligence contractors, which, of course, Musk is now with Starlink and SpaceX and all of that. But then you have, Anduril, which is funded by Thiel, and Palmer Luckey. He had a Thiel fellowship. He's very close to Peter Thiel, building the virtual border wall that Trump supports over a physical barrier, which previously, before the 2016 election, was the Democrats' policy suggestion for securing the southern border in the U.S. What do you know? And I think there's also this talking point that's been being circulated throughout the media sphere that's popular with Trump's base. Eric Prince has sort of rebranded and become this very anti-establishment figure now, even though, he's a CIA death squad leader, or was. And he essentially, what he argues is, Raytheon and all of these military contractors are inefficient and waste a lot of money, which is true. But his idea is essentially to use AI and a lot of these other AI-powered companies, like the defense contractors that are connected to Thiel or Musk, to do that instead and sort of replace. He doesn't overtly say that, but it's sort of the argument that's being made.
Right.
And it's the argument that Anduril makes, that like we're the answer to Raytheon and all of that. So it's very.
In fact,
convenient.
This was one of the narratives of what really happened in 2016, the 2016 selection cycle. Is, again, as I'm sure you're well familiar with, Thiel, in his Trump transition role, was able to implant, for example, former, quote unquote, former Palantir staffers and consultants in the Pentagon. For example, Chief of Staff and one of the senior advisors to the then Defense Secretary Jim Mattis was ex-Palantir. And of course, it was just a year or two later that the Pentagon finally relented on a proposal that Palantir had been putting forward for years at that point, to have open contract bidding on contracts that had, I believe, were formerly locked down by Lockheed Martin, but they wanted an open bidding process, and they got that. And of course, Palantir ends up getting the biggest contract of their entire company history, $800 million with the Pentagon as a direct result of that. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, just with all of the ex-Palantir staffers swarming around the Pentagon. And so, yes, the attempt to essentially supplant the old military-industrial complex and replace it with the sort of the Tealverse version of that is definitely one of the reasons I think that there has been such heavy investment in this selection cycle by the Tealverse.
Yes. I think it's interesting too, because the argument is no longer no more wars, no more illegal wars, or no more wasting taxpayer money on war. It's use taxpayer money more efficiently in AI to kill more people faster. It's essentially what the argument seems to be.
Yes, and in fact,
and there's even been calls to put Eric Prince in charge of the Pentagon. It's mind-boggling that we're at a point where that can be suggested and not just like laughed at.
Yeah, well, I want to laugh because I cannot believe or accept that will happen, but it may. And I think you've just touched on one of the most important parts that I think quite clearly expose the fact of the hopium of the political spectacle that is taking place around us that will not change people's lives significantly is, you're exactly right, the 2016 campaign trail Trump, who was talking about, ending NATO and all of that, of course, was instantly replaced by actual President Trump. No, NATO's great. We're supporting it more than ever and all of that. But more so, the old rhetoric, as you say, about, we don't need wars of foreign aggression and all of that has been completely and utterly supplanted. And is the prime example of that is, of course, the Israel issue. And show me the presidential candidate who's going to go against Israel and is going to in any way question the U.S.-Israel military relationship. Of course, there is none. And perhaps the only real difference is who will be running the Pentagon contracts to help supply the Israeli war machine in its genocide in Gaza. That's the only question. And I guess, it's going to be Lavender AI and Palantir and
I think it's going to be Palantir either way. Yeah. I mean, the director of national intelligence, the top intelligence official in the Biden administration, Avril Haines, was a longtime consultant to Palantir.
Well, there you go.
Before,
Win-win.
And there's definitely ties to both parties. Yeah. So, that's obviously very unfortunate. And it seems like, yes, every candidate, including the quote unquote independent candidates that have now, like Kennedy, that have now endorsed Trump, have been very overt about, essentially, let's disappear and eliminate Palestine and the Palestinians. And there seems to be a competition basically with who will enable Israel's war with Iran first and allow the U.S. to be involved. And for some reason, there's people that claim to be against the neocons and all of this, but seem to have forgotten that one of the main tenets of neoconservatism, if not the main one, is to align U.S. foreign policy with Israeli foreign policy or regional policy goals.
Which, let's not forget, is for Greater Israel, the construction of a state that has been proposed at various times, but formulated, for example, in internal Israeli government documents from the 1980s that were calling for, say, such things as the overthrow of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, which would eventually lead to dominoes falling in places like Syria and Lebanon and Iran. Exactly as has been playing out over the past couple of decades. I wonder why that is. Well, of course, this is a plan. And unfortunately, as you say, no one is even hinting at the idea that it could be possible to broach the subject of perhaps having an open question about whether the U.S. should be supporting this. No candidate is even willing to put that on the table.
Yeah, and it's kind of mind-boggling to me, too, that now if you are to say publicly, for example, I do not want to vote for either of the war criminals running, you are told by people that, you're terrible, essentially. I mean, that's a lot of, maybe it's just Twitter, I don't know, and how it is with Musk running it and all that, because he's also made it very clear that he supports what Israel is doing. But it's kind of mind-boggling that well, I don't know if I would really say that, because a few years ago when I worked at Mint Press News, I wrote an op-ed called it was during the early Trump administration. It was called "The U.S. has become a nation of passive neocons," and basically talked about how after the Iraq war protests and also protests about like Occupy Wall Street, things like that, there's been a massive effort to cultivate passivity in the population and make us become enablers of the neocon agenda. And I don't know, it just seems like that has reached the ultimate end goal, perhaps. I mean, you had people on the left cheering for it, the war in Ukraine and, oh, let's get Putin. And then you have people, cheering for essentially war with Iran. Now's the time to strike Iran because Hezbollah is weak and Hamas has been practically eliminated, blah, blah, blah. And, I mean, it's mind-boggling. How successful of a rebrand it has been. And then the idea that like, oh, Dick Cheney backed Kamala Harris, that means that's the neocon party and there's no neocons in the other party. I mean, the talking points that are going around are truly mind-boggling. And I think part of it is also related to this effort to sort of alter the definition of what the quote unquote deep state is along partisan lines. So, for example, on the left, it seems like the term deep state just means, oh, anyone that uses that term is a conspiracy theorist and a Q-tard and all of these things. And so I shouldn't take them seriously. The fact that they're, even though, of course, the term, right, refers to the unelected bureaucracy, the unelected officials that allow policy to continue no matter what party is in office. But to the right, it seems like the deep state refers to elected officials of the other party. So, people like Biden and Kamala Harris are the deep state, and that as long as we prevent them from coming back, we win, and all of this stuff. So I'm curious about your thoughts about this successful effort to rebrand neoconservatism under different names. I guess perhaps now libertarianism. It's now libertarian, maybe, or some of these efforts to sort of weaponize the deep state.
Well, yes,
term.
It's a good point. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head because yes, I think to anyone on the right side of the political spectrum, anyone on the left side is the deep state, and to the people on the left, if you talk about the deep state, you're a kook, and so you don't belong in polite society. However, I will say that there is another aspect to that, which is, I for example, back in 2016, I wrote an editorial on Deep State Rising, the mainstreaming of the shadow government, where I noted the curious phenomenon at that time specifically. It was January of 2016, so before Trump was even a blip on the political radar, really. You started to get all of this mainstream media coverage of the deep state. You had books, Deep State, Inside the Government Secrecy Industry, and The Deep State, The Fall of the Constitution and the Rise of a Shadow Government. You had articles at Salon.com, not known for its right-wing conspiracy theorizing, as well as outlets like the American Conservative. It was talked about by mainstream financial analysts at the time. Bill Moyers had a guest on talking about the anatomy of the deep state. The Boston Globe was talking about the secret government that won't change no matter who you vote for. The New York Times was talking about America's establishment has embraced the deep state. The World Bank on its blog was talking about it. Was a bizarre time.
Wow.
And so I was at the time, I was just pondering, what does this mean? Why are they bringing this term into public consciousness at this particular time? Because as we know, anyone who has actually studied this issue know that in essentially the person who spearheaded the research into the deep state phenomenon, deep politics in the English language at least, was Peter Dale Scott, who had imported it obviously from Turkish, where there was the whole Susurlink incident that exposed the Turkish deep state, and that's where the term was really originating from. But it talked about that nexus of power between military and mobsters and government and drug runners and all of that. And so that's the deep politics and that deep state that people like Peter Dale Scott were researching and writing about, it seemingly in the wilderness for decades. And so suddenly in 2015, 2016, it suddenly started to emerge into mainstream talking as a talking point. And then interestingly, as Trump took power, I shouldn't even say that. That's a ridiculous way of putting it. As Trump sat in the Oval Office, suddenly the narrative started to emerge. Yes, there is a deep state. It's just the sort of everyday bureaucrats and workers that staff all these different agencies. And don't worry, guys, there were, of course, several op-eds and editorials being written in major mainstream newspapers about, yes, the deep state exists, and it's a good thing because these are the bureaucrats who aren't going to go crazy. They're not going to go with whatever MAGA is saying and whatever Trump tells them to do. They're the people who are in charge, so don't worry about it. And I think that really became, to the extent that the left will talk about deep state, I think that is the way that they are meant to see it now, is don't worry, the deep state is just the regular bureaucrats and staffers who sit there at their desks all day. But no, for people who have actually research this. Read Peter Dale Scott and people like that, Alfred McCoy, talking about the politics of heroin and things like this that talk about the connection between intelligence, military, drug runners, mobsters, government officials. Read your book, right? Obviously. I mean, this has been
about this is essentially the same thing. Yes.
It all goes back to the same nexus of
Yeah.
power, because really, when we really start to look at it, we start to understand that the political spectacle is a spectacle that is meant to divert attention. And I've made the analogy a few times to the president of the galaxy, or president of the universe in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Zaphod Beeblebrox, who is this ridiculous character who, in the context of the story, is literally just meant to essentially divert the public's attention from the people who are actually making decisions, so that they can get along with the boring business of, ruling the galaxy, while this crazy person is the person that everyone in the galaxy is actually watching. And I really do think that that is essentially where we've arrived, where the person in the Oval Office, or the person vying for the Oval Office, that is the spectacle that diverts our attention from the people who are actually wielding power, still largely in the shadows, even though the term deep state has in some way been mainstreamed.
Yeah, well, I think it's also been weaponized to an extent too. But I don't know. It's definitely a key part of some of the political psyops going on right now. I want to turn to something that I think is kind of unique to Trump as opposed to the other party in this sense. And I think part of it is related to efforts to maintain the illusion that he's anti-establishment, when of course his policy record and even the few policies he actually campaigns on show is inaccurate. But there's sort of this phenomena of canceling, right, that's been going on the past few years, and this idea of like it seems to me that there's been an effort to use quote unquote canceling to create basically controlled assets that pose as anti-establishment. And it makes me think of sort of the World Economic Forum, that their meetings in the wake of COVID-19 were all about, a couple years in a row actually, were about rebuilding trust with the public. And it seems like, at least by doing that, with right-leaning Americans who of course have the guns, have been a major focus of like trying to sort of pacify them and have them rally around, Trump as the person who's going to save everything and ensure that the people that are armed, stay in their armchairs and stay docile. And I think it's interesting how, basically by sort of having this whole narrative that, the deep state or these people, these powerful people hate Trump, Bill Gates, Reid Hoffman hate Trump so much, people like that. It's sort of, in as well as QAnon, have sort of absolved Trump of really having to be either held account to any of his past policies or really having to campaign on policy at all. It's more just, don't you see these people hate him? Why do they hate him so much? Obviously he's doing something right, but not necessarily, right? Like if you're an intelligence agency, for example, and you can make someone appear anti-establishment and get quote unquote anti-establishment Americans to trust them just by like having some sort of big canceling event, and that's the lowest bar you need to meet. It's actually a quite easy bar to meet. Right.
I certainly don't think that Trump would be smart enough to even play such a role. But I absolutely agree that is essentially the function of the over the top demonization of the Trump phenomenon, and what is happening, creation of the, here's the rogue maverick that will say the things that you can't be said, and we can't control him, guys, and if he gets into power, oh my God, it'll be so bad for the deep state. He's gonna put in the digital border wall with the digital ID, and he'll start, he'll bring the cryptocurrency. Don't worry, the good kind, not that CBDC scary kind. It'll be the good kind, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah,
it'll be the private sector programmable surveillable money, not the public sector.
Don't worry, guys. It'll be from
money.
Bank of America.
Mm-hmm.
What's to worry about? No, that's exactly the best move that could possibly happen from the deep state's perspective. Because of course they would like the public to be on board with this agenda and to think, well, it's coming from this maverick who's out there to destroy the system. So as one example of how that can play out, for example, I mentioned back after that Facebook meeting back in, I think, 2016, don't worry, guys, we're not censoring conservatives, we're boosting conservatives. And suddenly outlets like the Daily Wire start to get boosted in the Facebook algorithm. it's precisely because they know Daily Wire is going to be at least within the Overton window. And yeah, they may be on the right side of that Overton window, but they're certainly not going to be talking about 9/11 truth or anything, anything remotely
Sure.
resembling something that would truly be a threat to the deep state and powers that shouldn't be. So similarly, Trump, again, I honestly, I couldn't imagine that he would be cognizant enough to be able to play a role in all of this, except as they know that he is going to be playing ball within the system and that he can be easily led and misled, as well. We've just had 4 years of him being quote unquote in power to prove exactly that, and how he was led along at every opportunity. And warp speed and the lockdowns and everything took place under Trump. Do you remember that? Well, most people have forgotten it because they remember the character that he is playing more so than the actual things he has done. And that's it. It's the spectacle.
Well, they tend to kind of absolve him of anything he did when he was in power last time. Oh, it was these people he put in, and then later they left power and turned on him, and he won't do that. He won't make those mistakes. Again, this time, even though Howard Lutnick and Jared Kushner.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 words, Jared Kushner. He's going to be in the Oval Office again. So
yeah, well, if not overtly, covertly,
Exactly.
that's for sure. But I think, this effort to sort of manufacture anti-establishment credentials for Trump without him actually doing things anti-establishment really went into overdrive this year with the assassination attempts, and how that has sort of impacted Trump's base pretty significantly, because before they began, there was a noted, I would say, lack of enthusiasm around Trump. Not necessarily completely unenthusiastic, but it became notably more enthusiastic after the first one. And of course, there were a couple more minor, I guess you could say, iterations of that first one, and people that have looked into the quote unquote assassination attempt, as is true for any sort of high profile shooting in the US. Generally the official narrative doesn't pass the sniff test, but I haven't personally looked at it, so I don't want to opine on the specifics of those. But I think the ultimate impact of them has been pretty significant. Curious about your thoughts on that, because that's sort of different than previous cycles. I think some sort of assassination attempt or something that people think is one.
Yeah. It's certainly an upping of the ante, and it's an upping of the spectacle side of it. What could possibly be more spectacular than the sight of an assassination attempt, at any rate, if not an assassination itself? Now, I do wonder about the chess moves involved there, because it certainly does seem like absolutely this was a setup scenario where if the Secret Service had been doing anything resembling its standard protocol, obviously what we saw take place there would not have happened at all, obviously. So clearly whatever happened was allowed to, engineered to happen in some fashion. But then what would have been the result if Trump was actually, if it proceeded and Trump was actually assassinated? I'm not sure I know the calculus on that one, but I certainly do know the calculus from the incredible spectacle of seeing someone just almost being assassinated and standing up and saying fight, fight, fight with the iconic photograph, all of that, obviously to burnish. It certainly does have the effect of burnishing credentials with people who want to think this is the maverick who's literally taken a bullet for the team. This is the man they're going after, so we have to support him even harder. Because if there is anything we learned from the assassination of JFK, for example, it's that, well, once you've been assassinated, you are a saint on earth. And I can say that with some degree of authority, because I have attempted to set the record straight a few times on the fact that actually, JFK was not trying to end the Federal Reserve. In fact, he was actually making moves to give the Federal Reserve more power, to ultimately end the issuing of the silver certificates that were set by law to happen at certain prescribed intervals. And he was actually giving power over so that could be ended, et cetera, et cetera. I've talked about this, gone through the specific executive orders, things that he's actually written, and I will still get pushback from people who, no, you don't understand. JFK was a saint on earth. He was being assassinated because he was taking down the deep state. Well, I certainly do think that there is absolutely a connection between what was happening in Vietnam, for example, or his threat to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. That doesn't mean everything JFK did was an unalloyed good. Certainly not.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
And he was very blackmailed, had lots of
Certainly,
mistresses, all sorts of people knew about it. His vice president was mobbed out the wazoo, LBJ, who later becomes president,
Yes, exactly.
right? And of course, the Kennedy family itself is born out of the same networks that really, the nexus I talk about in my book of, basically the organized crime people that became incredibly powerful during the Prohibition era because of bootlegging, later merging with intelligence agencies. Joe Kennedy, the patriarch of the Kennedys, was bootlegging and very involved in those same networks, and obviously flagrantly illegal activity that helped make his family both financially and politically powerful. And I think because of the ease of sort of at least the perceived ease of controlling JFK through sex and mistresses and blackmail, which already at that point in the 60s was pretty well established by this particular group, at least a few decades in of their heavy use of that to control powerful people. I think there is an effort to sort of sanctify Kennedy, sure, and I mean to an extent also RFK as well, who obviously was much cleaner than JFK on things like sex and other things like that.
I'm
but
not
also
sure
had
I
some
would say that.
controversies like wiretapping.
I think they shared
Well,
Maryland, for
allegedly-
example. But beyond that, beyond
Yeah, but it
RFK's
was apparently
documentable,
not as bad.
right, documentable playing around with multiple women. But beyond that, RFK was eyeballs deep in the operations to take out Castro in Cuba. That, of course, Operation Mongoose and others that ultimately had some part to play in the assassination itself. And I think that's obviously that's an important part of the whole story that is really not brought out enough, that RFK was intimately involved in plans for staging false flag operations and others. And although JFK thankfully didn't sign off on Operation Northwoods, RFK was engineering and directing various operations in Cuba that, again, is a whole part of the story. RFK was not a clean operator by any means.
Definitely not. I mean, really, no one in the family really ever has been. Arguably, I think that's become particularly apparent as well with RFK Jr. But what I think is interesting about what we've just discussed in the context of these assassination attempts, quote unquote, on Trump, I think it's sort of related to. I suspect that there may be sort of mainstream, at least within the right, what had previously been QAnon talking points or views. So, of course, like Kennedy, the Kennedy clan and family as sort of saints has definitely been a key part of the QAnon thing, the idea that JFK Jr.
Wait, is JFK Jr. still actually Q? Is that still a thing?
Well, I think there's a lot of theories about Q.
Yeah. Well, I remember that JFK Jr. is literally Q, and he is going to present himself at some rally at some point. I mean,
at Dealey Plaza, and there was a crowd of 60 people waiting for resurrected JFK Jr. to descend from the clouds and lead them to victory, something like that. Yes, but there's this idea of the Kennedy mythos there that's been propagated. And I think, the idea of, these assassination attempts, of course, the last presidential candidate that was assassinated, it was RFK, if I remember correctly. And it sort of links Trump in that sense to the Kennedys. And then you have RFK Jr. endorsing Trump and making comparisons about Trump to, his father and uncle and things like that. And I sort of wonder if there is going to be an effort to sort of mainstream some of the QAnon things. And I say this not just because of what I just laid out, but also because of sort of these figures like Tucker Carlson, for example, now that he's not on mainstream media, has sort of given airtime to what would have previously not been allowed on his show at all, what are considered sort of fringe views. And not necessarily inaccurate, but some that have been weaponized by QAnon in a sense. So like the idea of, for example, of, pedophiles in power and things like that. Absolutely a real phenomena. But, Tucker Carlson had like Roseanne Barr on, I believe, who went on being like, the Democrats are all pedos and all of this stuff. Well, it's obviously not exclusive to one party. But, airing sort of that out, which had previously, back a few years ago been seen as a sort of a QAnon thing. And, when the Podesta leaks and all that stuff happened, QAnon sort of came out to sort of grab those people that were outraged by some of those related revelations in there. And Tucker's response is just sort of to say nothing and just like a laugh, So I think it's kind of, unusual. And then, Tucker's saying like, oh yeah, yes, there's aliens among us, but they're really demons and they live underground and all of this stuff. I mean, can you imagine Tucker saying that when he was on Fox? I don't know. And I don't really trust his rebrand at all. As I understand it, his rebrand has been funded by Peter Thiel.
Right.
His new media operation.
Sorry, the term rebrand brings Russell Brand and his sudden Christianity conversion to mind.
Yes. Well, it's related. Yeah. Well, the Christian rebrand of Russell Brand ended up leading him to promote the Hallow Prayer app, which lo and behold is funded by JD Vance. Interesting. A lot of people in Rumble world.
Interesting. Well, okay, actually, before we leave the assassination topic, there's another important thing that just occurred to me. One of the ways that assassination can be used, of course, is like the assassination attempt on Reagan, which was predicted, remarkably enough, on air by Mae Brussell. Mae Brussell on her program talked about it 24 hours in advance. It looks like there's going to be a coup taking place in the Reagan White House, and it looks like Alexander Haig and Vice President Bush are planning something. And then, lo and behold, Hinckley goes crazy and ends up shooting Reagan. Well, actually,
right after having dinner with the Bush family, or his parents.
Yeah, there was. There's a whole bunch of connections there, and in fact, there's actually really an interesting analysis that I heard recently about. Actually, it wasn't Hinckley that was shooting, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, as you say, like with every spectacular shooting event in American politics, that one stinks to high heaven as well. But what was the real upshot of that? Well, one was that on the day, who actually declared himself in charge of the U.S. government was Alexander Haig. So interestingly enough, he just assumed charge of the government in those hours when Reagan was out of office. But ultimately, what was that? Of course, it was the threat to Reagan himself. You are not in charge here. And Bush, from that point forward, it was the Bush presidency. He was running the White House from the VP office.
Absolutely.
And I think similarly, think about the phrase we always use: one heartbeat away from the presidency, the VP, right? And if it were to be Trump, who would that be? Of course, it would be JD Vance. And do you think there might have been a message there in this multiple assassination attempts? Hey, you're only as good as your Secret Service protection, and boy, that can disappear in a hurry, can't it? So you better do.
You should really give Anderl more security contracts.
Exactly right. something like that. Who knows? Right?
Yeah, interesting. Well, I believe after the first assassination attempt, Eric Prince was consulted about security stuff for the Trump campaign. So we'll see how influential he ultimately ends up being if and when Trump ends up winning, which I honestly think is increasingly likely given where they want to take things. And also because people seem to be very unaware that Trump, just like Kamala, they agree on so many policy issues. We mentioned earlier biometric digital ID. Trump is on record saying we need a biometric entry-exit tracking system in the country. He's pitching it as a solution to mass migration, which is actually what the Tories in the UK did recently. They pitched digital ID as a solution to illegal immigration. And of course, now it's a Labour government and they're pitching the same thing, but it will stop online hate speech and cyberbullying. And it's a similar... there's a lot of cross-pollination between, U.S. and U.K. policy, and it seems like, the left, I shouldn't really even call them the left, the Democrats, their talking points about digital ID are rather similar to Labor's as well. But ultimately, the solution's the same. It's just the sales pitches that differ, and also market-based climate solutions. As I mentioned earlier, Howard Lutnick, who's choosing the talent, he said, for Trump's transition team, is one of the earliest pioneers of carbon trading going back to the late 90s, and has been very involved in trying to create carbon markets, including with this company he's on the board of called Satellogic, which is chaired by Trump's former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. And also on the board is Joe Dunford, who was head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Trump, so basically head of the military for all intents and purposes. And Satellogic has been trying to build a carbon market for the Americas on the Bitcoin blockchain, and very weird. So you're getting it sort of from the quote unquote right as well as the left. And really, carbon trading and carbon emissions trading was created by a Drexel Burnham Lambert alum, Drexel Burnham Lambert being the junk bond, basically criminal bank. And it was Michael Milken running the junk bond division that fueled all these corporate raiders of the era who took over corporate America and had a lot of ties to the savings and loans crisis, which of course involves, Bush and some of these CIA networks and what have you. And very insane stuff. But anyway, that Drexel Burnham Lambert VP, or former VP, Richard Sandor, he created emissions trading for, the administration of Bush Sr. and was also tapped by Maurice Strong at the first Rio summit in like 92 or something to create a market-based solution for quote unquote climate change by creating some sort of, new market. And Sandor had previously invented basically what are financial derivatives a few years prior. So it's really not, even though it's been framed as a left-wing thing, it's really something that, came out of the other side of the political divide. And despite a lot of divide about, whether climate change is real or not between the left and the right, the solutions are essentially the same. Right, as is the whole idea of programmable and surveillable money. You have Democrats like Elizabeth Warren, for example, talking about it's time for a CBDC, and then you have Trump sort of embracing not just Bitcoin but stable coins, and Howard Lutnick is intimately connected to the largest stable coin, which is a dollar stable coin called Tether. He's a custodian for most of their treasuries, and that's now a major way to finance U.S. debt. It's all very crazy. So Tether is overtly partnered, by the way, with the FBI and Secret Service. They're on their platform and they seize people's money at the behest of governments like Israel and the U.S., even if those people don't live in the U.S. So it's really not an improvement over the old system. It's really just as Orwellian as a CBDC would be. And there's infinite other examples of overlap. One being biotech as well. I'm interested to get your take on that because I know you've been railing against, rightly so, GMOs for a long time. And when Trump was in office previously, he deregulated GMO crops quite extensively and, of course, promoted essentially what was a GMO vaccine, an mRNA vaccine, through Operation Warp Speed. And a lot of his backers, Musk included, as well as J.D. Vance himself, are very invested in the biotech industry. But yet you have someone like RFK Jr., who sort of rose to prominence over the last few years, railing against GMOs of either in agriculture or in vaccines, now sort of, promoting the idea that a vote for Trump will make Americans healthy again and things of that nature. So I'm particularly interested on your thoughts on that matter.
Yes, it's an incredibly important question, and I would be very interested to see how that dynamic will play out. It would seem to me that Trump is simply accepting the Kennedy endorsement because it will obviously accrue to his, politically speaking, but I would imagine that Kennedy would be sidelined in short order in the event of a new Trump administration. I don't think that those, certainly, as long as Kennedy is continuing to promote those ideas, I don't think he'll get very far with them, because we've seen the business interests and how they can override what's going on. But actually, I wanted to go back to the climate finance issue, because, again, as I know you know, this is the multi-trillion-dollar boondoggle that is, of course, every major power at the table is going to be interested in getting their snoot into it. And it is going to be the never-ending gift if and when it is established properly in institutional structures. So, yes, one can imagine that there will be players on both sides of the so-called political aisle that will be interested in that. Just one example of the boondoggle that's taking place just from this week. Oxfam International just published a new audit of the World Bank that shows that between 2017 and 2023, as much as $41 billion of the funds that were distributed by the World Bank to climate causes could not be accounted for due to poor accounting standards. So, yes, again, surprise, surprise. Where have we heard that before? Well, it's like the Pentagon audit and everything else. And, oh, by the way, as it also just comes out in a new peer-reviewed study, turns out that the mysterious methane surge that has been taking place since 2020, in which we've been told, of course, has been due to agriculture and farming and cow burps, etc. That's what's causing this horrible rise in methane. Well, as it turns out, they knew that methane was going up, but the one thing they didn't actually test for was the isotope of methane. They forgot, for example, to test whether this was C13, carbon-13 ratio methane, which, oh, by the way, is related to the fact of whether or not this is produced from agriculture, from ostensibly human sources, or from microbes.
Mhm.
And as it turns out, when you actually do the carbon-13 testing, no, it turns out that 90% of this rise in methane has been through microbes, not anything to do with human activity. I wonder if that means we won't have to eat the bugs. Well, I imagine no, that somehow Doomsday will not be called off for that. But this is the type of stupidity.
Let's just make a new market for microbe emission trading,
Exactly
James.
right. Exactly right. As an opportunity. And just to speak to your point that it's both sides of the aisle, remember who set up the first climate derivatives, weather trading derivatives market? Enron, of course, in bed with the Bush administration. So
The Bush family.
yeah. So there you go. So yes, absolutely, that is the boondoggle that will continue to pay once it really gets established in international institutional frameworks.
Well, I think it's going to be a big part of this effort to resolve the U.S. government debt crisis. You're having very mainstream U.S. politicians, sitting members of Congress, saying that the next president will definitely face a U.S. government debt crisis that threatens the dollar. So I think in the case of Trump, it's pretty clear that his solution, from what he said, is going to be, the use of stable coins, which gobble up treasuries like no tomorrow. They hold more treasuries with U.S. government debt than many nation states now. I forget exactly the number, but it's very, very significant and likely to be more going forward. And of course, PayPal has recently put out their stablecoin that's likely, with their stablecoin regulation making its way through the House, likely to very much favor PYUSD, as it's called, in their efforts, decades in the making to make a new world currency. They may actually have it now. Which is interesting, but also something that I came across in looking into RFK Jr.'s former VP pick, Nicole Shanahan, who, as I'm sure you're aware, was formerly the wife of Sergey Brin, the Google co-founder that was banked by JP Morgan with Jeffrey Epstein's assistance, wrote a paper, of course, before she was a vice presidential candidate or really known to anyone, about quantitatively easing into carbon markets and how the U.S. government should make some sort of carbon coin and quantitatively ease, which means money printing, and that's likely with their stablecoin regulation making its way through the House, likely to very much favor PYUSD, as it's called, in their efforts, decades in the making to make a new world currency. They may actually have it now, which is interesting, but also something that I came across in looking into RFK Jr.'s former VP pick, Nicole Shanahan, who, as I'm sure you're aware, was formerly the wife of Sergey Brin, the Google co-founder that was banked by JP Morgan with Jeffrey Epstein's assistance, wrote a paper, of course, before she was a vice presidential candidate or really known to anyone, about quantitatively easing into carbon markets and how the U.S. government should make some sort of carbon coin and quantitatively ease, which means money printing, and sort of inflate into that. So I think there's going to be an effort to creatively store U.S. government debt all over the world in new ways. And it's pretty much been overtly said by people that promote the adoption of dollar state in the interest of time. Perhaps we should lead to solutions to this problem, because I'm sure, James, just like has happened to me, if you were to voice any of the opinions that we have done over the past, hour or so, invariably a lot of the pushback is that, you saying these facts means you offer no hope and no solutions, and you're a doom pillar and a black pillar, and go away. Your facts don't make me feel good, essentially. So I think there actually are solutions to this problem. So as I said in the introduction to this podcast, first of all, diagnosing the problem accurately is very important to solving the problem. And so that's why it's important to note that both parties are fundamentally corrupt, despite their best efforts to psy up the public otherwise. But, in my opinion, if you look at the commonalities between the two candidates, as we have done most recently, and as it relates to sort of this overarching technocratic agenda for global governance, one of the solutions I think that people should pursue is saying no to the policy agendas directly and not really focusing so much on politician A or politician B or famous person A or famous person B. And I think one of the fundamental ones of that, of course, would be digital ID, which in case of, Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals is considered to be the cornerstone of that broader agenda and is important for essential, they say, to implementing more than half of all of the different goals that are sub goals of the 17 sustainable development goals. And then of course, I think also exiting the two-party paradigm is important, because I think the unprecedented efforts to keep people sucked into the spectacle year after year shows that they need people to do that. They don't want people exiting the two-party paradigm. Anyway, that's my opinion. Of course, I'm sure you have many more. I know you on CoreReport.com have had a long-running series called Solutions Watch that's, in my opinion, very, very good. So I'll throw the floor to you to talk about how we can solve some of these problems.
Yes, well, if people are interested in that series, I hope they will go to quarterreport.com, check out Solutions Watch, where week in and week out, although there has been a few week break, but I generally, every week, am talking about different aspects of the solutions that are possible. They all tend to, or I won't say all, but a lot of them tend to lead back to the same fundamental underlying concepts, which is, I think, yes, mass non-adoption and non-compliance is absolutely important. It's absolutely necessary that people do not take the digital ID, that they do not use whatever digital currency is going to be foisted upon them. But it's easy to say that. It's another thing to do it. For example, exactly as we learned during the scamdemic nonsense, it was, I suppose, easy to have highfalutin ideals about I won't let government tell me to stay at home. I won't let people tell me to wear a mask or to take the jab. But it really depended on your circumstances. And are you in an employment position that is going to necessitate you to take certain medical interventions, etc.? So yes, it's one thing to have ideas about what you will and will not do. It's another thing to actually be prepared to live that out. And one of the things that the past few years of craziness has taught us is that it is exceptionally important that you do have a community of some sort. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you are living cheek to jowl with a bunch of people who all think exactly like you do, but it does mean that you are at least aware in your area. For example, what businesses exist, what people and networks and communities and things you can tap into in times of emergency, no matter what that emergency might be, that you can at the very least survive any passing emergency. And why not use that as the basis for forming actual sturdy communities from which you can then scale up and hopefully actually create a system that we want, instead of using our time, our energy, our attention, our resources in building up the beast system, as it were. We're constantly giving our time, attention, and energy to the political spectacle and to all of the various businesses associated with the people that are really puppeteering that spectacle. Wouldn't it be nice if we could take that time, energy, and attention and resources and divert them towards community structures that we build from the bottom up? And I think that has to be a fundamental part of the solution, because yes, I think, and it also doesn't mean that we have to do everything all at once. Either we 100% convert to living on clouds overnight, or it's not worth doing at all. Also, I think it's important to understand that there are steps. We don't have to reinvent the wheel with things and go through complicated processes. Good enough will do. And so, for example, one very, very, very simple idea that Catherine Austin Fitts at Solari had was Cash Fridays. How about just one day a week? You see if it is possible for you to fulfill your daily needs that particular day in cash. Instead of using a card or instead of using some other form of payment, why not just see if it is possible to source everything you need that day with cash? And then if that is possible, hey, maybe you can expand Cash Friday to Cash Thursday and Friday, or Cash Weekend, or Cash Week, or Cash Every Day, and see if you can facilitate an economy around that. And that could be part of a process of, as I say, finding out what is in your community, developing that. I think that is the process that is actually important, more so than stepping into a voting booth to cast your suggestion in the slave suggestion box. Vote harder, guys. It'll work this time. As a voluntarist, I fundamentally believe it is actually an initiation of force, and therefore morally wrong to actually participate in that democratic process. But you know what? I won't even care that much when people inevitably do step into that voting booth and pull a lever for one candidate or another, not only because their vote literally doesn't count, and it will be counted by the voting machines, and the voting machines will tell you who won the selection process. But also because, again, it's utterly trivial and insignificant. It's when people wrap their identity, their entire lives around this event that takes place once every 4 years, as if it's truly meaningful. That is exactly the energy that the real deep state actually needs in order to function the way that it wants to capture your attention, your energy, and your resources. Let's turn away from it. And hey, you know what? Whatever. Go step in the booth and pull the lever for whoever you want. I don't care. But how about you spend the rest of the 4 years not thinking about that, not talking about that, not doing that, but building communities. And I think that is what is going to see us through, or is going to be the thing that collapses around our heads when we realize that the emergency is taking place and we don't have anything set up to catch us from that fall.
Absolutely. And the only thing I would add to that is that I think there are also people who don't necessarily subscribe to the two-party paradigm, but still allow their attention to be monopolized by the spectacle. And I think that includes people in independent media as well, who, obviously for reasons of, the media is their job, are plugged in 24/7 and, arguing with Twitter trolls all the time and all of this. And I mean, it happens, but, personally, I think they want, whether you subscribe to the two-party paradigm or don't, the goal, as you pointed out, is to suck all our attention away from things that actually matter and have us waste our time doing that and not actually building anything locally or building any sort of solution that is helpful. And so I would caution people to keep that in mind, given the very addictive nature of social media, intentionally so. And also, I think it's important for people to make good use of their time online, since social media is just increasingly weaponized. You have U.S. military studies from 2014, 10 years ago, the U.S. Air Force particularly, talking about how they were studying how to use social media to control people as if they were drones. People that think they are immune to this stuff aren't necessarily so. And now that, you have Pentagon and intelligence contractors overtly running social media networks, to think that those type of tactics aren't being used, or that necessarily the people you're arguing with online are even real in an of generative AI powered bots and all of this. As I've written before on AI, if you read the Kissinger Eric Schmidt book on AI, essentially what they state there is the goal is to have people not know what's real and what's not anymore, and have AI tell them what is real and what is not. So that we become dependent on AI to interpret information for us. And we need to be careful, those of us that are able to see through, election time ruse, that we don't fall victim to those kind of things as well. So offline time is very important. Anyway, that's all I'd like to add. Do you have any closing thoughts, James, before we wrap up?
I wholeheartedly concur with that sentiment, and that is something that I, at the very least, want people to contemplate. As it turns out now, it's the latest poll that I saw, and this was several years ago, is that people spend as much as 16 hours a day in mediated reality, looking at screens, talking to people through devices, etc. That's almost all of your life is spent in mediated reality, and
very high.
That's a worrying phenomenon, and something that at the very least I think we should be cognizant of and thinking about. So, at any rate, I'm doing my part to help spread awareness of these issues, and I'm not here to tell people what to do with their lives, but I can certainly make suggestions. So, as I say, I hope people check out my Solutions Watch series, and if you're interested in the idea of the spectacle and where this mass media phenomenon is going, I would suggest people check out my Media Matrix documentary. But other than that, I think we have definitely covered a lot of ground today.
Well, absolutely. And thanks so much for your time, James. I know you're very busy. You alluded to all this great work that you have done, and you've mentioned your website a couple times earlier, but if you could remind people where they can find your work and support you, I think that would be a great addition to this podcast as well.
CorbettReport.com is the place to go. That's CORBETT report.com. And I am on several platforms, including Rumble, actually, Odyssey, and others besides. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on YouTube, of course, infamously. I was scrubbed from YouTube several years ago. And I'm not on Instagram, TikTok, or any of those types of platforms either. So The best place to go is corbettreport.com, and there you can find literally thousands of hours of archived audio and video that I've created over the course of the past 17 years, which in internet terms, I think is about 170 years. I've been doing this a long time, so yeah.
You absolutely have been doing it a long time. In my opinion, you were one of the best. So thanks so much for joining me today and sharing your thoughts and analysis, which I value very highly with my audience. Very much appreciated. Thanks to everyone for listening to this podcast. If you enjoyed it, please share. Please consider supporting if you are able. And sort of echoing what James says, if you're not familiar, I have a major issue with people impersonating me on social media or other video platforms where I do not have channels or accounts. So in my case, also, please definitely either sign up to the Unlimited Hangout newsletter or
believe in the ripple effect.
What's up? Another episode of the Ripple Effect Podcast. I'm your host, Ricardo Varandas, also known as Ricky Varandas, and I'm a little embarrassed to share that I've done like 5 takes to try to get that rolling of the R's correct. Usually I do it right the first time, and then I'm like, you know what? I could do better than that. And that's usually the mistake I make, and then next thing you know, I'm doing take after take after take like an idiot when I should have just left the first take. But enough about me. Let's talk about our guest today. Today, we have on one of my dear, dear friends, somebody I've been talking to and chatting with for many, many years. We've done so many shows in the past about the OKC bombing, 9/11, so many great topics. And during COVID was one of the best content creators out there, putting out some of the best information and keeping many of us sane while we try to push back against the mainstream narrative and what we're being told on the news and by our friends and family in many cases. And of course, I'm talking about the gold standard in journalism, research, and alternative media, James Corbett of the CorbettReport.com. Go on Rumble, Rockfin, or my website, search James Corbett and find an amazing archive of discussions and conversations about so many interesting topics. And he's the type of guest I can have on and really don't have to prepare anything. I can just bounce things off him, and it always sparks a amazing, deep, and fun discussion. So I know you're going to enjoy this conversation. If you're not familiar with James Corbett, because this is probably one of the longer stretches between our conversations. Maybe if you're a new listener, you're not familiar with him. And if you're not, I can't recommend CorbettReport.com anymore for geopolitical stuff, historical stuff, current event stuff, articles about so many different topics. And it really is one of the best resources for information. He's also done some of the best documentaries on topics like 9/11, Big Oil, Bill Gates. He's done documentaries on World War I. He's done documentaries on the future of food, the crisis of science. He's done documentaries on Gary Webb, the octopus conspiracy with Danny Casolero. So as you can tell, there's not a whole lot of topics that you can't find some amazing media and information on if you just search for it on the CorbettReport.com. James is completely independent. He's listener supported. And now would be a good time to also remind you guys this show is listener supported and it's a value for value show. If you get any value out of these discussions and these great guests I bring to you, please consider giving some value back. As I always say, you don't have to support me financially. You can share the show, review the show, post the show. much like James, and it's actually where I adopted the whole idea of open source media. James would always encourage his listeners to share and post his media anywhere they would like, and that's exactly where I got the idea to tell my listeners to do the same. So if you want to post the show, post the audio, put it anywhere you would like on your social media accounts, your YouTube channel, Rumble channel, wherever you want to put it. I just want to get the conversations out there and get the episodes out there. I don't care where they find it. But if you can't financially support the show, there's plenty of ways of doing it. You can support me on Patreon. You can send a one-time donation via PayPal or Venmo. You can send me crypto, or you can go to the Ripple Effect Podcast merch.com and get some merch. We have hoodies, t-shirts, tank tops, kids' clothes, and much more. We have some new logos that were just released and designed, so definitely check that out. It's a great way of starting a conversation. Somebody might ask you about the shirt or the podcast, and hopefully that sparks a great, deep, fun conversation. We also have some sponsors, one being Content Safe. Content Safe is how I get all my videos on all the video platforms I'm on. James Corbett of thecorbettreport.com also uses Content Safe, so if you're a content creator, podcaster, YouTuber, and you want to get your content on all the platforms, all the video platforms available, hit up Matt from Content Safe. Let him know you're a listener of the Ripple Effect Podcast, and he'll definitely hook you up. And what he does, just for people who might not know, he lets me upload to one platform and then syncs that channel with all my other channels on all the other video platforms. So I only have to upload to one location and put the description and thumbnail to one spot, and that's it. So it saves me tons of time. Finally, I think that's it. Of course, James Corbett, all his links will be in the show description, and also all my links that I'm referring to. So check that out. Enjoy this amazing conversation, and I'll talk to you guys on the next one. Peace. As I was?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Because I send you the Zoom link. It took me forever. For some reason, I had like update, but and then after the update, I couldn't figure out how to open it. It just kept loading, not responding.
Okay.
You gotta love technology.
Yeah.
You can't assume things are gonna work the same way you left them. You come back to your computer and you're like, everything should just turn on and everything should be exactly how I left it, and it's never the case.
No, but I remember distinctly when I was young, my my computer programmer brother would always tell me, it's only human error. Computers don't make mistakes. Sure thing, brother.
I guess you could probably make an argument for that, right? Like, because if there is a glitch in the system, it had to be a mistake. I guess I could see both perspectives, because there are sometimes stuff just happens, unpredictable stuff that nobody could. Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah. But don't worry. The social planners will be able to fine-tune and engineer society so that everyone has a nice, happy, functioning role in it. And don't worry, just leave it up to your leaders.
Yeah, well, we haven't talked in a while, and there's a bunch of stuff. I love getting your perspective on, obviously, if people aren't following thecorbettreport.com, please do.
What are they doing? Come on.
Yeah.
Not following Corbett Report? Ridiculous.
Well, it's wild how far we've come, though. And when I say we, I really mean you, because to think about, you have interviewed somebody who's run for president, right? Kennedy. You've done work with the Children Health Defense. You were on the High Wire. You run Dr. Drew. I mean, it's insane, because it kind of gives me hope a little bit, because Alex Jones, for example, is being interviewed as like a geopolitical expert now, and not like having him on a show just to laugh at him and call all his theories crazy. And and I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to compare you to Alex Jones, but I'm just saying that, like, because I know some people will take offense to that. Maybe not so much you, because as like many of us who've been down these rabbit holes for many years will know that a lot of the things he says, there is a lot of substance there, and the substance is lost in the yelling and screaming and some of the more entertainment part of it, but But I guess my point is that a lot of these things that weren't entertained and weren't taken seriously are now taken seriously.
It's a hopeful sign, but it's also a worrying sign because what's your take on the mainstream alternative media that seems to be popping up in recent years?
Oh, I'd love to talk to you about this because I've had some disagreements with people about this, and you know, you get the Russell Brands. Well, first of all, before I assume, who are you referring to? Who would you consider?
Russell Brand would be a good name. I think, there's several names like that. Even someone like Tucker Carlson, who do people remember he used to be the CNN bow tie wearing Crossfire host and all of that? You know, like he's been in mainstream media circles for decades and decades. And now suddenly he's this brave truth teller talking about aliens and JFK and stuff and WTC7. Really? What happened there? There's just a number of figures like that who were very mainstreamy and had mainstream platforms who are now primarily online and primarily catering towards the independent media. It's an interesting phenomenon. What do you make of it?
Well, personally, I think that it's never too late to see the light, right? If I don't think it's ever too late to. I mean, it's funny because I go back and forth. We lived through COVID, right? And personally, I feel like COVID was one of the craziest times in human history, and I don't say that lightly. I understand, like, you know, there was World War I, World War II. You know, there was great conflicts throughout human history, but it's one of the few ones that I don't know if there's any comparison to.
That's Snacks coming through with the utility assistance.
That's straight off peak form G2 right there.
And adding quickly, A-Site was a problem even versus Vitality yesterday for Spirit.
That's a good point. They never actually adapted well enough to solve that problem. They still managed to get enough rounds in the half, but that was off of the other side of the map where Donk was playing. That was off of defaults that didn't end up with the full A attacks in general, but that was a problem.
I felt like the rounds they won were the ones Vitality decided to go to B.
Oh, just go to Fuse.
If only it was that easy. If only you could buy time.
Terrorists win.
But time comes for us all.
If you don't look at clocks, time doesn't exist.
I mean, we can change the time, so it's all in our hands. Like, this pistol was in bulbs because he tore him up as he came flying around that corner. Again, supported by the Snacks flash. We can talk all the numbers about Donk versus Nico, etc., and how Nico has the edge, but there's still this like weird undercurrent of Snacks having negative ratings.
36 maps. This would be 37. I mean, we're not there yet, but that's what we're wondering.
The numbers, what do they mean?
Ooh.
Magic's dead. Donk to follow suit, so Team Spirit's force buy here doesn't get them anything out of the gate, but there are still something to work with. And in this case, something to save. Go ahead. Write off your losses. Keep the majority alive in for the next one and see if you can stop G2 in the third.
This is pretty good looking from G2 so far.
You have G2 in this match?
I have Spirit in this match.
Okay.
I have Spirit 2-0 in this match.
Whoa!
Actually, I don't think it would necessarily like be a... It's going to be an explosive finish. It's not going to be necessarily a fast 2-0 or anything like that, but I hit them 2-0.
Hey man, on a day when Navi gets eliminated in the last, anything is possible.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I still have my doubts about both teams, for sure.
Sure.
But I was I think feeling pretty good about what we saw from Spirit. When they said rational, I saw rational.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you in that case. For me personally, I found like the IEM Rio performance really it really chipped away at my confidence in G2.
In G2, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
just like,
fair.
oh, this is, I can't believe in you anymore.
You know what's funny about that? Like, I didn't actually watch those games when they were live. I just saw the result right after. I was like, okay, well, that's too bad. But if you watch something like that, it's going to permanently, for the next few months, it's going to alter the way you look at the team because you just saw how bad it was. Yeah. You really saw how bad it was. I kind of like, oh, it's disappointing, but they can forget about that. Overall, they've had a lot of good games.
You know, and it was like a long travel into a nice destination. Parallels to draw to Singapore.
Oh, yeah, true.
Mobs finds the opening kill versus Chopper.
Mob's not jet lagged.
Mobs G2. If I had told you that 6 months ago, you would have laughed. He is now on the short list of stars from the Americas that make it into a European call-up. Short list. Zontix, whoa, hold on. Whoa!
The bomb?
5-7 for the double kill into the Berettas. We've got a minute for the clock.
Oh, they pick up a smoke, and they have the bomb, and they get an AK on Zontix.
Man, these pistols again, huh? Double kill out of Zontix. I mean, the Berettas, that's
Oh, he
just...
missed that? Did he see that? I think Snacks...
Feels like he's locked in.
Yeah. Whoa. Oh, my God. He's going to miss this. Oh, he's going to miss it. Oh.
Started running?
Donk just checked it after running as well.
I thought Snacks also ran.
No, I think he was...
Okay.
He turned and he heard Donk run, but Donk was just checking top of plat, maybe. Yeah, that's where...
All right.
You think there's no way now. We'll see. Malbs, with the amount of time left over, you basically just got to run and gun. Twist dropped the tutorial on this on X. Maybe you can learn something from him. See, he doesn't even pick up the bomb, though. He's out of there.
Let's it go. And so Zontix double 5-7, and the Magic's Beretta's there to help him. Oof, little stack on the front side of middle, and that's going to cost G2 one round early. Opening kill, 5v4, and then this.
That would happen to Snacks. Like, he walked in. I think he had the right suspicion. Came in carefully.
Cleared the corner.
The only way he could have gotten unlucky there is that way, and that happened to him. That's the kind of last 36 maps he's been having.
So you're telling me it's not bad, it's just unlucky.
I'd have to do unlucky or bad, obviously, in all the demos to know for sure, but sometimes it's unlucky.
And sometimes...
Maybe she.
Zontix in the corner here, supported yet again. Chopper double kill. All right, not bad. Lines up a headshot through the smoke. A little gift given as Team Spirit forced their way into the full gun rounds. There's been some criticism for the T sides of G2 as of late. Ancient versus Liquid being the real red flag. That game had the online pundits asking questions.
The noticers.
Such as, did anybody call? Question mark.
What game were they playing in boot camp? That was my own tweet.
Cheeky timing here for Donk. Into position at the right time. Can he just close it on his own? Because he's got no support. Ooh, nothing for Donk. Snacks gets an entry.
Uh-oh, that could be a round straight up. This is a good position here for G2. All right.
Utility comes flying back. Mulbs and Monacy tethered nicely. Shiro on the opposite side doesn't want to lose his op, so he's going to have to walk away. And this is Spirit offering up a solo donk hold over towards the B site, and guess what? It blows up in their faces.
Dude, that is just what G2 are so good at, though. That's what they're so good at, is they group up and explode in a, you know, they squeeze 10 guys in a doorway, and they all come out at the same time. Like, that's like literally the scariest moments for anybody facing G2. It's Monacy, Mulbs, and Nico trying to get out first.
Terrorists win. When you squeeze 10 doors and get a lemonade. Used to be a lifeguard.
It's like which commercial was it? Was it the Volkswagen, was it the Beetle? Where they had like 10 guys as like clown car commercial.
Sorry,
like early 2000s.
I don't know.
Was it the Beetle?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It was a PT Cruiser.
PT Cruiser, what a whip. Who the hell watches commercials?
I miss commercials, man.
I miss commercials.
I'm going to cancel my YouTube Red subscription because I actually kind of miss them.
Yeah, for
I
a
just don't.
day.
I realize like I don't even know when movies are coming out now. I don't see commercials anywhere.
My mom asked the other day, she said, you hear what they said on the radio today? Like, on the what?
On the, yeah, my mom too listens to the radio.
Boomers.
We were kind of built for radio. I guess we should really appreciate radio listeners.
With a face like yours? Ooh, on that smoke.
That fast tap. What was that?
Donk hanging on. It gets open for Monacy. He doesn't take any real risk. And that's fine. You got plenty of time. You get that utility back out the other direction. Donk's even going to... No, I was going to say give it up, but he sticks around a little while. Burning out the util of his own. A main utility to set up Mulbs. That's Snacks helping him out, trying to set him up. We get aggression out from B site. So they don't go for the dark fight. They smoke it and then instead try to take it out long, and they get a edge with that. Magic's good trade frag.
It's a key duel to take, and they go 1 for 1, but they come with info as well. So now pressure goes back towards Zontix, but this side of the map is pretty well fortified. You have Shiro here with the op as support. A flash for him too. But no smoke to block. So again, this entry pack.
Oh, he gets away. He gets away with one, which isn't half bad, all things considered. He was under the microscope yesterday in the shortcomings of Spirit. So 1 frag to Zontix. Good enough to set up the rotation where all goes well.
Okay. And again, I think the round went the way they wanted it to. They had an idea of, okay, now it's time to expand. Now we know G2 are about to make a decision. Let's go for the flash retake. Going 1 for 1 for Hunter is worth the information. Keep Shiro on this side of the map. And they've had some struggles over here, but this is a good setup that deals with the pops. Like keeping Zontix up on the pillar, and Shiro can't get flashed in the spot that he's in. So now money's gone here for G2. Timeout's called. It's time for the vibes. Get 9 rounds and 9-3 half. 9-3 half. 4 to go. Plug it in. Win it. Go to map 2. Rinse and repeat. Let's go, boys. Look alive.
Meanwhile, Hallie. And so when quadrant 47 suddenly has a smoke grenade at 52 seconds, it's at that moment that you have to consider the 2 possible outcomes.
Duality of coach.
Nerds, I tell ya. Got 3 smoke grenades here for G2. What do you have up your sleeve, gentlemen? It's off their timeout, too. So a plan of action. First one lands on bridge. Second one lands in dark.
What was that? Let's see how this setup plays out. Shiro holding the cross.
Yeah, I mean, first smoke keeps them in sight instead, right? So
No flashes, though.
keep them in the sight with the first dark smoke, and then, what, put up a wall for the commitment? What's the play here, G2? One fizzles down. Bulbs hits a deep shot. There comes the smoke grenades down from long. Donk locks in the double. And as he turns it back, he's getting
of course
squeezed.
he
But
gets 3.
it's a triple kill from Donk, which is real nice.
They're going for the Hunter. No, it's got
Magix sprays down through the edge of smoke, and poor Hunter's left 1v3. He's got the Kevlar and the AK and utility to boot, but the pressure comes out from Chopper. Donk does enough to set up the team so that they can sweep away what's left.
Of course, he had to get 3 right there. Had to get 3. Nice opener from Mulbs
Hell
for what
yeah.
it's worth. And a tech pause.
Quick dig to the brain out of Mulbs.
I want Nico to try to break this desk. I know he can't. I went and I checked them. These ones are too sturdy. One of his hands just explodes. That's $1 million hand.
$1 million?
I think so.
$1 million
I think so.
You think he's got him insured?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should, for sure. Your mouse hand?
Your voice insured?
It's not going anywhere. I think we should, though.
We probably should
Yeah,
get
yeah.
insurance, yeah. Yeah.
Actually, my feet kind of hurt, so not really helpful to my career, but
I'm going to make a claim. See if this B site gets tested again. Did they not watch the Vitality game? You got to go A. You're going to the wrong site, boys. Did Donk not just teach you a lesson with that 3K?
they got Shiro over here, though, now.
I know.
You know? They are learning.
Here we go. Exec comes out.
Uh-oh.
It's pretty quick out of nowhere, and Chopper can only get the one this time around. And of course, Donk is already dead, empty-handed, so pressure on Magix to go above and beyond. He gets pressured back through smoke, and this rotation's not quite finding its space to get into sight.
They're not
Smoke
getting the
grenades
bomb
all
back.
over. G2, like you're saying, bomb yet to cross.
Is that a molly on default? It is. They have to wait it out, too. So the smokes will come up. This might get a little bit more scrappy in a second.
A shot from Shiro as they hear that bomb going down. Monacy not interrupted. Zontix will kill Malbs. That's one. There's two. Zontix coming out from Temple takes a man advantage to the favor of Spirit, and it's not like what's left of G2 has much health.
And Shiro has a smoke. There it is.
That's going to take Nico out of the equation unless he gets away with the spray. Or they give him an angle on the top of the smoke. Zontix walking up, goes down. Snacks reveals himself, and now Shiro with the A1S trying to throw himself between the two. He's got the kit to work with. He's going to have to double back and just immediately get on bomb. Nico may be smoked off, but it's just not there. Shiro has to let it slide, and G2 hang on.
Yeah, wow. Nice kill there from both Nico and Snacks, actually, if they didn't get one each. Could certainly have that bomb getting stuck with the smoke in play. Nice try from Zontix from Ebox with his 2 frags. They did do their best attempt, but it was Nico entries in the end.
The second kill from Zontix is really what kind of convinced them to come through. But of course, whenever you put that smoke down towards long, you've got to be wary for the, the peak over top.
Yes, yes.
Zontix just kind of approaches it without
If they knew his health, they
mind.
would have just tried to spam him. They should have tried.
Sure. Gotta be ready.
How do people read lips like that? I guess if in English I'd be able to definitely be closer, I think. Yeah, never mind.
Forget about it.
Why can't you read the lips of people speaking a different language? The Shiro op remains as Zontix Shiro duo here will just repeat over on the A site. And they even have Chopper. I think they are sort of clued into this idea of conditioning that. They're worried about the A site eventually getting hit after what happened yesterday, but I fear that they're getting better. That doesn't land. Uh-oh.
Good damage, but it's just the one kill. Shiro.
That was surprising. I thought that hit.
Hunter's gonna have a 1v1 queued up.
Oh, you gotta get that.
What the hell? It gets away from him, and then
got
Chopper
killed too.
peeks out from heaven and clears one off the bomb site. MP9.
He's planting solo
to make a difference. Honestly, makes a bit of noise as the CTs group up inside of storage. Can he change position from here? Can he get any further off the site? Does he even need to? Does Nico come forward with that flashbang to try to bail him out once the retake starts? Because they're quietly getting closer. Yes, sir, the flash does indeed connect. Monacy takes one to the head. He gets dropped to 17. Clutch has to be from Nico. Hits the heaven kill. Falls back. Beautiful moves. And right back into the action to close it.
Man, if there's two guys that are going to be able to win a 2v3 consistently, it's Nico and Monacy. Beautifully played.
I don't want to see them part ways.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
I don't.
Who really does, to be honest.
It's been so fun.
I can't really understand how that's still a potential, but...
Slick one from Nico.
forget the op.
Has been one of the most fun duos to watch in 2024. G2.
I mean,
Monacy.
maybe ever.
Maybe
they're
ever.
up there
Yeah,
in
sure.
terms of
Yeah.
most fun. I might even have at number 1, but maybe that's just because of how much. I know individually, man. I think they make a team in terms of like.
They've also just got like the character.
If they're playing, you want to watch. You know what I
know?
mean? Even individually, together.
They're not
Obviously,
good.
like simple electronic.
They're not both just good, but it's like their camaraderie is also on another level.
We thought.
Well, I don't think, I don't think they dislike each other.
No, but on another level.
I think so still. Like when CS2 first launched, I remember watching Monacy geek out and teach everybody all these little tricks and gimmicks, and it's just him and Nico streaming in a hotel room, a prac room together. I can't think of many other duos that
I think it's
that
on a
really
level.
had those moments. It's on a level, sure.
If they stick together, I think it's on another level.
Okay. Let's hope it keeps it there. Frag grenade for Shiro. Doesn't get thrown out, so they get past camera, no problem. And there's the 2 entries. Nate comes in at the right moment.
Not bad.
Shiro coupling it with a peek and dropping Nico with a quick burst of the SMG. What's Donk got to say about it? Posted on the storage exit, but that smoke grenade over towards Long is just going to keep Magix out of the round, and so they're waiting for the exits. And this is G2 to go up 6-3. They got the memo, heading back to A.
I think the coolest part is. Oh wait, they gotta be careful with this op actor. What the heck? Everyone's still on the site. Had never left. We don't know how much is true or not, but I think for sure in terms of testimony, in terms of Monacy's development, he's played with all these different IGLs, and people have tried to say that it's the IGLs that have helped over time. I think sometimes when players are this good, you can't really credit anybody else, to be honest. Like, I remember Zaiwu was like, he did a video with Vitality, and it was like his first or second year, and they're like, so how does it help having like the psychologist and the physical coach, and then having your actual coach, and then Apex and all the facilities? He's like, doesn't really help me. He's like, they're like, how much have you learned about the game from this? And he's like, not much. It's like, how do you teach someone at that level?
Right.
But we have seen that Nico has helped Monacy, which that seems like that's something that could have definitely happened with Nico being objectively better than him for the past 2 years, and basically just about as good as him right now.
No sweat for Bulbs. So clean. Speaking about somebody who's kind of been elevated by Nico, I think getting to rifle in a bomb site like B site on Inferno next to Nico. It's awesome to see Malbs kind of come into this project when there was questions about what sort of positions and roles he was even going to be afforded, the likes of the other stars on this team. And
Yeah, definitely.
man, it's really nice to have seen the growth for Mario. Just a nice little addition to this current G2 project.
Yeah.
And
And I think
another
on that
reason,
front, like Hunter's been his Luigi, because Hunter's
Okay.
given him a couple of his spots specifically.
does that make Snacks Wario?
Bowser,
Toad?
I know I'm Waluigi.
Yeah, you're lanky like that. I'm Peach. Good dark control from Snacks, moving this AWP forward as well in the hands of Monacy. They're close on this bomb site. Does somebody step in? Does Donk kind of take a peek and unsuspectingly fall victim to Monacy? It could happen, and it feels like the T's are letting it boil for a moment, but That util pressure, confirming Magic's position.
Donk's been kind of getting owned here playing on the B site. Let's see if that changes now. Playing back default's a little different. It's usually where Magic stands.
Ooh, there it is. Chopper actually ends up falling victim to it instead, right? That was the op that's been set up all this time. Waiting and waiting for Donk to step into it, but Chopper takes the bullet for him. Donk can hang on to Obelisk alongside Magic's. The two of them here to hold, but Mobs and Nico, the rifle shine for G2.
No kill and he goes down.
On the road to an 8T round win. And Spirit disjointed at the moment. Zontix and Shiro gonna have to come through clutch, separated, but getting closer. No kit between them at the moment. And Shiro finds Nico. That's a big pick. There's the kit on the ground, so that'll be scooped up on the approach to the bomb. And the kill comes out from Zontix. So each of the CTs offering one up in this 2v3. Monacy, can you close? Sure enough, finding Zontix, goes in, and that forward position from Shiro catches him off guard.
That was very smart from Shiro. He got really into the doorway instead of making it seem like he was going to fake and then take a passive angle and play the jumping game with Monacy. That's Shiro in the clutch. Very intelligent stuff. I definitely don't like the way that Donk has been playing the site so far this half. Just feels very restricted. Tethered to the back of default, and I think he should be, as he normally does, swinging a lot more. If he's going to die like that, I'd rather him go out like Braveheart, you know, get out there.
He felt a little looser yesterday.
He did, yeah. He did. He was great yesterday. Yeah, for sure.
I feel like
it's like one of the things where you remember Mirage, or like in the beginning, he was up top mid every round. And
swinging.
For a few months, he just stopped, and then they started losing.
We had
let him swing. Let the boy swing.
Just get in there. I mean, think about how he used to play even Dark here on Anubis, right? He used to be maybe a little too in your face at times down water.
Yeah.
Very comparable to Mirage once upon a time, but we go back and forth, or so Spirit had hoped. Instead, they just go down by 2 out of the gate, minute 30, and it's a 3v5 for Spirit to try and claim a 5th round. G2 can hesitate before making commitments. Minute to the 10. Ooh. This would be the perfect time to just walk out onto that A site, completely clear for the taking once that smoke expires. Chopper doubles back as G2 show presence. That's the last piece of util right there between these two A defenders, that solo flashbang. So gonna have to bank on Shiro's op, but currently burned out of both bricks and heaven. Can't really go for a peek. Couldn't stop Snacks from crossing over.
Way by himself right now.
Snacks lets go of the thought of a player in sight though, so it is a single player to make the difference.
They're all gonna rotate now. So just Donk here for the second, but it's understood at this point.
These are all moving in, tucks in. Temple player swings. Chopper trying to serve up that distraction, serves up damage too, and the plat peek from Donk is good. Nico's dead, Monacy's found an answer, knows he's got him locked into the corner, but a missed shot, 7 to the clock. He's got to go deep for bomb, and it's not going to happen. Back-to-back clutches for Shiro, so Spirit take another. Back into Anubis we go. G2 hanging on to a 2-round lead. But it's a Spirit T-side now looking to take over. This is where they did their best work yesterday versus the likes of Vitality. We'll see what G2 can do in terms of holding them back. Spirit wanted to take it here, Mohan.
They did. And I mean, 5-round CT is actually okay. It's not like Spirit's best day or anything, but it could be okay. I think it's more so the way they were playing. Maybe Donk could have been taken a little bit more liberal, been a bit more liberal on the peaks and the swings. Aim was only okay. Nico still did a good job versus him. We had Mobs and Monacy, and Hunter even had a great half. They were just very explosive and they're looking solid. So it's gonna be a close game here. Seems like. Just want him to back off. But he's fighting a guy with a smoke who doesn't want to lose it.
He has indeed deterred him. So we go 4 players walking out middle here for Spirit.
Rotations are starting to come out towards middle. They're both going to attack. There's 4 players about to come in here. Dualies could be everything.
Oh, in the pocket. Perfection. Oh, Snacks. What?
3.
2 kills on the edge of the smoke as he just tries to charge out through it. 3 kills for Snacks. He's nearly he's nearly neutral. 2 kills to go, Mo.
Oh, true. They actually, so there they had the right idea. It was all predicated on if Hunter sees everything or not, and he doesn't die, he gets magics to go back. And Spirit is slowly losing time, so they have to go to middle. G2 had about 4 players coming in there. You know, even if the 2 Monacy and Snacks didn't deliver, they had a lot of outs. So really good setup to earn this pistol round. I wonder if Hunter still calls the pistol rounds. That was a thing
for a while.
For a while, yeah. He calls all the pistol rounds, and they also had a really great pistol round percentage.
I also, part of me just still never believed that. Like it was some kind of, like that was some kind of like psyop, you know? Because it does just sound insane that he would just call pistols. But Snacks, what do you? He doesn't even see him. All right, go ahead.
Maybe the 36 map streak ends today.
Right here, right now?
Right here, right now versus Spirit on Anubis.
I mean, it's the first time we've seen Anubis between these 2 teams. Maybe that's all it took. The head-to-head, of course, between G2 and Spirit favors G2 immensely. 6 maps to 1. Pistols looking up that A site. Snacks given a chance to farm. It could happen tonight. We could be waiting for the end. He goes ahead, farms 2 easy pickups, denies the bomb plant to boot, and Monacy fast on the flank with the MP9 for farm.
There we go. 1 foot in front of the other here.
He's doing it, folks.
It's a good start here for the CT side Anubis for G2. What's the answer, Spirit? Those are the 2 funny stats that we're going to be talking about. This is the map streak, and as well as, for whatever reason, Nico's dominance over Donk over the year.
Yeah, their head-to-head hasn't been like too highlighted so far on Anubis, but in terms of performance, it's Nico doing better than Donk yet again. Hunter here to support as they go barreling out towards B. Oh, Monacy's flash still affecting Donk as he tries to come out and get the trade frag. It's a double kill out of the gate here for G2, being very brave in their approach with the offense.
Yeah, you don't often see the triple swing. That's a lot of resources, but it's the right idea. There are so many players there holding that could have gone wrong. If they had any less.
Spirit gonna have to play the waiting game. No smokes, but a triple Molotov.
So many times I would have loved to see Donk just playing E-Box instead of where he was when he was solo. Like, you look at Monacy in the spot, and You know he's going to make something of this. Oh, that's huge.
Big one from Snacks. Cuts off one of the avenues of attack for Spirit. So 2 players out from long, looking to get it going, but the flashbang makes it a little awkward. And in that moment, Hunter strikes. Shiro's position found out. G2 to double digits. And I mean, Brave out of the gate with the double push. Hunter supports it well. Not even Donk can get the trade frags to help out Spirit that round.
Game plan's looking solid here for G2 through and through. Whether it's the pistol rounds, the setups here. A beautiful flash setup from Modesty. And I guess it was only the double swing. I don't know if he got involved afterwards, but... Clock's ticking to your Spirit.
No resistance on the Donk walk up. Ooh, Nico exposes Magix. Doesn't want to get too focused though, because look at Donk trying to make the moment happen. Hunter finding that kill to Shiro, and Donk's going deep, but he dies empty-handed. Malb's able to add one in, but it's the Nico double kill as he gets around the obelisk.
Wow, yeah, that's that. Nico taking out Donk once again. Shut down. Didn't see his targets on the way through. Missed one just barely.
Donk almost lining up the 2, but Nico just getting that quick headshot through, denies him. And you can see the kind of lightning behind Donk as he decides to sprint across. But it's not the Donk that runs in and gets 2 headshots in this case, and unfortunately, that's just not the Donk you get when he plays versus G2. Confident in his pregame interview that this was going to be different, but it is unfortunately for Spirit a lot more of the same. Magic's 1v4 denied. We go 11-5 up for G2, and it's another one of these dominant outcomes slowly being put forth.
And we got everyone on the board positive here for G2. Is that what we're seeing? Hallie in the mix.
Can we get that scoreboard up by chance? Thank you.
My goodness.
G2, every player positive.
Every player positive. Is that the first time in history?
Looks good, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Ain't no sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it. Okay, it's a messy buy. We got a couple 3 Galils, in fact. Donk's the only AK. No one's really been helping that much on Spirit. Shiro's had a couple of good, important rounds.
Yep, 2 clutches.
2 clutches. A few strong op shots.
There we go.
There he is. Donk versus Nico.
Finds him through the smoke towards window. Nico knows what he signed up for. As Donk looks around for second servings, nobody else from G2 really giving him a target. Moving around quietly instead, putting the smoke down. Chopper keeps eyes on, just making sure there's no activity behind this. And he's not alone. He's drawing Magix back from B and Donk back from stairs. This is going to turn into a 3-player push top middle by the looks of it. Or, I've seen this before. They set up outside of that B site, and then Chopper at a moment is going to try to jump across the angle.
But this is Modesty holding a little bit wider. He can actually track this. Yeah, before it was Zywoo way far back on a sliver, so you could only watch it.
Yep, and last time it worked. This time, it puts pressure on Spirit to get into the B site with nobody actually succeeding out mid. What was man advantage goes 4v4. Malbs, bit of pressure through smoke, but not panicking. Capitalizing as Donk was throwing out util, but the young gun survives. Oh, there's the headshots. That's what you've been waiting for. Hunter applies pressure into Dark, dealing with the player on the back line, and as he goes looking for more, he'll falter. There's damage coming through as Donk and Shiro sit on 10 health a pop. But this is Spirit cracking into the B bomb site. Yes, sure, Chopper doesn't get the success in middle that we saw versus Vitality, but Donk doubles down.
That's the perfect example of setting up in a post plant where they've got the smoke down on the right side. They have players holding down the other choke points for him, so he can focus forward on the only gap. And he can just stand there and play it like a violin. Every single time someone walks in, a little jiggle, a swing, a headshot. And that puts Donk in a perfect spot, obviously, where he's set up to succeed. The first one, stroke of luck. He gets Nico through the smoke. He's still looking for the fight, but happy to get that guy out of the game early, so he doesn't come in for the trade. Spirit survive. They get much better guns this time around, and it's the sort of round that you want to see for Donk specifically, but it's not enough to give Spirit odds in this game. They need to prove a little bit more.
Shoot. It's a game of millimeters. Snack scooping up a little bit more utility, taking an additional smoke over towards long A so that it frees up the Nico Monacy duo towards middle. That's a lot of firepower here. And there's definitely an approach. Chopper at the front of it. Missed shot from Monacy, and it's covered. Donk gets the headshot to Nico. Swap out from Monacy's good damage, but Donk again doubling down.
Yeah, that's 2 key frags.
And we weren't getting those instantaneous headshots out of the gate, but now he's starting to connect them in multiple rounds. And if he can string those together, Spirit are going to start to get something underneath them on this T side. 30 seconds to the clock. Bomb, of course, can go into the A site with no contest. Donk giving critical cover to get Spirit 1 round closer.
They're going slow, but there's no CTs here to really fight. They're going for the long save back and spawn. It's about Donk's trade, it's about Donk's cover as well, and this is a more honest duel where Nico even has the advantage swinging out into him. Perfectly held. Monacy, 2 shots missed in a row. That doesn't happen very often, so they'll have to count their blessings, but at least they got those. The setup was actually, I think, pretty nice for G2. It could have easily been Monacy's first frag, Donk trying to trade him, Nico killing him from the side. Instead, it comes down to that first miss.
And every drop in the bucket that goes back to the favor of Donk over Nico in the head-to-head is going to slowly erase that narrative that Nico's got his number.
Yeah, but he's like 2-1 down. It's a lot. It's going to take a while. A few games for sure.
Definitely.
It's interesting because Nico is, you know,
but 1 by 1.
he's like top 5 still in the year. So he's still around the right numbers, but
yeah, kind of traditionally where you find the best rifler of the year.
yeah.
Donk
Now we
in
got
this
2
case is the
riflers in top
anomaly.
5. It's awesome.
Hell yeah. Uncharted territory
CS2 for life.
in 2024.
Bro just really he's really just paying attention, you know? He's got so many ideas ready all the time. Let's see what those ideas are.
Well, don't pull out the big guns, because G2 aren't. 2 M4s that they saved in the round prior. A couple flashbangs for Monacy. We're going to get an outer B hit out of the gate by the looks of it. Everybody grouping up for the pop, but it's not the kind of close setup from Spirit that should get too punished. Chopper keeps his head down. Magix departs. Decides to come back for a second, but there's no immediate follow-up from G2. They're not going to all die on that hill. They might still even have time to go join Snacks. Yeah, this is a very quick transition coming out from G2. It's exactly what you want to do on a round where you're just working with the double rifle.
It's still, you know, even with 5 players here, if they have main control and this much time, all the utility, still should be so hard to hold. So let's see how it plays out.
USP goes down for free. And the M4's not much better luck. Hunter, single frag. All that's going to come forward for G2 in this one. Team Spirit, 3 rounds. All that separates them from G2.
Yeah, like the winning spot is you got one guy Kate, you got one guy close left, you have one guy on the pillar, you have maybe one guy push main, you got the early fight, then you have a chance. But from those rotator spots, the protocols are obviously too solid here for Spirit to let that one drop. So can't put it past G2 to lose every eco. They're going to pull one out every once in a while, but that one, it seemed like they'd have to wait till next round. It's 11-8, full buy-in for G2. And this game becomes real now if Spirit can pull this out.
Had a couple important moments on that mid-bridge as Spirit's T-side has unfolded to both the success and shortcoming of G2, but now it's just a whole ton of smokes and an early support system for Snacks. Nico trying to move down into the A site, but still keeping eyes on mid, right? Uncertainty is the problem here for both teams on mid. Snacks starts dumping some utility with 3 players on the other side of all that. They're gonna keep fighting for A main. 4 now. Looking to join forces with Bomb, but Nico's going to take an angle too. Again, mid is a problem. You can see m0NESY moving back, trying to think about the possibility. Still, camera's compromised, but G2 seemingly running that risk.
Looks like a good move from Nico. They did want to come back into this. Block comes through, and that could elicit another piece of utility drawn, but Hunter actually wise to keep it in his hands, knowing they haven't set up yet.
Yeah, step 1, keep your nades. Step 2, don't die to a peak like that. Suddenly then, it's going to draw m0NESY off middle.
They're still going back A.
Things get unraveled.
You would have liked to see Spirit with some mid-control early on to help with this situation, but Nico, everyone just dies. What just happened?
That's Donk, baby, gets the head-to-head. Another drop in the bucket, followed up by the Shiro op shot.
No.
We want to talk about fun duos, man. You know,
That's
Donk
crazy.
and Shiro are supposed to be the counterparts of Nico and m0NESY.
Definitely.
And it was that huge out-of-nowhere signing, Shiro departing the Cloud9 project to join the likes of Donk, to join forces with a Prodigy. In this round, it is the talent that shines through.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. That was the system working at its finest there. With all the pressure in place, it looked like G2 were making a ton of right steps. Hunter holding his utility, Nico blocking the push. But what they didn't anticipate was that it was actually going to end up on the same site that they pushed him out of. Spirit were happy to be patient. And it had to be sort of the instant headshots. Donk in these last few rounds.
After a slow start.
Yeah, very slow.
You know, you brought it up. There was a lot to be desired over towards that B site with the way he just kind of felt. He felt like leashed, like tied to the back of the obelisk. Much more freed up on the T side as you'd expect, and much more successful in the process. Helps, of course, that Shiro is landing shots and clutching rounds. The 2 things that you would hope he brings to the table.
And he had a great first half.
Yep. No denying Shiro has done his job so far tonight. Can he keep it going as that lead begins to evaporate? 4 rounds straight out of Spirit.
Full anti-eco.
2 the difference and a free round queued up. G2 even do.
Yeah, they've been crafty mid setups. They just don't have like the utility right now. I think. Okay, at least the flash nearly did something.
Whoa, careful. Don't write off Nico's deagle. 5-7 goes down.
Oh, that was a collad, I think.
Shiro slides out. Nico nearly dead, but still alive and kicking. 2 health's enough for Nico.
Oh, nice shot
Especially
from Malbs. 2-on-2 now.
with Malbs on the other side. Bomb is still back in spawn. Donk's going to scoop that up. We've got total A control.
Zontix.
And Zontic's going deep. Will find the headshot. Doesn't get caught off guard by Nico. That's enough to, again, just secure the plant. Let Donk come and join you, you'd think, but there's hesitation here to which direction Donk commits.
Well, Malb's last seen on this push towards Donk, and now Zontix can chill, and he's hoping to get contacts so Donk can just simply run into the site. Either way, it looks like it's going to be a fine situation as Zontix gets out of there. Malb's chasing ghosts right now.
Good read by Zontix. Confirms there was still somebody nearby with the Molotov to camera. Now Malbs is going to go running back over to the B bomb site where utility confirms, yeah, he left. And Donk just slow burns bomb into the plant. So Malbs will scoop up an AWP.
Not bad.
Definitely worth the save as Spirit, sure enough, one step closer and one step away from a tied game at 11.
Yeah, that leads vanished, and at one point you had everyone on G2 in the positive. Now Nico's actually starting to lose that edge. Donk somehow has just cleared it.
He was so confident in the pregame, said he had figured out what he needed to do in order to stop it.
Yeah,
Didn't want to tell us what the secret was.
He looked really enthusiastic about the thought. He didn't really look like he was just selling you a bill of goods. He felt like he was like, yeah, I'm like kind of like looking forward to showing you. So
I felt bad because that enthusiasm didn't match the start of the game, but he has come into his own throughout the T side, and now we're getting that. All while remaining rational. His job's not done. Despite them being on fire, Team Spirit trailing by 1, and the guns come back out for G2. Is it OT secured, or is it tied game going into 23? Deep op peek from Monacy trying to change up positions. We've seen him support towards middle, but him and Malbs going deep.
I love these mid setups. They can feel very scary. Right riflers can be extremely hard to deal with. Wonder if they have an inkling of this push. Donk walking up underneath it, and yes, he will suss this out quickly.
No support from Monacy.
Yeah,
He had already given up that doorway.
No safe way to do it if you're not going to hold.
A lot of utility here for Nico as well, so he knows he'd run a risk if he wants to try to take any kind of peek. So they're just going to bank on Monacy holding it, and he will. Shiro walks into the scope. Oh, fast chase.
To the head.
He knows what he wants, and he goes ahead to take it for the man advantage. Fast move from Nico, but he gets caught off guard from the immediate re-peek of Zontix. Sure, presence over towards Long, but Hunter is given a chance to slot in behind Plat unnoticed.
Now, the question is, do they even have to go here? They must know now that most CTs are in these exact rotation spots. They've cleared out water behind them. It's just a matter of, do they want to waste the time? But if they come in, there's no molly.
Just that chopper smoke. Zontix starting to size up the site again, turning back behind him. No presence shown anywhere else from G2. Everything feels a little too quiet. Hunter goes for the peek to get yet in with impact. Snacks connects his. Spray from the back. Plat denied. Zontix down. And Snacks to clutch for 12.
Okay, he'll grab it. Was there a flash there that someone dropped? I don't even know what happened. All we know is Snacks won the clutch. Was Zontix not blind right there? What happened?
Zontix, it was weird. He like pulled back after one.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay. Oh, it's an underhand flash from Snacks into the repeat.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Snacks hits him with the old razzle-dazzler.
Yes, and that is to guarantee overtime.
And that's sketchy, because to throw that flash, you give up the possibility of the instant trade on Hunter.
Definitely.
So you better hope it works.
Yeah.
Or else you lose that clutch. Oh, man.
He was perfect today.
He puts it on the board. 13 and 14 Snacks as he adds a clutch to the G2 camp, and they take 12 off the back of it. So far, clutches had really been Shiro's, but again, it's numbers advantage towards this B site for G2, but As I say that, there's actually a departure, and Malbs is the first casualty of the round. Spirit, they sense a chance.
no.
Donk comes in, double headshot, and that third player nowhere to be found.
Literally full power here. Donk just multiple instant headshots on full buys over and over again. Last round, I think he only got one. Maybe that wasn't quite enough, but another two straight up running forward as if he's playing a pre-fire map. 2 quick targets down like bowling pins, and now it'll go to round 24. Let's run that back. No chance.
You know, those are the kinds of instant headshots that you'd hope to see when we go back to the... Remember the round when he gets across into the bomb site? Up close versus Nico. He pushes past Plat into 3 players, but he doesn't get any of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, that's how foolish things can look when it's not instant headshots. But then you see what he has kind of thrown himself onto everybody's radar with. Moments like those, dude. That is the donk that Spirit need.
Yeah, that's why even at this level, there's differences in aim. Like everyone thinks that, you know, to be a pro player, you just got this peak level aim, and then everything else is decision making. But you can see how it's just aim diff over and over again in so many of these duels.
And it's funny because there's so many different variables that players bring to the table in terms of like composure and clutch and communication, utility, support. But at the end of the day, if you've got the aim, screw all the other stuff. You can do that. Communication.
Or more specifically with the other stuff and the aim, you're like untouchable. Doesn't matter how smart the other guy is.
Yep.
But it's fickle, you know, relying on something like aim, and that's why you don't do that as much. That's why Nico stays sustainable and consistent for so many years, because of crosshair placement and other things.
Fine-tuned mechanics. Overtime on the line, Spirit. Can they bank on Donk to pull that off again?
I think it simply comes down to if they set him up right.
Taken over mid with no resistance. Monacy blinded, has to offer up a cross. Oh, Chopper thought he could walk back into that, but Monacy ready. You gave him the warning sign, and he's good to go. Donk tries to then just tear up the same route into the B bomb site. Why not?
Nothing.
He's done it multiple times. He can very well do this yet again, and Magix is going to offer up a helping hand.
Must be Hunter.
He leans back with fire at his feet. Donk out in the open, dead. So Shiro comes through with a little impact, and a fake plant once. He gets stopped. Nico straight up blasted back by Magix. Man advantage here for Spirit, and a commitment off of the bomb plant with coverage on both sides. Monacy slips up. Does he have it in him? It's overtime on the line, in a post plant, in a 1v3. And they don't know where he's at. He peeks wide, and no, sir. It's the perimeter's held back. Magix can't believe it. Him and Zontix cover, and we go OT.
Yeah, OT after all that. That was incredible from Magix. That first kill, I don't think he even saw anything. I think he poked through the smoke on the perfect lineup. Yeah. Oh, wow, that's how he did it. Oh my God, he killed Nico that way too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hence his reaction.
Yeah, a little fortunate there, but they'll take it to make it to overtime. It's not like it wasn't where he wanted to aim, but of course, had to be on that shoulder peak, pre-fire, nasty stuff.
And the second one running blind into the corner.
I mean, after the rounds that Donk have given the team in the last few. So, overtime to settle it. Allie's smiling about it.
Hallie's really got uncle energy.
Big unk.
And you can tell when he's disappointed with the team. But a little smirk like that, I think, goes a long way when Donk is sitting pretty 22-17. And I mean, Donk's entries into that B site, that's why Spirit were able to maintain T-side momentum. That's why they're in OT now. That and a little sprinkle in of pizzazz from Magic. Shiro ready for that?
Wow. They did read it the one time, but the last time they routed to kill Malbs first. Here they prepare for the Monacy push. And Mobs is still out here, which is actually kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, they cleared it. They cleared it perfectly. That's Mobs just crossing his toes that they forgot something.
This first round of overtime just reeks of preparation. It's a great read.
I really feel like Spirit are looking forward to trying CT side again. That's the kind of energy that I'm getting from them. Yeah. We have to look at comparison of stock CT to T side at this point because like 22-7 looks okay, but you watch the whole game.
Oi, hold on. Oh, it's a clean start, but there it is. Okay, Zontic's still just gonna pick up a bit of slack because running 2 players through smoke with a Molotov that bounces off of the wall awkwardly could have gotten worse. Nicely done from Zontix. Haven't really had to say his name. Obviously him alongside Magix in that last round push us to OT, but this one is more critically all him to recover that commitment into A.
We saw like back at, oh my God, that's how he held. Oh my God, that's more than insane actually.
Shiro.
That was just a straight flick. He had less than an inch of gap. That was actually all Modesty all day. Unreal reaction out of Shiro.
An instant Halley timeout off of the round win. His one and only in overtime. Calls it right away.
I think that makes sense. They don't have to use them for CT, so whatever it takes to get 2 here on T side. Now, as for G2, the game plan could have been just good enough right there. They had Modesty in the right spot. I mean, looking at it from his perspective, like, oh, Zero's waiting for him. But really, Modesty had a huge advantage now that we watch back the replay. So it's not as if G2 don't have the setups or the ideas. Modesty having a great game.
But Spirit bring their best. They've done it all T-side long back in regulation. We get a reminder swiftly as to what Shiro can bring. It's one thing when he's in the clutch, but to open up 5v4 with that flick of the wrist doesn't make Modesty's job easy. So he repositions this time around, tries to take the boost on Snacks, but doesn't make contact. Zontix, gets
Clean.
found out on the side of smoke. Nicely done here from Snacks, trying his absolute damnedest to break that curse. 36 maps in a row with a negative KD. Will it be 37? Quality, not quantity, perhaps, as he picks up a critical 5v4 opening through smoke. 40 seconds.
Okay.
And again, this fixation from Spirit on mid.
Eco spot. You know, it's a very committed position. Comes down to whether or not he pops out at the right time. If he commits here, will he get 2? Oh, he could ruin their day.
Looking real good. Pops up, does indeed get a double. Chopper finds the return frag. Then there's problems for Chopper because body's on A and bomb down in the process. That is all Nico. And what do you know? It works.
That's excellent. So late into the round to be sitting there and just having an inkling that maybe they try this walk up. Grabbing 2 is job finished. And Snacks with the 2K on the round as well. That puts him at 16. This could be it, Connor.
Could be.
This could be it. The curse could be broken.
Don't get ahead of ourselves.
I always cheer for streaks to go on as long as possible, but this is not a positive one.
Yeah, this is one of those ones we want over. Zontix did no harm, no foul. Did not deserve for the wrecked, but Snacks 2 kills on the round as well to close it out. Modesty staying stoic. We go back and forth. G2 show that this fight ain't over. Mob's about to get aggressive outside of B. There's a lot of bodies on the other side. Flash is good. He gets one, but Donk doubles down. And that was what got the ball going into that B site so regularly in regulation. What do you know? Zontic's ready for the drop of Nico. That same play worked previously for Nico. This time it's predicted, and this time it's Spirit to go up 4v2. Smokes come over top of the wall. 3-player pack on long, ready to go. Monacy's gonna have to show us some fireworks, and he's gonna have to do it alone! Just like that!
Okay.
Ready for more!
Make it a movie.
With 2 more players ahead, nobody can stop it! Oh my god! Lightning, the Flash, and Thunder!
Disgusting. Save Donk for last. And we got it on film.
This first, when he hits that, you know he's got it all.
That was revenge for what Shiro did to him.
God, I love that reaction. He can't believe how good he is. 23 and 16 off the back of that one. Beautiful. The kind of individual level that we are absolutely hoping for when G2 and Spirit lock horns. Not only do we get this back and forth head-to-head between Donk and Nico, but now Monacy's bringing it. And with the quick trade out towards middle, Nico gonna try to keep moving forward here. Chopper falls all the way back.
And one for Monacy. What was that? Holding down the push. Donk back to his usual position. This is more where you want to see him play from. Where does the round end? That's the question. They peeled out of the A side entirely. They pulled the goalie. G2 could have an easy walk-in if they've got the right read. Things have ended B very consistently, but this time it looks like the split is going to avoid the CTs. But look what Donk finds. He runs the perimeter. They don't see anybody out here. And now suddenly Shiro will have a heads up. A really important tip. And just like with Monacy, he might be in place to cut this off a little bit too quickly. Donk from behind as well.
Yep. Keeping that pressure on quietly. Was hit 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think
the activity is constant, the pressure is high, and Donk delivers. Denying Monacy any chance to get impact here as 15 is right ahead of G2, but they've been corralled into an A site. A walk-through smoke from Chopper.
What?
Nico just takes his head off easy, and we go back 2v2.
They have to get the bomb down.
Oh, Shiro's caught. Donk's gonna try to keep going, but they know, and he still prevails. The head-to-head over Nico. How has he managed to take that one back? Fire at the feet, but prevails. And it's 15 G2 first.
Oh, Chopper walked through the smoke. Donk was out there with him. Wait for your best guy to go through.
The fact that Donk walks through smoke
and still gets the kill.
That's the crazy part.
And then
does what Chopper wishes he could.
Oh, look how frustrated he is. That was that could be the match in hand. Look at the setup as Donk swung through main and got the information so quickly. They could have waited for this plant to go down. They didn't want to do it together. And Donk left in another clutch situation. That's just too much to handle.
Nobody pounces on the flash, but the numbers are here for Spirit.
They're going fast into this play. 3 players here, though.
Up close on Jail. Hunter tries to pounce, and he will prevail. Donk's dead, and with Donk's dead, who's going to pick up that slack? It's Magix with the AWP in the middle of it all, and he can't even track the player push. Chopper dead at the hands of Mobs, who stands tall to deliver alongside Monacy. Finally, Donk gets the better of Nico, and G2 still tap in with another great rifle. Mobs to make the difference, perhaps. We go 4v2 into the post plant. G2 surviving the test into overtime off of the back of Monacy heroics.
He's always got one of these amazing entry rounds at the end of a game.
Zontic's clipped, and poor Shiro waits out the smoke. He offered up the clutches to push us to OT, but this one too much to ask. Monacy
COVID in regards to other ones, because it's the only one that everybody has a COVID story. Like, we experienced it as a planet together. Everybody, we could go to any parts of the world and we can all explain or share our thoughts on like what happened, how we handled it, how our country handled it, how our government handled it, how our friends and family handled it, and all the trauma and all the things that we all went through. It's literally the only thing I can think of, because even in the Great World Wars, there was countries that kind of stayed out of it or were neutral or didn't have a personal experience, maybe were spectators throughout the whole conflict. So this is the only thing I could think of that, I know of that everybody on the planet went through. And yet, like, even though I'm saying like it's never too late to see the light, I still have some hostility against some people who had some hostility against myself and probably, and people like you who were trying to, I don't want to sound like a religious scholar, like save them. I wasn't trying to save them, but I was trying to help them see what was going on. And I got a lot of pushback. And I also feel like a lot of people got exposed in regards to, like, there's friends of mine that I'm like, okay, you're my friend when things are going well. But when shit hits the fan, for lack of a better term, like, you will turn on me. Like, I'm not certain that you wouldn't turn on me, or if I was in hiding from some imperial government that's overreaching, you wouldn't throw me under the bus and let them know that I'm hiding out in the house next door. Do you have that feeling? Like, is there still some hostility?
Yes. I mean, it's hard not to, as you say, when you see what people will really react like when things get real, then yeah, you have to at least take that into account. And not even in a vindictive sense, but just from okay, this is who you are. You've shown part of your character with regards to this. So there's that. I actually feel I'm more upset about the idea that people who were demonstrably wrong on their takes, really everything pre-COVID and then up to COVID, and were wrong at the beginning of COVID and were wrong about it, but then they saw the light. Okay, great, yeah. But now people act as if those people who were all the way wrong all this time, but now suddenly starting to get things right. And it's like, I'm going to follow that guy rather than the people who have been talking about this since before it happened and were completely right the whole time. That's what I find a bit galling. Again, look, it's not even about a personal vendetta or something. Like, I don't care about these people as human beings because I don't have a friendship relationship with any of them or what have you. It's just the gallingness of I guess maybe more so than the people themselves, sure, but their followers who will just blindly follow them when they were wrong. Now they're talking about things that may be right, some of them mixed in with some stuff that's still wrong, but whatever, I'll follow them because they're more entertaining to listen to. I don't know. It's a bizarre thing. Anyway, it all just sounds like sour grapes to people who are listening to this conversation, but I think it speaks to actually a really, really important fundamental part of our society, because one of the things that we learned over the craziness of this scandemic is just how absolutely, completely, vitally important the free flow of information is and independent thought on issues like this. Whether you agree with all of my takes or all of Ricky's takes or any individual person's, the idea that they can and will squash anyone who is not in line with what the government authorities say is the right thing. Again, anyone who goes along with that and is happy with that has revealed their true character. It's not about whether or not you personally believe that the government was right in every step that it took all along. Even if they were, that still should give you pause for thought when they start squelching and censoring people's right to say what they want to say on these issues. I think that's a pretty important fundamental part of human society. And so, I don't know, let's be as Machiavellian as possible. We are the arch planners of this New World Order, Great Reset. We want the public, as the Great Resetters over at Davos have been saying for years now, we need them back on board. We need to rebuild trust in institutions. How are we going to do that? Hey, we've got all these well-known mainstream media faces. How about we, what do you even call it? It's not whitewash, it's not greenwash. whatever, independent wash these faces, and now they're online independent media entities, and they're talking about all this fun, stuff, aliens and what have you. They're totally truth tellers now, guys. You can trust them. And the next time, whatever happens. Oh, war in Iran? Yeah, we got to go and get those Iranians. Again, there will still be millions and millions of people who follow these people. That's what I'm concerned about. Maybe I'm off my rocker.
Well, I agree with you. There's always a concern. Like everything seems to be a psyop, so it's almost like everybody's guilty until proven innocent. I'm gonna assume everything's a psyop until I can that it's not a psyop. I kind of go into a lot of things with that mentality. But I also understand, like in my own personal life and people close to me, that there have been people that really would never entertain a conversation with me about vaccines and vaccinate their kids, or entertain this idea of like, a elite that or depopulation or eugenics or any of these things, or fluoride, or what, or the fact that big food and big pharma is trying to kill people. These were not conversations I would have, on a normal basis with people that, for lack of a better term, are normies. And now they are. And there's a lot of people that have woken up to the fact that, well, I mean, personally, I don't know how you could experience what you experienced through 2020 and so on and not wake up. But there's people who, didn't. But there are many people who did. And I want to believe that maybe it's not just in my personal life, maybe in media, there's also been some people who have woken up, like a Russell Brand or a Tucker Carlson or whoever it may be, you want to put in that category. But maybe there's a slight chance that they also were kind of blinded to how the world really works, and maybe naive, maybe whatever, term you want to use. And it's possible that they experience the same thing as some of my close friends and family that are now much more open-minded to these other topics. I mean, do you think that could be a possibility in some of these cases?
It certainly could. Let's shift the focus of the conversation. I mean, fundamentally, this isn't about media. This is about how human beings are experiencing this. And I think one of the ways that we can see that most clearly is through the political fissures that have formed in society that, I don't know about you, but certainly throughout my life, I've never seen anything quite like this. It really isn't about left and right. In the American context, Democrat, Republican, Canadian context, liberal, conservative, Japanese context, LDP, DPJ. Anyway, it's not about those traditional political divides. It is, I think, more and more about people. I mean, to put it in the scamdemic terms, people who saw through the scamdemic and people who didn't, or people who were willing to question what they were being told by authority versus people who were not willing to question. And as you say, there are people who have come through the craziness of the past few years with their belief in authority and the government and what they did was right and all of the stats and trust the science and all of that intact. But it really does seem like that's like a different society. You don't I won't say you don't belong in the same society as me, because that's not the right way of framing that. But we don't live in the same world. If you went through all of that and you still believe everything that you believed in 2019 and 2024, I don't know what to say to you even. And I think that is the fracture point that we can see society fracturing along. And it's not so much about left and right. It really is about whatever, some sort of ability to question authority, to question what is being told, versus people who will never question it, or seemingly never. I mean, maybe there is a breaking point for everybody, but I don't know how much worse it would have to get than what we saw during this pandemic. So I think that is the real divide that is taking place here. And how does that work itself out? Not just politically, but socially and everything else. Well, I guess we're finding that out gradually. But weirdly enough, scamdemic, that was like 2 years ago. Stop talking about it. Who cares? I already get that response from some people. So I don't know. I don't even know what to say to people like that who just want to kind of forget it and not talk about it. Probably because they recognize that there is something truly fundamentally transformed in terms of the public discourse over the past few years, and they just don't want to deal with it. There's a lot of things swirling around like that.
Yeah, I think ignorance is bliss for many people. where they'd rather almost live in a world where it's like, okay, I know this isn't I live in a world that's sheltered and maybe not doesn't represent exactly how the world works, but I'm happier this way, and I can smile, and I can, and I think the other option, taking the red pill, it can be scary. And
Yeah.
I also think it could have something to do with trauma. Like, I think there's a lot of people
Mm.
have been traumatized.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike, I just recently I was talking to my wife about this, about how, our kids were a little bit on the younger side. My son was born 2015, my daughter in 2016. We had friends over the house all the time. We watched tons of TV, always, went out to the park, did as much as we could do without getting in trouble, and homeschooled, but tried to get them in sports and to keep them around other kids and whatnot. And I'm like, if they were just a little bit older, because I'm like, they were young enough where they didn't quite understand exactly what was going on. Like, now my son's, a little bit older. My daughter's a little bit older. Like, we're having much deeper conversations about the world.
Yeah.
Like,
Right. Yeah.
right now, I think it would have a permanent effect on them. And maybe, there's still some effects that I'm not quite seeing yet, or maybe we just did a job of making it seem as normal as possible. But I wonder if it's like the world went through this traumatizing situation, and like a lot of humans deal with trauma, is they hide it in the back of their subconscious.
Yeah.
And they don't they don't visit it until they, they have to, or whatnot. And that, I mean, that goes into, it's funny because there's this psychologist that really had this interesting take on trauma, and how they think that people are revisiting it too often. Like, that psychology can actually be harmful, like a way of dealing with it. Like, it's almost, like, we look at it as like, oh no, you got to revisit it, you have to talk about it all the time, and you have to, and it's like, as you know, like, if I am sharing with my wife something that happened at work, where I was getting in an argument with somebody and there's tension, while I'm telling the story, I'm reamping that tension again. It's almost like I'm reliving it, right? And I can feel myself getting. It's almost like when I talk about COVID. Like, there's times on the show where I'm like revisiting what happened, and I can feel myself getting upset again. And so I can also see how constantly revisiting something and like bringing out those emotions again, like, it gets to a point where it almost becomes harmful, right? It becomes counterproductive, because now, like, maybe it's there's some pros and cons of like keeping it locked away, and also some pros and cons in talking about it. And I think maybe with COVID, there's some people, that's kind of how they're dealing with it. It's almost like pretending it didn't exist, which does make me a little upset. And let me also, we talked about the people who were cowards and didn't come out and say things because it was difficult, because they're worried about getting banned, because they're worried about getting censored, they're worried about being judged by their friends and family, all these things. But we should also I don't think we give enough credit to people like yourself and many others in the community that wasn't afraid to talk about these things. Like, we could talk about JFK, we get to have different opinions on 9/11. Like, there isn't a whole lot of backlash if we have if we push back against the mainstream narrative. But at that time, like, don't let people forget, like, in our personal lives, our opinions was having an effect on our friendships, our family relationships, in our community. Like, it was having real life consequences, speaking out. And the people who did it when it was the most difficult, like, I can't thank you guys enough, because honestly, I could do it because you guys did it. Because, like, sometimes I think about that, how, like, the same way listeners would reach out to me, and I'm sure they reached out to you, saying that, like, hey, thank you for making me feel sane. Well, guess what? Like, there's other people in the community that were also helping me, because when I was saying, like, this doesn't make sense, and how are people accepting this explanation? This explanation, it has no logic, makes no sense. And then I hear you say it, and then I hear Jason Burma say it, and then I hear Ryan Christian from The Last American Vagabond, and I hear Richard Grove, and I hear all these people. I'm like, oh, I'm not going crazy. Like, what I see is actually doesn't make sense, and I'm not the only one seeing it. So it's like,
Yeah.
We all helped each other, and it also.
Which, I mean, can you imagine if that had taken place 20 years ago, before there was really an online media to speak of? The only thing you would have heard about the scamdemic, all you would have heard about it, other than from your immediate close friends and family, would have been through corporate media. And so you would have heard the one and only line that people were allowed to say. And you wouldn't have even heard. If there was some dissenter that was speaking out, they would have been immediately censored and you would never have heard any of that. So, it's interesting the time that we're living through. And yeah, I mean, sometimes it reoccurs to me, the sort of the magnitude of what happened there. I mean, I will never have another documentary that will be seen by 1 million people ever again, because YouTube took away my audience, as it were. I'm not even upset, because I never expected that. I mean, it was an enemy weapons platform that I was using to get the word out, and I was able to do that for almost 15 years or whatever. So yay, good. But I never expected it would last. But anyway, that's gone, because I wouldn't shut up. And I got all the warnings and strikes, and you better not talk about this stuff. And I kept talking about it. And I wasn't going to use code words or hide behind anything. I couldn't even imagine doing that. It wouldn't have been me if I had done that. Okay, well, guys, it's cornholio disease, and don't get your carrot juice and whatever. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk like a 3-year-old babbling child and try to do the tap dance around the authoritarians. I'm just not. And if that means I will never reach 1 million people again, oh well, it was fun while it lasted. But, let's go back to that keyword trauma, because actually you talking about that does put into perspective something that I very, very, very seldom consciously think about, because, like the fish swimming in water, you never think about the water. I grew up in a loving, supportive household with 2 parents who loved me and took care of me and put food on the table, roof over my head. We had a loving, supporting family, and they encouraged me, and they were wonderful to me, the best parents anyone could ask for. And that's something I hardly ever think about, because doesn't everyone have that? Isn't that the way it is? But no, of course, there are people who deal with trauma that they have had inflicted in them in their childhood from their parents or guardians or people that they trusted most, have had that trust violated, stepped on by narcissistic abusers, whatever. And, that's the kind of thing you're not going to just get over and just move on. It's going to affect you and the way that you approach things in life. So, it's one thing to stand in judgment of people who will never question authority, but who knows what happened to them in their childhood that put them in that frame of mind or what have you. And how do you, rather than lecturing and wagging your finger at such people, how do you get them to process that trauma? Because you're right, yeah, there's a difference between just revisiting trauma over and over and over and over, re-traumatizing yourself every time, and actually processing trauma. Because, yeah, I don't think you should just hide it away and pretend it never happened. But what is the point, for example, of telling your wife about the day that you had and the interaction and whatever? It's not simply just to relive the trauma again. It's to try to process it, to try to put it in some sort of frame and narrative and understand it, and then think about, well, how can I approach this differently in the future? And so there is a productive way to approach that. And there are less productive ways of just revisiting trauma and getting re-traumatized every single time. So, I'm not much of a psychotherapist, so I'm not going to be able to do that. And of course, in this type of platform where we're talking to however many people that we don't know and have no idea, we're not looking at them, we're not talking to them. So how can we do that? That's the kind of thing that has to be done on the one-on-one level with friends and family. But anyway, there's a lot of situations out there. And yeah, mea culpa. I think myself and probably other people probably shouldn't be so finger waggy at every single person, because again, a lot of people are dealing with trauma on a level that I can't even really properly comprehend.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think that some of those people who just went along with the narrative and didn't push back, like you said, they're a product of their environment. Their parents were probably the exact same way. They went to school. They were told, always listen to teacher, never ask, too many questions, don't push back, don't talk back, all these things. I mean, my wife's like that, and her father's a great person. She comes from a great supportive family, but they've always been rule followers, right? So like when we're at the grocery store during COVID and there's nobody in the grocery store and there's arrows pointing in the opposite direction that I'm walking, she's telling me not to go down the aisle, and I'm like, I don't give a F. I'm like, it's right there. I'm not going to walk all the way around. There's nobody, I'm the guy who, when there's nobody around and there's a light, the light's red at midnight or 11 o'clock at night, and there's nobody on the street, I'm going. Like, I don't care. I always say, like, I wasn't brainwashed in school because I didn't pay attention in school. You can't brainwash somebody who's not paying attention. I never paid attention, so it was, but coming from, I mean, I think you have a much different background because obviously I mean, the reason why you end up in Japan was because of education and teaching and whatnot. I'm always curious because I truly do believe that was a part of maybe why I always pushed back, because I didn't really pay attention and I didn't really believe in authority or whatnot. But do you think, like, that's and we've talked about this in the past, like, is it really, can we really just simply say, hey, schooling and this idea of, like, creating this type of human that just regurgitates information, does what they're told, like, is that like the root cause of our issues? But and then you have examples like yourself where you kind of did, I'm assuming paid attention in school, got decent grades because you end up being an educator yourself, and you didn't, get brainwashed. So, like, how does it happen in some cases and not others?
Yeah, it's a good observation, because I think it goes back to the same thing we were talking about earlier. That's not about a left or a right political orientation, and it's not about schooled or unschooled. There is something that's authoritarian and anti-authoritarian, and it manifests differently in different people. I'm the kind of person that's good at remembering names and dates and facts and regurgitating them on tests, so I always did fine in school. I don't think that's a real marker of intelligence, really. It's a type of intelligence, I guess, rote memorization and regurgitation, but that has nothing to do with authoritarian or anti-authoritarian. And I've always been anti-authoritarian inclined. And that manifested itself for me in that I was the kid that always had his hand up to question the teacher, or to say, well, no, you're wrong about that. Or on the test where you're supposed to, I know what the answer is supposed to be, but no, I think it's this. And thankfully, most of the time, with some notable exceptions, most of my teachers were the kind of teachers that actually did encourage that, and that they were appreciative that, hey, this kid's at least trying something different. He clearly knows the stuff, and he's, fighting back against it. Okay, cool. I generally got away with that most of the time. So that actually didn't really set me back. In people, again, this is one of those things where I had loving, supportive parents. I had teachers that generally were encouraging of my anti-authoritarianism. So it actually wasn't a huge setback for me. But I could certainly imagine people for whom that would not have flown. And those types of anti-authoritarians get, downgraded and held back and what have you in the schooling system, simply because their teachers didn't play along with it. Again, it's the million different circumstances that make up our lives. And fundamentally, as I say, I don't think it's about whether you're good at school or whether you're, a Democrat or whatever. It's about whether you are fundamentally authoritarian or not even anti-authoritarian. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but just someone who will question authority. That's something that's just sort of one of those basic fundamental characteristics that I don't think necessarily match up to any other particular characteristic.
Yeah, and typically, like you said, in most cases, people aren't very happy that you're questioning things. I remember getting in trouble at CCD, which is kind of like a Catholic Sunday school, and I would ask questions, and I remember, like, them getting upset with me, and then the lack of answers or the lack of wanting to explore these questions, and just telling me, like, no, this is, it's black and white. This is how it happened, and this is why you should believe this, and whatever. Pushed me away from any type of religion, or I became very, I guess, for lack of a better term, like a atheist or anti-religious for many, many years. And I haven't done the Adam Curry, born again Christian type of thing, but but I definitely have gotten to the point where I've, now I'm just like, okay, I wasn't anti-spirituality or religion. I was really just pushing back against these people who just didn't let me ask questions and whatnot. And then I kind of grouped in organized religion with spirituality, and I just assumed, oh, it's kind of the same thing. So I'm anti all that woo-woo stuff. And now as time goes by, I find myself debating friends of mine that are atheists and kind of like, well, you know, you're saying that, you know, the religious people have you know, they have it all figured out, and how could they have it all figured out? But I'm like, you sound pretty certain with your worldview too, you know, so you sound just as extreme in your views and certain in your views as they do. So you're just you know, you're just on a different team, but you have the same type of blinders per se. So it's wild. But you know, and this goes into before I get off topic, I do want to ask you about, because you did talk about getting banned off YouTube. I also, as my listeners know, got.
Sorry, what was that?
I didn't say anything, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Thought you had a call out you wanted to do.
Oh, that's right. We'll get there. Spoilers.
He's going to shout out his mom.
Yo, Sharon, one time.
Okay. Moms, man. On a tear.
Back at least by donks, but donks? Singular. Donk. There's only one.
Feels like it. Must be two guys.
It's just two little guys in a trench coat.
One guy on the mouse, one guy on the keyboard.
That's donk.
They're like meatbows.
It's two Maui snakes in there.
Just yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Apologizing.
Nico's going to try to slide forward into the same slot that Malbs did out the gate, but CTs have other ideas, and the pressure's good. Donk comes through. All Donk. 3 kills into the round. And you can feel that one. Everybody sizing each other up, but there's still legs in the round. G2, go ahead. Attempt this B hit.
Saw the entries from Hunter last time.
Monacy's going to put that scope up on Catwalk if needed. He was worried about Market, but woof, jumps over. Gets tagged, deals with Donk first, and with Donk down, you're telling me he can't do this? Oh, but he gets a little bogged down by the weapon swapping, and Shiro capitalizes on the moment.
That was insane, man. The level of skill in that duel, you know? How carefully Monacy approached that angle, knowing Donk's holding it, just visualizing, right? He didn't even need visual confirmation. He just needs to imagine it. Knows he's going to get one tap because it's Donk on that position. Right, he's at the perfect peak. It's the level of game that we're playing right now.
The time to kill on the majority of the players in this series has been nothing short of impressive.
It's all frame perfect.
You know, if we get more action like we did back on Anubis, I can see G2 versus Spirit becoming a fan favorite matchup for a lot of people, because what is possible is just on everybody's mind when these 10 players take to the server.
Not gonna lie, I like almost everyone versus everyone right now. Like G2, FaZe, Spirit, Na'Vi. Oh, man. Everyone got these individuals, and, well, he dresses them up in bullets. It's 61 damage on 2 players, but they both don't go down.
Takes 3 players inside of that smoke after he kills Monacy to get the trade out. And he does a bunch of damage too, so well done by Donk. Softens up the bunch. While Hunter sees the walk away, he can't do anything to stop it. So bomb's stuck outside of the A site with majority numbers there for Spirit. They're feeling very comfortable in this round, I think.
Yeah, no one on the CT side really has to move. They've got almost everything covered. Some very standard spots, and Chopper's sort of stuck in Stanwich anyway. Might as well wait. They got connector covered from the back, and Zontic's just one final check on B. Doesn't see anything.
So he starts to leave. Just as they start to exit ramp, Shiro gives up the angle. Chopper's position, though, is going to catch one off guard. Sure enough, Snacks will kill Shiro at the very least.
The Snacks off.
7 seconds, missed quick scope. Trying his damnedest to be Monacy, but those are big shoes to fill. So Spirit getting themselves their second round. Yes, 4-0 start for G2, but we alluded to it. That's the Anubis effect. Now Mirage truly begins as Donk continues to tear up kills in middle, whether that's the T's pushing up to Cat, or in this case, him taking the top mid fight.
Yeah, and even at the bottom of Connector, he did so much damage. The rumors of his demise were exaggerated for sure. He's looking pretty comfortable.
We've seen a few successful single rifle rounds so far this evening, notably back during Liquid versus Vitality. See if Hunter can pull one out of...
Oh, yeah, he can't. Well, that's Nico, but
God damn.
one's been pulled.
That's when you know too many angles. Hunter then capitalizing, climbing up through window. Felt like he wanted to kind of seize that moment last round,
Look
but
at the guns, man. This is still a salvageable position.
Chopper killing Malbs.
It depends on Chopper's awareness right now. He picks his fights properly. He has a couple of easy ones. There are just some big threats on the other side with small guns.
They're playing with him. He's trying to keep his head down as the Desert Eagles ring out all around him. His support's here. Zontic's now from the back and a crossfire setup as Magix moves out. This is definitely savable, salvageable by Chopper, who serves up a great distraction. Nico's going to find another Deagle kill. They know they have him pinned on default, though, but it's Nico and Monacy alive.
Oh.
Nico, come on.
Gave him a good fight right there. The shoulder peek comes in, the plant goes down, and now Magix, at least, they might not be sure exactly where he's coming from. Oh, well, there he goes, getting
He's gonna
spotted.
jump on it, but it's an AK here for Monacy, so Nico trying to move over and not even needed. Triple Deagle round from Nico.
Wow. That was the first and final boss, right? Is the guy that Chopper saw, and then he went to take out two of his friends, and then Nico was still there the whole time, causing problems.
Just sat on that bad boy, waited.
It was just that one shot that brought the attention for Hunter to be able to sneak in through window.
Wonders, what do you think it's like to be talented?
It would be amazing to be able to relate to that. I would definitely be playing. Whoa. Okay. All right. All right. Fair enough. Jeez.
Oh, that's what it's like to be talented. Oh, you get that kind of confidence. Damn.
Donk's trying to explain it.
Nico spitting venom. It's a little bit rude, but screw it. To hell with your feelings. This is the World Finals. G2 are looking to make up for their shortcomings in Rio with a potential second Blast Trophy of the year. Fast track to the semifinals on the line here against Spirit, and right now Monacy just waiting for that cat walkout. That crossfire has been very apparent for Spirit. I think that's why maybe he's waiting for Zontix to make a move, and you can see him shuffling around slightly, but not yet making the mistake as the other pieces of G2 get into position to support Monacy. He's still just going to stay waiting, but then timing. Oh!
Yo!
Nice snap
Another?
from Zontix, and he gets snacks too.
Monster. Truly. Monacy left on 13 HP. Zontix, job done. It's not the best spot to be in here for Magix, but you know what? The MP9 may be better than sitting on the site. And he'll get pushed to the cross. Wanted to take that duel.
Hunter's definitely trying to bring the fight in map 2, especially as he goes up 7-4, but it's Nico to lose out to Donk, and with Donk's 19 points of health, Monacy's still gonna get the better of him. Now, Chopper coming back from ramp. That could catch Monacy off guard. It should indeed. He's got that bomb.
Is it
Planting it front
back
sight. Does it go down
triple?
in time? Oh, it goes down in time. Yes, he dies, but at least it's been planted here for Hunter. Shiro comes up catwalk. Hunter is indeed in a solid spot.
They know it's not Palace. They know he must be around Connector, right? Surely. We'll see.
But he could be jungle. He could be bottom mid for all Shiro knows, and
Sitting
instead,
stairs is pretty crazy.
Hunter makes a
he made
move, but
fast
as he
step.
makes that step, now Shiro's getting closer behind him. He gets wall banged at that. He tries to get around it. He's got a chance to get out, but
Okay.
Shiro chases him down. All's good. Is there a kid?
He should have never come close to winning that after the damage that Shiro did through the wall. Nice try for Hunter.
Right? No kid.
Oh, no kit. Oh, he's got it.
Oh,
Yeah, not even close.
Devilish.
Not even close. Leave it to Shiro. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Hell, he almost had Modesty, and that would have been a hell of a triple kill, straight up.
Ah, I didn't see. Whew.
You can run, but you can't hide, brother. Shiro with another 1v1.
Always trust Shiro in the clutch.
Yep. He brings that to the Spirit formula, there's no doubt about it. A couple of pistols here for the formula of G2 in round 9. Oh, nice kill from Nico, and that's a feather in the cap in the head-to-head versus Donk. Chopper trying to give himself space to work as Magix gets the one and done. So man advantage, and they're starting to set eyes on the site. Shiro's already here though, and Zontix comes running over. What's Snacks heard? And what's he gonna call?
He's not going all the way back into B. I mean, they can reform. I guess they know all the CTs are here now. Their passage over to this site is a little bit more difficult and just annoying. So you'd think worth it for G2 to hang out here, but what's going to happen?
I think 2 players are gonna leave. Shiro sticks around just in case.
That's the guy to leave.
And G2 are gonna find themselves in a 3v1 against Shiro in a moment.
See if he goes top stairs. No. Ooh, okay.
Be a deadly cross. They don't have a smoke grenade for this. They don't have a flashbang
They have a
for it.
molly. They have a molly, but
Shiro's more concerned about middle, and that could be all they need to just get over. Boy. Sanctuary.
not good enough.
And Zontix
The
able to
moment-
get the kill from Cat. Snacks makes his presence known, goes down to 9 HP. Now that's a player unaccounted for.
Oh, they still found him.
And Modesty gets his angle. Mob's gonna try to cross over to Ticket, running the risk of jumping over, but all's good. Again, you know Snacks is removed from the equation for the time being, and Modesty missing shots continues to give Spirit a bit of a chance here. Waiting and not able to deliver this time around. Snacks will be killed, and Mobs was spotted earlier jumping across towards Ticket. Surely, but I guess not. They've lost track of it. Zontix, down
Can't
to a
find it.
second,
No,
misses. Mobs can't slash him and dies after the fact. A robbery from Zontix.
Too far to the left and too far to the right. He was basically holding his hand. That was so close. Such a lucky moment here for Spirit, but look at what was conjured up by Chopper. The kills that he got. Taking out Modesty from top stairs. I thought he was a dead man for sure. Especially after Modesty found his first kill. Like, all right. They've sorted this situation out. Oh my gosh. No sweat.
Damn. Bullet left in the M4, 7 shots in the Deeg, but usually the knife is the guarantee. A little too frazzled, and G2 slip it up. I would like to use this time, however, as an opportunity to remind you that Opera GX is a browser built specifically for gamers. Gamers like Launders, who loves the Elden Ring and Dark Souls series. It's designed to be faster, customizable, and performance-friendly, unlike those lousy standard browsers.
That's perfect. because
Opera GX
I
for
do.
multitasking.
I do gamer, and I play Elden Ring and Dark Souls and Counter-Strike. And
All at the same time.
I can't let my browser get in the way.
It's true. Download Opera GX today. Scout for Nico. What the hell?
That's extremely weird. It does speak to how good Modesty's AK's been, though.
I like the rounds that Nico convinces himself that he's an opera.
Yeah.
Like, and every time he believes in it, I'm ready to believe in it too.
Yes. But nothing beats reality.
Spirit gunning for a tied game at 5. Zontic's been leaving a mark on G2 with the cap plays. He's going to run the risk of going out, but Snacks is going to hold him, keep him honest from down beneath window.
Oh, that
Beautiful
Bulb's
deagle
deagle,
from
man.
Bulbs. It's crazy that he brings deagle firepower to a lineup like G2. You've got to respect it. Climb up from Magic's punished as Hunter.
Another kill in that same spot.
Damn, he really has kind of been like the Zontix of B for G2.
Who even won the last round? Look at the buys that are coming through.
It was that defuse with one player
Yeah,
left.
that's right. That's right.
Sorry, I got you thinking about Opera GX and you forget the round results. Done.
Malbs has talked about and referenced his own deagle. He said they knew about my deagle in NA. Now they're going to see it in Europe.
Hell yeah.
Singapore.
The only better Desert Eagle in North America than JT is Malbs.
What about Twist?
What about him? The two best North American Deagles aren't from North America.
Yeah, true.
6-4, huh, G2? It's nice to see Hunter being able to find, you know, like in a game where we're talking about stars in the spotlight, which isn't a conversation we've had to have about Hunter lately. What do you know? Throws his hat into the ring and posts 10 kills so far in this half. With very critical ones opening up that B site multiple rounds.
Uh-oh.
And Bulbs finds Shiro bottom underpass. That's where that kill went down.
He missed his very important timing on that peak. Shiro, usually really good in that position, but outdone a bit by Malbs, who's just a bit too careful. But what happens here? I mean, are we going to have that we have Snacks pick up a smoke or? Okay.
Picks up a bullet between the eyes. Donk gets the better of him, not afraid of playing in middle. Nico better be careful. He's carrying bomb right now solo. Oh, nope. Malbs is with him.
Just right on him, yeah.
And as Malbs tries to push along the smoke with him, oh, Donk falling, still recovers with the dink after the fact. You find Donk falling with inaccuracy, and he still manages
But they're still going B.
to leave a mark. We get Zontic sliding in behind Van, MP9 in hand, 30 HP. All he's got to work with, or the incendiary at this time in the round could stop them.
They just got to wait for Monacy's
There we go.
Molly.
That'll put a bit more pressure on. Burn some precious time off the clock. They disrespected in the end. Zontix dies out to Hunter, who's able to slide down behind
Wait,
him.
that's a bomb.
Clean 5-7 kill. They've got time to go back, but it does indeed cause a problem. Oh, and it serves up a perfect distraction, but Monacy will still kill Magix.
He's got to go plant.
Very low health, 13 HP, and knows where Chopper was at. 10 to the clock. Does he even go for the plant?
Yeah.
He taps it once to fake it out. Chopper goes and
Okay.
gets the headshot, winning rounds for Spirit.
Yeah, it feels like there was almost no way Chopper had gotten around the other side of the site. So Monacy just tried to get the frag instead, but Chopper played it very well. Just said, I'm going to wait for my time. Sometimes you're nervous. You want to end the round early. You get involved, and then you get killed before the plan even goes down. But well done there from Chopper. This one's obviously key for Magic.
It's a haunted house out here.
Yeah.
For the tie score, Spirit.
Game's so close. Everyone's just been so broke every round.
Here we go, trying to pick up the pace towards Connector. Donk's not having any of that. Take it to the top of the board for Spirit yet again. Nico trying to tap back into that Deagle potential, but a couple missed shots. Monacy finds Zontix on catwalk, prepared for the Donk peek. And then the window player is the one that ends him. Shiro, the third piece of the puzzle. Nico creeps out, doesn't think about... Oh, he looks away.
Missed it. Missed it.
They
Big
both
timing.
miss. Oh, and he doesn't get his kill. Magic still saves it. Shiro lucky to be alive as he takes Deagle shots to the back of the head. Or body, rather. Get this apartments push from Chopper. Another key move from Chopper. I love sometimes the way Chopper plays things. Just slots into the right spot at the right time. It's not always flashy, but it'll put too much pressure on Snacks to handle here. Sitting at the bottom of the board, and sure enough, Spirit surely taking this 6th round. So another moment where Donk goes swinging out of the gate into connector. Another round that could have been if Nico's Desert Eagle does indeed get its target, but ultimately Spirit gonna add 2 rounds to the end to tie this, you'd think. We'll give Snacks the benefit of the doubt. Bomb planted. Chopper gave him that space. Wants his teammates to come through. They're gonna minimize mistakes. It's called clean Counter-Strike. There we go. Done and dusted, as you'd expect. 4-0 the start for G2 as they came out of Anubis with a blistering pace and more individual level. But at the end of the day, Spirit prevail, and this game's still on. Donk indeed doing the damn thing as he holds them back inside a connector and taps into a very clean CT side, all things considered, for Spirit on Mirage. Again, you go down 0-4 at the start of all that. Nothing to be ashamed of on the recovery. Cool, couple heroic moments tried by G2, but you know, we're also talking about a Zontix defuse and a smoke with a missed knife, etc. We got a wild back and forth towards the tail end of the half. We end up 6-6, and the pistol stats, 77% win rate on the pistols.
That's a lot of percentages.
According to Stico. And he thinks it's why.
I hate that charm placement. It's kind of tripping me out a bit for some
honestly,
reason.
you drop me a gun and there's a charm on the end like that.
Oh,
We're not friends.
oof. It's making me feel weird. Wow. Is that going to count, Nico? You're going to count frags like that?
Yeah. Yeah, Nico's like, yep, that's another. He said, got your ass. Ooh, they're going to go interrupt it? Dude, the bomb's not planted. Settle down. Shiro on default, trying to do it all, but he can't. 2 kills is all he gets.
You kind of don't want to let them plant the bomb, though. They're onto something. They knew it was about to get planted. That means one guy's hand's busy. You know exactly where he is. Plus, teammates are on high alert trying to cover him. Get in there.
It's just so disrespectful.
It's true.
What happened to personal space?
But look at this. After 5v4, no personal space.
Nice reaction from Hunter. Woo. Clean little double to bop out the Kovac. But it's all good. And it's another pistol win for G2, keeping them stats nice and high. A trio of Spirit Deagles and a smoke grenade thrown out by Chopper already. That's what's in store for us this time. And don't worry, folks. Snack's got the kit. That's a team player.
It's important.
Just in case.
Oh man, they don't know someone's here. Delpan.
It's okay. It's just a Glock. Oh my god.
He really worked on him.
But it's okay. Snack's got the kit. And with the kit,
that's true.
it's all gonna be good.
Just make sure to keep an eye on him, you know. Make sure you know where he's going, because then if he's over here in B and they go A, and you'll have to be the one to clutch. The guns, though, that's not a problem. Chopper goes to the Deagle. They've got 3 Deagles.
Mm-hmm. One of the M4s in the hands of Zontix. The other one can't be picked up because it's sitting inside a window.
Who would you rather be? I would say still G2. Still playing CT is a fine spot to be, but
Mobs shouldn't get caught by the M4. And again,
it'd have to be a great shot if he jumps up.
there's no Kevlar here either for that M4, so aim punch with the MP9 is going to be very problematic for Zontix. Of course, the peak at some point is going to
There's
elicit
no one on cat,
a
though,
reaction.
so they can actually plant here safely.
Mobs doesn't pounce. Doesn't see anybody on the approach, so now bombs down. Good thing. Snacks bought the kit. And as they push out towards bench, they get 2 of the 4 kills needed, taking back man advantage. Yes, Mobs is low. You got Shiro still, however, in this clutch. Chopper's going to see if he can set him up, but 2 missed Deagle shots doesn't bode well here for Shiro. That kit preoccupied over on connector, dealing death to Chopper. Now you've got Shiro locked in. The kit can get on top of the bomb. The Deagle connects, but he's not thinking about the kit. He doesn't predict it. And so Snacks buys the kit, and it does make a difference.
Yeah, true. It all mattered. They kept an eye on that. Last rotator in, comes in for the slick diffuse, and good retake. I mean, that's why playing CT is so boring, but so useful. Mob just talked about why it's kind of boring for him, you know? Someone who likes to be very, very, very aggressive on CT sides, to sit behind a box. It's just that. It's not that you don't have opportunities to kill. It's just that it's a lot of nothing, then a lot of everything. You're not being active the whole time. You're sort of... And that's what being an anchor is, you know? Just being prepared for your big moment, then being explosive. But it's been great watching him at how effective he is at it, even if he's saying that he's bored. You know, at least he's bored and not bad.
Yeah.
Better to be bored than ass.
Raise a very valid point. A little aggression out connector. Ooh, careful, Nico. Just how much you looking for? Because there's a couple bodies ready for you top mid, and
It's one for Donks, Nico.
yeah, that flash not go deep enough.
Can't flash Donk. Oh, he was turned at. He was playing anti, I think, yeah.
He was good. He's like, are you trying to get aggressive top mid Mirage against me?
That's my country.
Donk's on top of it, and Spirit go 5v4. It's a good thing Hunter's been playing so well throughout that T side, because it's looking like he may indeed have his hands full on B. Unless he leaves before they get there.
Him even showing up here is just going to keep him around, so this works out actually pretty damn well for Spirit, even if he dies.
Kill from Monacy at least. But of course, by the time Hunter realizes what's going down, that B bomb site's gonna have a plant on it. Ooh, Hunter's got a timing though. Yeah. Ooh, and damage on top of that. Donk down to 30.
They underestimated how quickly they could be there.
Is it enough for G2 to try and pull this one off? No, they're already forfeiting the round, and Spirit will be given a 7.
Ooh, and an
going,
extra
Mobs?
gun gets knocked down. That's Mobs. Snacks might want to come grab that in a second if there's not one on the site. Which there should be. Yeah, there was Chopper. This game is so scrappy.
You're dead. Hey, remember that time the bomb exploded and killed all 5 Vitality players?
Feels like yesterday.
The good old days.
It's a timeout for G2. They need to talk to Tass.
This is what happens at 1 a.m., 12 hours out of your time zone. Where am I? How did I get here?
This is the G2 podcast timeout.
Okay.
Totally sane thing to say.
Comes to a close. The buys. Not pretty. Did Snack just get left USP? Oh, they're fumbling it out of spawn. Snacks USP. Monacy keeps his $800. It says, not my problem. Keeps up the jiggle, but he's allowed for him to get really close. Stark contrast to the round prior where Nico's going for the top mid wide swing. Donk's gonna disrespect that. You think a smoke is gonna stop him? Come on now.
Come on now.
Up into connector. Catching Monacy in the background. We'll see if the cat player can do anything to stop it. They know he's still in here. But what are you gonna do about it? Creepy crawling closer towards the B side. It's a good move over, but remember, Snacks. Okay, he's got the MP9 now at least.
It's a solid formate. I mean, man, but the thing is, 38 seconds. Donk is going to see nothing.
Yeah.
And there's still a chance they peel back under pass. No, the bomb's too committed. Nico gets his. They can spot the window. They can fall back. Seriously, they do have time. Donk's in window, sees nothing. Oh, they're not making the right decision, though. They're just going to go back to it with less time.
Yeah, they kind of stall out for a second. You know, the opportunity was there, the possibility was there, but they decide not to seize it. Zontix sees both in sight, no trade, 7 seconds, and guess what? Somebody creeping out in the corners. So that one's going to drop the bomb and make this round fizzle out.
Oh.
Donk trying to strike him down, even had a chance there before time expires.
Oh my
they
God.
both die, in fact. And honestly, those duels could have happened with 2 seconds
If
left.
Chopper didn't turn around, go under pass, then come back. If they had just committed to that B play originally or committed to the A play, both were better options than what they just did. Running down the clock, and you can definitely understand why it's a little confusing. But at least they got all 5 kills. This has been a game that has been run on fumes in terms of people's economies. You never know who's going to get ecoed, so
Anything to avoid the recession.
it's all within reach. AI Donk is going to keep us out of a recession.
Donk stonks. This was the one from Hunter. Just a half second later too, right? He's able to plant, then the retake's on.
Oh my gosh.
Fucking nice! Nice! Non è anymore cosa.
Honestly, all things considered, with 5 deaths for G2 last round, they come out okay. Couple of MP9s, they try to take the fight into.
But then you get trapped.
Yeah, Malbs not able to get the frag, but I mean, how much can Chopper do to really keep them down there? Little support from the connector player to try and draw them back. Oh, but Zontix
he got him.
and Chopper both finding a kill a pop because Hunter tried to peek his head up over towards the B apartments, and that's going to force m0NESY to try to move over. So I don't think Spirit are going to rush this.
Yeah, they shouldn't, because that was 5 dead last round. So now they got G2 on the ropes if they win this round cleanly. Again, people are winning with not much to work with. Not even going to say this 3v5 is out of the question. You still got the 3 best players on the team left alive. I say that Hunter's top of the board, but okay.
The way they come
You
back.
gotta get a trade,
back
man.
in position. m0NESY gets himself a double. They know there's another player there. No way.
1 trade on 2 players on a site. 1 guy with an MP9. Spirit, you can't let these ones go.
Man. Man, oh man.
They had time to take that as slow as they needed to guarantee their first duel.
Which is why it really did feel guaranteed, but 30 seconds. Shiro doesn't even want to run at that A bomb site.
I wonder how this works out.
Gonna come back at B.
He's not been spotted, actually, so...
Malbs is never going to leave. At some point, they're going to have to win a duel versus him, and it frees up m0NESY to go peeking wide.
God.
Makes contact versus both. Poor Shiro down to 58 HP, 7 seconds to the clock. No chance, you'd think, but Malbs is dead. And of course, m0NESY just dodging him long enough. Don't die after time. Shiro gonna try to hang on. Keeps himself tucked. Nico won't find the angle
He has
from the
an
cap
HP.
peak. So G2 take a 10th in a round that it felt like Spirit were just gonna play to perfection.
Yeah, I think for sure, you know, they're coming in 3-2 on the site, which if they waited a little longer, they might have been able to figure out it's not a stack, but this tendency to end B has been working out very well for G2, who are keeping an extra guy here. But not being able to get a single trade on the site, ooh, that's hard to justify.
Man, and now of all things, G2, after winning a round with 0 players left,
That was an even up round.
2 rounds later, and we've got a solo AK Shiro. That was a door wide open. Slammed on Spirit's fingers as they tried to fight their way in. Gonna have to find a backdoor with a buy like this. Smoke and a flash, all they have to play with. One of which goes out as Nico finds opening kills towards ramp. It's an easy stairs peek for him, but also concerned about middle, and you should be. This AK's in the mix. He won't hide. He won't shy away from it. He's going to blindside Shiro in a second, so AK goes down. We'll forget about the third. That crawl out from Zontix going to activate, grab an M4 with an opening kill in an attempt at a 2v5.
It is such a good spot to be in if you want to like make something happen, having a window. But, I mean, who's going to show themselves?
30 seconds to make this happen, and everybody's still close enough to play off someone else, right? Nice
Oh, there
tethering.
it is.
Could be
Oh,
set
they
up,
did do it. Now they've got 2 left.
but it's still a player inside A, holding on to the default. Malbs,
Didn't see him.
he could still just play this down calmly as they push forward. Yep, unsuspectingly catching him off guard.
Oh.
He'll get dinked back by Zontix, but it's a kill towards Cat and a kill towards Ticket. And Malbs just keeps his head down.
Thought, no way, there's another player here. Nice try in that 2-on-5 situation. From Zontix in particular. One thing's for certain, this series is closer than it appears. Coming across Anubis. That one went to overtime. A lot of big rounds from a few very big players on both teams. Basically, it's just more in favor of G2.
Chopper continues to make this mid presence consistent. We saw Nico open up with a kill on ramp, 1 round to go. Zontic's here to try and stop that from happening, but Mobs has got his number, and they don't even know about the numbers. CT's in abundance on A. We saw that mid window setup work out well for Zontix after a couple deaths, but see what the plan is here for Spirit. This T side just can't keep up a single terrorist round win so far for Spirit in the second half. Nobody's saying they didn't have more chances. Some tight rounds and some thrown advantages.
The biggest indictment definitely is the messy B attacks and the callouts from G2, as well as the pistols they've been consistent on.
Winning both in the series. Nico and Mobs not showing any skin. 20 seconds yet again, but because 1 round to go, Mobs caught him off on default. No surprise that they're cautious on the approach, but it's not Mobs, so sure enough, yes, keep your guard up. That's why they go for the Palace Molly, making sure no one can swing. 7 seconds, can't fake.
Finally get a plant.
Magix commits, the spam comes by him, and everybody with kits, no grenades. G2, 4v3, and a slow burn here for Snacks, looking to activate after his teammates. Once that smoke fades on Ticket, you think this one gets rolling, and Mobs even finding Magix in the no man's land. That's just good timing. Waits for the molly to burn out. Obviously, they thought about his position. A dink comes off at the top of Ticket, so Donk's job made harder, but him and Shiro still able to connect with a kill a pop. Donk not able to double down as G2 come clean with the trade frags to go up to 12.
Crazy good for Mobs, man. If he dies right there, Donk has a way out, so incredible that he hits that headshot. That's a beautiful round for Mobs. His HSP has been astonishing. Just like Donk, just like Nico. He's right up there.
Really is the breakout player of the Americas region 2024. Only truly comparable to Twists when it comes to someone from the Americas playing for a European team, and he does it before the trophies. That's how much you believe in the raw talent he brings to the table. Putting Guatemala on the map. Smoke to the bottom of connector. Donk making the most of it. Just before it pops, gets vision of Monacy, and this map ain't over, baby.
Wow,
it is a flurry of kills coming out to the favor of Spirit. Nico doesn't finish what he started. Can't hit the desk.
You could try.
It will bite back.
Yes.
5 map and match points for G2, but the first one slips by with just, honestly, a good, nice bit of aggression. Donk keeping the pressure on Con. And not the first time either that Monacy kind of gets his head taken off that quickly by Donk.
Oh, Donk continues to be solid here overall. He was good in the first half, good in the second. It's not the hyper carry that we saw last map, but even that wasn't enough, so there needs to be a bit more behind it. And I think the organization of the team in some of the moments when it was like the B attacks, for example, these are more guaranteed positions, especially for a team like Spirit. I mean, they're so cognizant of like every move they make, so many protocols in place to guarantee 3v2, 4v3 positions, but it's been a little bit sloppy here on Mirage.
I think the timing of that, the tempo really catching him off. One thing with Monacy, obviously just quick vision before the smoke pops, but Hunter on catwalk with a grenade in hand, just never suspected Shiro to be on the corner. So real evidence of Spirit playing to a pace that G2 weren't ready for. Surely they don't end it with pistols. See if Spirit bring the protocols to the table. Very little utility for G2. One of their smokes thrown top con right now. And Snacks hanging on to the other. players connector, 2 players ladder. It's a fun little setup for the pistols, but at the moment, Spirit, they're not avoiding this, right? It's not like anybody's walking out ramp or palace. This is actually playing into the hand of this setup. We'll see if any guns exchange hands. Monacy's Berettas connect, but then Shiro's trade is good, and he's there on both sides.
I'm trying to see, are they here to play right now? Like Spirit, they worked back from the scoreline on Anubis. Here, though, it feels like G2 are just like a little bit too confident for them to deal with. But why is it that these last couple of rounds have looked like they've got so much conviction behind them? Something just clicked all of a sudden, and will they be able to pull up the follow-through on this next rifle? That's the main question.
I think the score's a little deceiving, to be honest. So
yeah,
I'm leaning on the side with Spirit here. It's 2 pistol rounds and conversions for G2.
Yeah.
The fact that Malbs didn't get that knife kill, you know, everybody dies.
Which one?
No, sorry, I'm mixing up rounds. The rounds, the round where everybody dies.
That was yesterday. Vitality.
No, not that one. The other one where everybody dies. No.
Oh, you mean from Donk?
Yeah.
Yeah. In CT spawn.
Yep. G2 win the round. They all die. But then because they won the next round, which was, I think, a testament to they are playing strong, but that's what put Spirit back onto a save.
Right, like Spirit's own messiness in that moment.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Economically, the game's been playing against Spirit, and they're down 2 pistols, yet here they are sitting on what is a free 10-12.
They've lost the wrong rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Only missed your connector.
Thank you for helping me.
It's 1 a.m. It is 1 a.m. in real life.
Yeah, but it's 1 p.m. on the East Coast.
True.
Shiro's going to just churn through this connector aggression, get this round out of the way. We want to see what G2 bring to the table on the next buy. Nay. USP shenanigans here for Nico.
It is a real game.
Yep. Always was. Yeah, I think Shiro's actually been my MVP for Team Spirit on this second map in particular. I like the way he's kind of in the middle of the pack of the connector play there. He's peeling players off both A-Site and Cat.
Yeah,
keeping his head on a swivel, keeping it action-packed, and not even doing it with an op only, which is something you don't see from him as often. You know,
he's actually one of those guys who's actually really good with rifling, but like the way the team set up, he always gets the op whenever it's time.
Kind of like Monacy.
A little bit, but Monacy will rifle more.
Okay.
Yeah, Monacy got more rifle kills. He's rifling more. But if you look at like Shiro's weapon usage, it's like 80-20 or something. But very comfortable on a rifle. Tons of clutches on the rifle. Picks up the rifle in the middle of clutches. Right. Sometimes he's
true.
Yeah. He's a specialist, but he's versatile at the same time.
Early ramp play from Malbs. Gets a bit of info in the corners.
Now this could be interesting.
Nice nade. Nice.
Look at how actually light B is at the moment. They don't even have a window player, no one on Cat. It's just snacks on the back of the site, and they're trying to push in. But Donk is going underpass. That'll allude to the fact that nothing's going to happen just yet.
They definitely have G2 scrambling for a half second at least. We see Hunter kind of running over to the market just in case there was a follow-up behind that util.
Oh.
Little jump contact to window. Donk does not land the shot.
Man, they seem to know a lot about the G2 setup. They're pretty flagrantly peeking a lot of key angles, and they've taken over and pushed on B. They're trying to let them know they know what they're doing. The space that G2 have is not perfect at the moment. I like the round here so far for Spirit, but I think it's about sticking the landing. They can reform towards Cat.
They're drawing Nico over. And
they have ladder room control. No one's here.
Hunter's angle's a good one.
3 players backside is cute, but still, Spirit might still have an advantage. We'll see if they approach this correctly.
Half health Magic's able to get past the first window. Snacks takes damage too. This is not ideal, but the CT is looking to hang on. Nade connects. The Kovac brothers gonna get sidelined by Donk if Nico
they don't know about him.
Found out, but he just buys the perfect amount of time. Oh. Donk is in the corner. Nico's gonna peek, loses his head, but both these Spirit players dinked. Monacy and Malbs into the 2v2 with a huge health advantage, but enough space for Bomb to go down.
Can
And
Mossy-
Donk, he's going head hunting. He's going to go deep on Cat. He's going to take what he wants as he goes in with a 3rd kill in this round, and Donk swaps over to the op. Now, Mobs is going to have a health advantage, but that op, does it lock it in? Oh, he's toying with it, and Mobs just nails the headshot.
Wow.
G2 over top of Spirit yet again.
That is nasty from Mulbs. He knows that it's the op or something holding him perfectly. And he puts one in the dome. One of many for Mulbs. Incredible HSP, incredible performance from G2 across these 2 maps.
Kicked off YouTube during COVID for the same reasons as you know, not wanting to self-censor or whatnot. But I was curious because one thing I did notice after getting banned off YouTube, that it wasn't just YouTube. Google searches, I was suppressed on searches. I was suppressed. So like when you talk about, like, it's not just a platform, you are put on, because Google and YouTube's the same company, you are put on a blacklist. And then after I got banned off YouTube, I would, much like yourself, I have an archive of many different topics. So I would talk to a friend or family, like, hey, you've done a show on this topic. I'm like, yeah, you know, I'll send it to you. And I'm like on Google. A lot of times I'll just Google myself and I'd be like, okay, here's the show, here's the guest. I spell things wrong all the time, and Google figures it out, no problem. And now I'm spelling everything correctly, putting the information correctly, and it's not coming up. And then I'm like, crap, like this is bigger than just being suppressed on YouTube. I'm suppressed on everything. Did you experience that?
Oh, yeah. But to be fair, I was already experiencing it before I even got kicked off YouTube. They've definitely been jiggering the algorithms and limiting search for years and years now. And one of the most obvious examples I've talked about several times, so my listeners will be sick to death of it, but it was just an obvious, blatant example. So 2017, 18, I don't know, somewhere in there. The MSNBC host, man, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. Yay, good, because I don't care. Anyway, what's his name? One of those MSNBC hosts with the punchable face. Oh wait, that's all of them. But anyway, he was tweeting. He started this tweet thread about the dangers of, you know, the internet and whatever, blah blah blah. And basically, his premise was: imagine you're a high school student who's assigned to do a project on the Federal Reserve. So you go to YouTube and type in Federal Reserve and you get this. And he posts a screenshot of my Century of Enslavement documentary. And the whole thing was like, oh my God, you see how YouTube is leading to this crazy conspiracy content, blah, blah, blah. Because for several years there, from the documentary was released 2014, so for 3 or 4 years or whatever it was, until this Chris Matthews, that's his name, until Chris Matthews started his tweet thread, it was the #1 search result for Federal Reserve. If you went to YouTube and you typed in Federal Reserve, the first thing that would pop up, Century of Enslavement. Cool, right? As I say, millions, reaching millions of people. But of course, oh my God, this is horrible. So literally, he posts that tweet thread, literally the next day, you go to YouTube and you type in Federal Reserve. Suddenly, no Century of Enslavement. Suddenly, you type in Century of Enslavement into the YouTube algorithm, search algorithm, and you could get a post of it, but not my post, like a repost on someone else's channel. And even then, you'd have to dig through several results. And they continued refining that, you know, within a few months. Basically, even if you use Century of Enslavement, you couldn't find the documentary. So it was, you know, it was pretty blatant. It was obvious. And I did have contact with one of those Google whistleblower people who said that, yeah, Corbett Report was on their search list, whatever, behind the scenes to throttle the traffic, of course. And, you know, that I did a report. I can't remember which report it was now. Maybe not the future of censorship. I think we need to talk about search, I think is what it was called. Anyway, where I talked about this, and the real penny drop for me, like, well, okay, yeah, I get it, but why are they so concerned about this? And the penny drop moment happened for me when we were staying at a hotel one night, and because I don't have a smart TV in the home, we're there and, oh, it's a smart TV. Oh, I see. Oh, and you can access YouTube and you can, and so of course the search term, what comes up in the first few results of a search term is incredibly important now, because it's not like people are sitting there at a keyboard, at a desk, typing and refining searches and clicking around here and there. No, it's like Alexa. It's like a smart TV. You ask a question and here's the top 5 results and that's it. And what are you going to do? You're not going to sit there trying to refine your search or whatever. This is Federal Reserve. Oh, okay. So that's why I think, obviously, they've been so concerned about refining search results. But as Ryan Christian, Last American Vagabond, pointed out, and I always like to repeat this, they broke themselves censoring us. Because, yeah, search, I don't know if you've noticed, I certainly have noticed, search is getting worse and worse. And not just for my content, obviously, but for literally any content. It's getting harder and harder to find things that, 1, absolutely are there, and 2, used to be easily findable. But now it's this big process of you got to search 7 ways from Sunday, and oh wait, okay, so how about this search term, and maybe I should include this, and let's put this in quotation marks, and finally you might be able to find it. And even then, I use a bunch of different search engines for everything that I do, because I'll find that on all of these different search engines, I will have like an exact quotation in quotation marks, exact phrase, search for this, and it won't pop up. And still, to this day, one of the only search engines where when I have that problem, I can go to Google and put it in the quotation marks and it will pop up. So, it is crazy. But it goes back to fundamentally the question of access to information is in some ways maybe even more important than the information itself, or at least equally important, because if you cannot find it, if you cannot get to it, what good is it, right? It might as well not exist if you can't find a way into it. So yeah, they're clearly obsessed with censoring our way into finding information. And as I was pointing out in that video, we need to talk about search. It's because eventually this whole, desktop keyboard access to information is going to go the way of the dodo. It already is. More and more people are just relying on smartphones, tablets, Alexa, whatever, smart TVs. And it's essentially, as James Evan Pilato, Media Monarchy, says, it's a vending machine. They don't want you to have access to something where you can produce and refine search results and, do things for yourself. No, it's going to be sort of a, hey, Alexa, what happened on 9/11? On September 11, 2001, 19 men armed with it's going to devolve down to that, and we're not going to have much say over it. So I think that's, it's almost like there's going to be a hardware winnowing of this access to information that will make any sort of software or, web access almost irrelevant.
Yeah, and this goes into, and I'm going to tie all these topics together, or at least attempt to. And so this kind of goes into AI a little bit, because the same faith that people have on their smartphone to answer a question, I hear people talk about AI like they're going to solve the world's problems. And it boggles my mind, because really smart people are saying this. And I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, like, isn't that AI programmed? Isn't it fed information? Isn't it, in other words, influenced by humans and their thoughts and opinions and worldviews? And we just talk about AI like, hey, whatever information it gives us or whatever solution it gives us, it must be correct, completely ignoring the fact that it is going to be influenced by whoever programs it.
Yes, and necessarily so. This is the part that most people in our current day and age cannot wrap their minds around, because we've been so thoroughly conditioned into a certain mindset. But let me stress the most important part of this. People think that there is some way that you could have a completely objective set of data about whatever, September 11th, or anything else you can think of. There is not. The only way we can process such things is through narrative. there is a story structure, which is the coordinating structure for anything of interest that we want to narrow down on, including 9/11. Tell me what happened on 9/11 without putting it into any sort of narrative structure or form. I mean, what? Let's just imagine we have this supercomputer that knows literally everything that happened on that day, and it would just start listing them. Well, at 12 midnight in Timbuktu, there was a bird flapping its wings. At 12:01 in Taipei, there was a butterfly on this flower. On 12:00, no, of course, no, that's not what I mean. I mean, tell me about what happened, the World Trade Center and all of that. Well, again, you can get down to the atomic level of exactly what happened with each atom of each thing that was interacting with each other. But that's not what we're talking about. No, we're talking about the narrative. We're talking about the structure of, okay, no, there were these terrorists that did this thing, or there was this government plot, or whatever it is. It is a narrative. And in order to arrive at that, you have to winnow out the 18 trillion or 856 quadrillion things that you could talk about with relation to those events. You got to narrow it down to the things, what I'm interested in with regards to those events. And that is a subjective narrative process. There is no way that anyone or any supercomputer could do that without some sort of human influence, without some sort of human ordering process of what is the narrative and how do we do that. Until people understand that our experience of reality, whether or not reality itself is a narrative, which I think you could almost fruitfully argue, but anyway, that's irrelevant. Our experience of reality is inherently through narrative. There are 18 million things that I could look at and process in this room right now, but the only thing I'm really looking at and processing right now is this camera and the screen showing me your view, how you're reacting to what I'm saying, etc. And that's because the narrative of what is happening right now is we are engaged in conversation, and my aim is to try to say things that you will understand and process, and then respond to things that you say to me. So I am using all of my conscious powers to narrow down on the narrative of what is happening in this room right now. And we all are doing that at all times in everything that we do. When we see a bicycle, we don't see 8 million different parts and things, and labels and what have you. We see a thing that we can, I can get on and I can ride so that I can go down to the store and buy whatever. That's the way that our brains function and process reality, and it is embedded in narrative. So there is no supercomputer that's going to come along and tell you just the straight facts about the universe that isn't in some way through some sort of narrative lens. And yes, AI, large language models, really, can only be trained on our perceptions of the universe that are inherently narrative embedded. So there is going to be a narrative, and of course, it's going to be human influenced, because that's the way these algorithms are processing information. So until we can truly appreciate that, unfortunately, as you say, more and more people are treating this like the Oracle. And I even see it from people in my own audience who tell me, well, I was asking ChatGPT the other day about this, and it told me that. And it's always presented in this way, like, well, ChatGPT said it, so it must be true. It's worrying, and it's worrying precisely because it speaks to a fundamental misunderstanding that I think most people buy into, is that there is some objective point of view of the universe that we could just totally strip out all narrative and it could just present the cold hard facts. That don't exist. I hate to burst your bubble, but sorry, we don't live in that universe. We live in one that is inherently narrative based, and that involves humans with their subjective biases that you'll never, ever, ever, ever escape.
Do you think we also inherently have to believe in something? And there almost seems to be, during COVID, we talked about the spiritual battle, right? There's it's almost like we could feel the good versus evil that was going on the planet, right? And everybody kind of sensed it. And a lot of people who weren't spiritual, that weren't people who believed in like energy or sensing those type of things, they couldn't ignore it. And there was tension that you could feel. And where do you think this is going? Like zooming out, like I try to sometimes, like, it's wild because there's so many theories, right? Like, is there a battle between this robot AI who's trying to be created, manipulating humans to be created, and is there something like that going on? Are we taking baby steps into a future that will include some Terminator type of ending where it's like the materialist people who believe in robots and think they could be our saviors, and then the humans who try to live a more organic a life that's more attached to Mother Nature and harmony with Mother Nature. It's like it. I'm trying to zoom out. I'm like, what's this big picture? Because sometimes we get so we're like caught up in the in just the weeds, and we're paying attention to what's going on at everyday event. But I'm like, these big questions are not just important, they're intriguing because it's like something is happening, and I don't know what is happening, but I feel like we're in the midst of something. Like, what's your thoughts?
There's no doubt we're going through existentially important times, and on almost any level of analysis that you could think about, from the geopolitical to the scientific to everything else. And as examples of that, I mean, I still keep going back to the fact that, we're tinkering with species at the genomic level now. And we are literally tinkering and doing gene therapies that we now call vaccines, and doing these vast uncontrolled experiments on literally billions of human beings, formerly human beings. What are they now when they get tinkered with in certain ways? At any rate, as crazy as that might sound, it certainly is the direction that we're tending. Or when it comes to, for example, the large language models, and I don't know if I'd be willing to ascribe, I understand the narrative of, the AI is struggling to be born and manipulating us and what have you. Okay, fair enough. But I know a lot of people won't see it in that way, and I don't necessarily do either. But at the very, very least, it is clearly a truly, truly revolutionary technology. And people who deny that really are living in La La Land. For generations, the defining feature of whether artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence or not has been the Turing test. But now that LLMs can largely, depending how you want to do it, but generally could pass the Turing test, it's like, oh yeah, that's not important. That's just a bunch of code. No, that's actually an extremely, extremely important thing that has just happened. And now, given the types of, hey, AI, generate me a picture of this, instantly you get 8,000 pictures of that. Video is coming online. It's getting crazier and crazier. And yeah, it's one of those things where people scoffed at the internet back in the early 1990s. The internet, who cares? Why would I want email? What does any of this mean? In the same way, people will look back 20 years from now at the way that people were scoffing at these large language models. That doesn't mean anything. Oh yeah. So, but what does it mean? And at the very, very least, I think it's safe to say that all technology, all technological advance is seen first and foremost through the lens of power, control, weaponry. That is how technological advance has always functioned, how it has always been progressed and forwarded, how it has been constrained, restrained, or unleashed in various ways. And there is no doubt that there are people who are seeking ways to weaponize this technology. In fact, we're already starting to see it. The idea of drone swarms and what have you being unleashed, Lavender AI being used to target people in Gaza, etc. We're really on the cusp of some fundamental transformations, and it's difficult to see a way through this that will end happily. Let's put it that way, because there are so many ways that this could go wrong. Even if AI is all overhyped BS, it is clearly changing certain processes and the ways that certain things function. Like it or not, you have the AI-powered fighters, drones, and what have you that can win against human fighter jets 100% of the time in simulations and tests, right? It's already coming, and it will be used against the public. And so the real question is whether or not we will be able to essentially protect ourselves from what is coming. And what is the way to do that? And of course, there will be the people that tell you, well, we'll have to adopt the technology and use it for ourselves in order to protect ourselves. We'll need the AI drone protector to protect us from the other AI drones or what have you. And maybe that is true. I don't know. But maybe there's ways that we can think about becoming original substrate humans and embracing that and detaching ourselves from the technological society. But we're not even close to that actually becoming a reality. And yet this technology is already knocking at our door. So yeah, we're facing some incredibly existentially profound questions. And I think most people are just stumbling into that minefield happily. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like we're unknowingly self-destructing. We're doing it to ourselves, the human race, and without a care in the world. Like we don't even know that we're doing it. Like we're creating our end. So yeah, I see you looking at the time. You probably got another interview, knowing your schedule.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I've got a presentation to record for a thing that I'm doing. It's the Liberty on the Rocks festival, conference, what have you. That's coming up in Sedona, Arizona, November 1st to 3rd, if I remember correctly. Anyway, people can look it up. I will not be there in person. I'm recording a presentation for it that I will send them via video, so people can check that out if they're interested.
Awesome. You got any documentaries or any bigger projects that you got coming out anytime soon that people should look forward to?
Well, define soon. Anyway, I am always working on stuff, and at the very least, in the very, 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 very near term, I just released an editorial on The Strange Story of Peter Thiel, talking about that character, and really that it's, I think, 3,500 words or something, but that's really just sort of the preamble to what is coming next weekend, which will be the conclusion of that strange story, and it gets pretty weird. So I hope people will check that out. It's available at my site or on my Substack.
Awesome. Well, thank you, James. Always a pleasure talking, and hopefully we'll do it again much sooner than from this one.
Yeah. It's been a while.
It has been a while. I think we both got a little busy, and then whatnot. And I know you're always putting out tons of content and whatnot. But always one of my favorite conversations. One of the first guests to ever come on the Ripple Effect podcast, and I'm glad that we still chat from time to time. And keep it going.
You know what? Let me just take a moment to acknowledge. I'm glad you're still around because there's a lot of podcasts that come and go. But you've been doing this. How many years have you been doing it now?
2013.
Yeah.
So, and I still cannot.
In podcasting terms, that's basically a century. So
yeah. And that I'm so bad business wise that I still can't figure out how to make a living doing this. So how bad? But it's a it's a passion project, and obviously you've found a way to do it for a living, but you were doing it for.
You're listening to the Corbett Report.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to the Corbett Report podcast. I'm your host, as always, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you from the sunny climes of Western Japan here in October of 2024, with episode 468 of the Corbett Report podcast. And now for an announcement from the Ministry of Toothbrushes. Well, if that intriguing title has caught your attention, then boy, do I have a presentation in store for you. Hang on to your hat for that, but first let me explain what this presentation is and from whence it derives. Specifically, this is the presentation that is going to be aired at the Liberty on the Rocks 2024 Voluntarist Conference that is set to take place in Sedona, Arizona from November 1st to 3rd. That's coming up just in a week or two here. So I hope you already have your tickets for this event, but if not, you can, of course, find them online, specifically at sedona.artofliberty.org, where you can find more information about this conference, who will be speaking at it, and how to purchase tickets for it. If you're going to be in Sedona or around the Arizona area, then you can purchase tickets to attend the event itself and the various things surrounding this conference. Or you can also purchase virtual tickets so that you can stream the entire conference as it takes place. And if and when you do purchase tickets for the conference, you can use the checkout coupon code Corbett5 for a discount, and also I will receive a portion of those as a way of supporting my work. So I would appreciate that if you use that coupon code. Win-win for everyone. Now, having said that, all of the information will be there for you to peruse at your leisure at the sedona.artofliberty.org site, but it will tell you about the various speakers who will be speaking at this conference, including numerous previous CorbettReport.com guests like Larkin Rose, like Etienne de la Boetie Squared, like Walter Block. And the theme of this conference is going to be, yeah, but who would pave the roads? Who would provide this service? Who would do this thing if there was no government? So that was sort of the organizing idea and principle of the various talks that are being given at this conference. So when Etienne de la Boetie Squared approached me to ask me to speak at this conference, I unfortunately had to decline speaking in person, as I will be here in Japan, but I am happy to send this video presentation that they will be airing at the conference. And I thought, what could be my contribution to this? Because I know people like Walter Block have written entire scholarly articles about the concept of the roads and who would build the roads if it weren't for government and other such subjects like this. What can I contribute to this? Well, me being me, I decided to take the entire issue, flip it on its head, and approach it from a completely the opposite direction. And that is going to be, well, what you are about to see in terms of this presentation. And now for an announcement from the Ministry of Toothbrushes, which will make sense in short order. So I'm going to play this entire presentation for you here as a sort of A, sneak preview of the conference generally, and B, as a special gift and treat to my regular viewers and listeners. And as I say, if you are interested in this conference, please do check out their homepage. I'll put the link in the show notes so you can go and check it out, and you can decide if you're interested in it. As a further thing to wet your whistle while you wait for the conference itself to take place, the Art of Liberty has just put the entire 2023 conference online for streaming. So you can now stream all of the various presentations from the 2023 conference to get an idea of what you're in store for. But here is my presentation to the Liberty on the Rocks 2024 conference. Enjoy.
And now, an announcement from the Ministry of Toothbrushes.
Friends, countrymen, dentites, lend me your teeth. I am, as you well know, Floss Chompers, overlord of the Ministry of Toothbrushes, and I come to you today with a great announcement and a dire warning. First, the announcement. With great glad tidings, I bring you some joyous news about the status of this year's toothbrush production quota. Not only will we meet this year's target of the production of 57 million toothbrushes, we will exceed that target. Yes, friends, I am unbearably proud to announce that this year we will produce not 57 million toothbrushes, but 62 million toothbrushes. I will allow you a moment to process this wonderful news. Yes, thanks to the tireless effort of all of the diligent workers at the ministry, and of course, thanks to the favor of Emperor Kamala Trump Kushner IV, from whom all blessings flow. No one will be short of a toothbrush in this long, dark winter of the mouth. Of course, in order to achieve this incredible goal, certain compromises have had to be made. I know that you have become accustomed to having a choice between a men's toothbrush and a woman's toothbrush and a child's toothbrush. I know there are even those who claim that there was once a choice between boys' and girls' toothbrushes, but those are silly rumors and should not be countenanced. There are even those who claim that people once used to be able to buy different colors of toothbrushes.
But that is heresy, and you will be burned at the stake
for even thinking such a thing. Well, As I say, in order to reach our production quota this year, the incredible engineers at the Ministry of Toothbrushes have, after a painstaking year-long study, devised one toothbrush that will be favorable to everyone. Yes, friends, today I am excited to present to you a true miracle of our glorious industrial age. Not a toothbrush, the toothbrush. The only toothbrush you will ever need. The only toothbrush you will ever use. The only toothbrush that will be available at the government store this year. So, without further ado, I present to you the toothbrush. Truly, this is an incredible feat of engineering, and, the designers assure me, is the perfect compromise between the tastes of everyone in the population. Male, female, old, young. All can agree that this cute, pink, toothbrush emblazoned toothbrush is the only toothbrush they will ever want. And what's more, this year's toothbrush will be available, as usual, for the low price of 50 carbon credits. Remember, the less meat you consume, the more carbon credits you'll have to purchase a toothbrush. Now, I know you're all excited to rush out and buy this marvel of oral ingenuity. But before you go, I have something very important to discuss with you. It has been brought to my attention that a certain heresy has crept its way into the public discourse. A crass blasphemy whispered in the sort of dirty, back alley, non-government authorized coffee shops frequented by thought criminals and mental defectives. Apparently, there are some who have suggested... I'm sorry, I find it difficult to even let these words escape my lips. There are some who claim that we do not need a government ministry to ensure the proper production of toothbrushes. The very thought. I know that most of you know that this is utter nonsense, sheer lunacy, to be discarded without a second thought. But to anyone who, even for a second, would entertain such a thought, may I remind you what life was like in the olden days? The before times, when people believed that they did not need the government to tell them what to wear, or tell them whom to marry, or tell them what job they were going to do, or to ensure the proper production of toothbrushes. Yes, I know those times are painful to think about now that we live in the joyful utopia of the all-pervasive United State of Global Technocracy, Inc., under the loving rule of Emperor Justin Castro Ardern Stalin VII, blessed be her name. But think about them we must. We must be reminded that once upon a time, people believed that they did not need a government to produce the officially approved Newspeak dictionary. That no government officials were needed to approve the choice of font on their corporate newsletter, or to tell people the proper color to paint their house, or to regulate the length of one's hair, or to ensure the production of toothbrushes. Naturally, we know that these things could never be done, never even conceived, without government. As the founding constitution of our glorious omnipresent state so poetically puts it, without government, who would make the pencils? Or the toothbrushes? Imagine private enterprise and free individuals deciding what to do with their lives. Deciding what kind of haircut to get, or when to go to sleep at night, or what hobby to spend their time on, or what kind of toothbrush to buy. You know what that would be, don't you?
Anarchy!
Chaos! Blood flowing in the streets! Cats marrying dogs! People deciding on their own toothbrushes. No! Let us never countenance such talk, dear friends of the floss. And, my dear comrades, if you ever hear someone entertaining such ideas, report them to the appropriate authority at once. Don't worry. We here at the Ministry of Toothbrushes, well, let's just say we have ways of dealing with such heretics. Now, that unpleasantness aside, enjoy your new toothbrushes, and let us, as always, give thanks to the wonderful state manufacturers who make such products possible. Now, before you go to purchase your toothbrush, please rise for our international anthem. Oh, okay, enough silliness. No, I am not Floss Chompers, the overlord of the Ministry of Toothbrushes. I'm James Corbett, your humble host here at the Corbett Report at corbettreport.com, and you might have guessed that this is satire. This is parody. This is reductio ad absurdum. Oh, I get it. James is using the obviously ridiculous idea of a government takeover of the design and production and sale of toothbrushes as a way to show the nonsensical nature of central planning itself. I mean, the idea that government would ever actually try to do this is so obviously unrealistic that it should get us to start questioning the supposed need for government to take over the production of other goods and services, like the adjudication of personal disputes or the regulation of food and medicine. But if that is what you guessed wrong! You see, you might have thought the idea of a government attempting to control the production of toothbrushes is stupid, silly, out there satire. But I'm here to inform you that it is stone cold reality.
Gosplan's managers built a world that was simple, like a machine. Everything society needed, down to the smallest object, was constructed to their design. Their instructions were called planned indicators, rational predictions of what they knew society needed.
Мы представляем Московское производственное объединение по выпуску пластмасс-щеточных изделий. Я генеральный директор, это мой заместитель по качеству. Мы выпускаем очень много щеточных изделий.
We manufacture 70 million toothbrushes a year, enough for the entire population of the Soviet Union. Until recently, we had a huge number of plan indicators imposed on us. Every toothbrush was planned, like all the products we made.
Самые мелкие детали изготовления щеток контролируются государственными организациями.
The tiniest details of our range are controlled by government agencies. This includes the planning of quantities for each toothbrush. Now, if you are at all intrigued by that clip and interested in exploring it in context, what are you doing? I exhort you to go and watch The Engineer's Plot, which is part one of Adam Curtis's Pandora's Box documentary, where you can see, for example, the members of the USSR's All-Union Scientific Research Institute for the Study of the Population's Demand for Consumer Goods and the Conjuncture of the Market talk about how they would determine the precise numbers and style of pairs of pantyhose to be manufactured in any given season. You can watch them get out the literal reams of print paper containing the data they used to determine consumer demand trends for products such as women's pantyhose, and lament that by the time the products they designed were actually manufactured, people wouldn't want that style anymore. You can hear them complain that the dear comrades in their centrally planned utopia had cottoned on to the fact that if goods were actually available for purchase in the perfectly controlled Soviet economy, then it meant those goods were already out of fashion. And you can see Sergei Mikhailovich Ulanov, the head of organization and methodology of price creation, USSR State Committee on Prices, brag about how the glorious Soviet technology would condense stacks of consumer price data down to a couple of floppy disks that will fit in their workers' desk drawers. And you can observe A.S. Fedorenko of the Central Economico-Mathematical Institute of the USSR Academy of Sciences lament that the glorious centrally planned Soviet economy collapsed not because the brilliant engineers and technocrats weren't perfecting the science of economics and manufacturing, but because the bureaucrats didn't follow their scientific advice. And you can listen to Vitaly Semyonovich Lelchuk of the USSR Academy of Sciences, admitting that the vast scale of state planning of goods and services became absurd. They planned the demand for novels and movies. They planned the quotas for arrests by the KGB. They planned the production of coffins. They planned the number of coffins needed in any given season. Let that sink in. Now, the worst part is that whatever people may think of the specific parts of this scientific method of planning, the concept of central top-down planning is, to most people, just an extension of the type of planning that we can and do rely on every day in our day-to-day life. I mean, coffin manufacturers exist, and they are right now planning how many coffins to manufacture this year in our current society. Pantyhose manufacturers are planning how many and what size and what style of pantyhose to manufacture. Toothbrush manufacturers are planning how many toothbrushes to manufacture. So why have all this inefficiency and waste of the messy free market? Why not just let the state do it? I mean, who cares if they're off on their calculations from time to time? They can adjust. And who cares if people care about fashion? Fashion is irrational and irrelevant. People will get the style of toothbrush that the state planners determine is best to manufacture, and they'll learn to like it. After all, it's in the name of the state. Of course, we could talk about the fundamental failure of central planning, as opposed to the fundamental success of the free market based on individual businesses competing for people's patronage. We could bring up Mises and the economic calculation problem. Quote, "Without economic calculation, there can be no economy. Hence, in a socialist state wherein the pursuit of economic calculation is impossible, there can be, in our sense of the term, no economy whatsoever. In trivial and secondary matters, rational conduct might still be possible, but in general, it would be impossible to speak of rational production anymore. There would be no means of determining what was rational, and hence it is obvious that production could never be directed by economic considerations. What this means is clear enough, apart from its effects on the supply of commodities. Rational conduct would be divorced from the very ground which is its proper domain. Would there, in fact, be any such thing as rational conduct at all, or indeed such a thing as rationality and logic in thought itself? Historically, human rationality is a development of economic life. Could it then obtain when divorced therefrom?" End quote. Yes, the operative question here is not who will build the roads, but where will they build them? When? With what materials? Why pave with asphalt? Why not gold? Why build a road from A to B and not A to C? Or D to L, or any other configuration? Or, as Mises puts it, quote, "Picture the building of a new railroad. Should it be built at all? And if so, which out of a number of conceivable roads should be built? In a competitive and monetary economy, this question would be answered by monetary calculation. The new road will render less expensive the transport of some goods, and it may be possible to calculate whether this reduction of expense transcends that involved in the building and upkeep of the next line. That can only be calculated in money. It is not possible to attain the desired end merely by counterbalancing the various physical expenses and physical savings. Where one cannot express hours of labor, iron, coal, all kinds of building material, machines, and other things necessary for the construction and upkeep of the railroad in a common unit, it is not possible to make calculations at all. The drawing up of bills on an economic basis is only possible where all the goods concerned can be referred back to money. Admittedly, monetary calculation has its inconveniences and serious defects, but we have certainly nothing better to put in its place, and for the practical purposes of life, monetary calculation as it exists under a sound monetary system always suffices. Were we to dispense with it, any economic system of calculation would become absolutely impossible. End quote. Well, all true, of course, and utterly devastating to the machine men with machine minds who lust after the perfectly ordered, meticulously engineered, centrally planned socialist technocratic utopia where the government eggheads plan every decision. But that's not quite the point I'm making today. Or I could bring up my favorite essay, Leonard Read's I, Pencil, which notes that the sheer amount of human organization and cooperation that is needed to make even as simple an object as a pencil is impossible for any central bureaucratic office to itemize, let alone direct. It's not just some raw material somehow acquired and assembled into a product. It's cedar and graphite and candelilla wax and castor oil and zinc and copper and pumice and a dozen other materials collected from Oregon, Mississippi and Mexico and Sri Lanka and Indonesia and Italy and other far-flung corners of the globe through various mining, logging and production processes, transported to various locations to be cut, kiln-dried, tinted, glued, treated, lacquered, vulcanized, and otherwise prepared before being assembled in a factory. And it's not just that process itself, but all of the truckers and miners and loggers and factory workers and all the people who supply their tools and equipment, and the sailors and lighthouse keepers and truck manufacturers and hemp growers and farmers and coffee bean pickers, and the millions of people who facilitate their tasks. It takes untold millions of human beings to make a pencil. These people don't know each other. They have no interest in acquiring a pencil themselves. Almost none of them even imagine that they are involved in any way with the manufacturing of a pencil. And yet, their cooperation, or more crassly, their gross self-interest, motivates them to assist in this vast, intricate, globe-spanning operation. And there it sits, the miracle of their production that could never have been directed by any one person or one planning group, even if they had the gumption to try to do so. A pencil. Or a toothbrush. But that's not quite the point that I'm making here today either. No, my point is a more fundamental one. Namely, we already live so much of our lives in anarchy. We already love and embrace and accept that fact. If Biden or Trudeau or Starmer or any of these clowns came in and proposed that the government start dictating what time you wake up in the morning or what you eat for breakfast, or trying to take over production of paper clips, or dictating to you what exercise you should do or how often you should do it, you would rightly laugh in their face and go back to living your life in anarchy. We know that human beings are best left to their own devices to figure out for themselves the answers to the million problems and questions that confront us every day. We also know that people are flawed. They will make mistakes. They will make choices that we prefer they didn't make. But that's life. And you know what? Sometimes we're wrong. Or, at the very least, our answer isn't the only one. Yes, sometimes people will make irrational decisions. Sometimes they won't like a pair of pantyhose because they're out of fashion. And only the most cold-blooded, psychopathic, anti-human technocrat could look at those inherently human thoughts and ideas and feelings and decide that that's a problem that needs to be solved by the state. And if almost everything we do is lived in anarchy, beautiful, glorious anarchy, with no government oversight or regulation or control, and if the thought of government breaching that anarchy to tell us how to cut our hair or to determine the manufacturing of toothbrushes is an inherently laughable and ridiculous idea, then why is it so ridiculous to consider that those few things that government likes to claim we absolutely and totally need it to accomplish could not likewise be solved by the miracle of human cooperation? The provision of security, the adjudication of disputes, the regulation of food and medicine, the defense of our community. One day, people will look back on people who believed we need the government for such things with the exact same mixture of humor and bemusement and derision as we look back at the Soviet-era technocrats that thought they needed government state planners to tell them how many toothbrushes to manufacture. I look forward to that day, and I hope you'll be with me to enjoy it. We're going to leave it here today with the international anthem of the glorious state of Technocracy, Inc. Everybody wants to rule the world. But I think we'll leave it there for today.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
The Los Angeles Coroner's Office today confirmed that journalist Michael Hastings died Tuesday in a horrible car crash. His body was removed from the burned wreckage of his Mercedes, but it wasn't until today that he was identified. The 33-year-old Hastings was a reporter for Rolling Stone magazine when he wrote a profile about Army General Stanley McChrystal, which ultimately led to his resignation. The cause of the crash is under investigation, but it is believed that Hastings was driving at a high rate of speed. Toxicology tests on Hastings are expected back in about 8 weeks.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another edition of the Corbett Report. I'm your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you, as always, from the sunny climes of Western Japan, here on this 5th day of July 2013. Welcome to episode 274 of the Corbett Report podcast, Crashes of Convenience, Michael Hastings. What we've just been watching is footage of the evening broadcast of KTVU, the Fox News affiliate in Oakland, California, from the evening of June 20th, 2013, reporting on the car crash that took the life of Michael Hastings on the morning of June 18th, 2013. And just like that, one of the most dangerous mainstream reporters in America was dead. Before we look into the very mysterious circumstances surrounding that very mysterious car crash, however, perhaps we should reflect for a moment on that title, one of the most dangerous mainstream reporters in America. What does that really mean? Well, certainly, Michael Hastings came with a journalistic pedigree that most of the corporate prostitute mainstream journalists would, if you forgive the very unfortunate turn of phrase, die for. After having graduated with a degree in journalism from NYU back in 2002, Michael Hastings almost immediately took up a post with Newsweek, eventually becoming an embedded reporter in Iraq and spending much of the proceeding several years there, which he then parlayed into experiences for several books, including a bestseller, a New York Times bestseller, The Operators. But it is perhaps for a Rolling Stone article that he penned back in 2010 that he will be best known. In that article, The Runaway General, Hastings reported on some of the very incendiary statements of General Stanley McChrystal, statements that eventually got McChrystal dismissed.
The president having accepted McChrystal's forced resignation because of the general's scornful remarks about the commander-in-chief and other administration officials in the now infamous Rolling Stone magazine interview. At a Rose Garden News event, the president saying General McChrystal's explosive comments and those of his top aides left the general unfit to lead.
Today I accepted General Stanley McChrystal's resignation as commander of the International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan. I did so with considerable regret, but also with certainty that it is the right thing for our mission in Afghanistan, for our military, and for our country. War is bigger than any one man or woman, whether a private or a president. And as difficult as it is to lose General McChrystal, I believe that it is the right decision for our national security. The conduct represented in the recently published article does not meet the standard that should be set by a commanding general.
Now, any time a relatively mainstream reporter can actually get top brass Pentagon officials dismissed for their reporting, I think it definitely serves our interest to take a look into what they are actually reporting on. But it can still happen that sometimes these are the types of moves that happen behind the scenes with insiders and people who play in the Beltway politics baseball game, that they can come across these types of stories, and sometimes some of the pieces get shuffled around. Sometimes these stories aren't really that significant. But there is every indication that Michael Hastings was the real deal, and he really was making some big-time enemies in Washington before his all too untimely death at the age of 33. And for some more insight on that, rather than me simply expounding on Michael Hastings, his viewpoints, and his journalistic career, why don't we leave that up for him to explain himself, as he did just over a year ago in an interview that was recorded by Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks.
The Newsweek that I knew has been totally decimated and destroyed after it was sold for $1 a couple of years ago. But when I was at Newsweek, when I started, there were 26 foreign correspondents. They now have 2.
Wow! See, that's a really interesting fact. I didn't know that.
So coming up in the media, I've kind of witnessed this kind of industry-wide change from a very kind of ground level. You said.
What years were you at Newsweek?
2002 to 2008, and then in 2008 I covered the presidential election for Newsweek. That was and covered Secretary Clinton, who was in Senator Clinton, and then dropped out and then quit Newsweek after she left because I kind of got sick of Newsweek.
Oh, that's interesting. You were covering Senator Clinton at the time.
At the time when she was running.
Yeah. And so, what is that when you went over to Rolling Stone?
Then I started going to Afghanistan, and I'd go for Afghanistan and Iraq for GQ for about a year and a half, and then started writing for Rolling Stone. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I basically, actually, you might I find this interesting. Newsweek I found was too mainstream, and I couldn't actually write what I really wanted to say. And I kind of got sick of it, and I was like, I don't give a f***. Like, I'm quitting this great job I have where I'm getting all these benefits and going out on my own, and started doing my own things kind of in the wilderness, and then started writing for Rolling Stone.
Okay, so once again you said something really interesting. So how did that process work? So you would write something, and what your editor would say what?
It's not even what the editor says. It's just these sort of legacy media companies have particular voices. And what I saw again and again was that the most interesting things that I was filing would end up on the cutting room floor, right? And sometimes it'd be details, say, about a death squad, sometimes it'd be details about something else, but the stuff that I was most interested in never actually made it into the magazine. And so I got to think, why is that? And I think there's those sort of typical, you're writing for the sort of middle American audience, so they don't want to take too many risks one way or the other. I think that's part of it. But I also think that there's a certain level of truth that you can kind of convey through the sort of that kind of magazine, and you have to go elsewhere if you really want to get close to the bone, at least for my opinion.
So do you remember anything that stood out to you, like where you wrote something, you're like, oh, this is really good, but it's, you know, I wonder if it'll push their buttons, and then it turned out it didn't get picked up?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, here's a more kind of clear-cut example of that. Had I done so I did a big story about General Stanley McChrystal for Rolling Stone. That story would not have made it into Newsweek. The way
okay,
that
so
would not
that's
have made
okay.
it into Newsweek.
Now we're having a conversation.
They would have taken all my good stuff and they would have buried it in the story. It would not have.
So talk to me about that, because like if you guys don't know, you know, obviously Michael, huge story about Michael about General McChrystal, and eventually General McChrystal stepped down because of the revelations in Michael's story. That's old school journalism. He was there, he documented it, etc. And I remember when it came out, I praised you to high heaven, not knowing you at all, because I was like, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to cover them and then reveal to people what your government is doing, etc., etc. So it had real impact. Now, a story like that, Newsweek in the old days, you would have loved, right?
Right. Depending on I'll do a caveat. The Newsweek, as when John Meacham was editor, they would not have printed my story. I can guarantee you that.
Why do you think that is?
Political reasons, for reasons that there's a sense that at Newsweek we were supposed to kind of uphold, that we're supposed to sort of reinforce our societal myths, not deconstruct them and not kind of expose them. And so there was a real mission there. I think certainly under Meacham sucks. He's on my enemies list, one of the people I wanted to go on a rant on at some point this week, where they were not going to push the button. You know, like senior military officials, despite how they've lied to us and for a number of wars, despite the Pentagon Papers, despite all we knew from that kind of Newsweek mainstream perspective, we're going to be on this pedestal, and we would not have criticized them that way. And I know this for a fact, because you can actually go back and read Newsweek's profile of McChrystal, which was done by a really great reporter, a guy named, I don't want to get him in trouble, but they took this great reporter's stuff and they buried it, you know. And so one of the reasons I actually knew that, you know, there would be kind of an interesting story here was because when I read this original Newsweek story a year before my story came out, and I was like, wow, like there's like the reporter is trying to tell the truth here, and his editors are killing it. And if you have editors who are willing to kind of let that stuff free, let it go, then maybe there could be something there.
You know, that's really, really interesting, because I wrote an article, I don't remember how many years ago now, on Huffington Post saying, the headline was Fire the Editors. Because I said, look, I'm reading these amazing stories, but I'm reading them on A27. Like, of course, I immediately knew that Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11, because if you read the whole paper, you knew that. They would tell you, right? It's not like, but they buried it. That wasn't the headlines. That wasn't, and when you go on TV, it's even worse, right? So I felt like the problem wasn't the reporters. You know, the problem was the editors who were making these decisions on what to highlight, what to bury. Now, I wrote that God knows how many years ago, but it turns out, I mean, there you were in the trenches, and that's exactly the experience that you had.
Exactly, and you could see, and the pressure, I mean, certainly not for the Iraq War, I mean, you could sit around the editorial room, and you could see people whose entire careers you think would have been opposed to something like that, like flipping like light switches, stepping in line to kind of support these policies. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, exactly as you're saying. I mean, it's so difficult to kind of try to get the real news kind of into the paper, into the magazine. I mean, the New York Times, it has a couple people who do it and do a great job. The Washington Post has a couple people who do a great job of it. But yeah, the editors make it difficult.
I think it's safe to say that those are not the words of someone who is guarding all of their statements very closely and is very concerned about how that will play inside the Beltway. This is definitely a mainstream reporter who strayed off the reservation and kicked back against the system that had fed him so well up till that point. And certainly I think we can see that Michael Hastings was the real deal, but if we can't see it from his own statements or from some of the just reading about his journalistic career, why don't we take a look at some of the increasingly incendiary interviews that he was giving in even mainstream outlets on such things as the downfall of General David Petraeus and other matters that were really starting to rattle some chains inside the Beltway.
I think there is a distinct lack of skepticism. I think when you have an institution like the Pentagon, every general since 2001 has said we are either winning or have won in Afghanistan, except for one moment when General McChrystal decided in 2009 to say, oh, actually, we're not winning. And the only reason he said that was because he wanted more troops, right? But immediately after he said that,
then everyone else, then Petraeus and every other journalist followed him, said, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning. When it's clear that's not the case. So one has to say, why are we giving the Pentagon so much credibility to make these statements? Why hasn't the Pentagon press corps stood up and said, or a member of it, and say, you've said in 2002, 2003, 2004 that we've won this war. You've said in 2006, 2007, 2008 that we've won this war. Why are you now saying we have to fight there for 10 more years? And that is literally what General McChrystal just said.
I think you lay it out, though, pretty well in your book. And here we have a little passage that I'm going to write. And this is where you're talking about this media military-industrial complex. And the same, idea that we think about Washington and Wall Street being too close. Everyone is too close to power, and they're too scared. And so this was the reaction that you were getting from people after the original Rolling Stone piece came out, after you basically got a general fired. And what happened, it says, it demonstrated just how tenuous one's position could be. Careers could flame out overnight. The political media class saw the story as a threat to their schmoozy relationship, their very existence and social life. If you can't get wasted with a journalist who's writing a profile of you and piss all over the president who appointed you, what's the world coming to?
Yeah, that didn't make me too many friends in the, in the Washington, D.C.
But were you shocked by that response that you wrote what was an honest account? You didn't try to protect McChrystal or the aides that surrounded him, and then you got really crazy backlash.
I was shocked that I was shocked that President Obama fired him. I think that was very significant. I did not realize how bad the relationship between the president and the Pentagon had been. And I think what that meant was this was President Obama reasserting his control over the Pentagon. So yeah, I was shocked on that front. I was also surprised by the media's response. And it was a portion of the media, the Pentagon media, the national security media. And at first I was sort of confused about it. And I was like, well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. They don't really mean what they're saying about the story. But then as months and months went on, I'd get along fine with different government officials for the most part, but there was still this really intense, hatred among a few of my colleagues. And I think, and the sort of insight I had, or what I kind of realized, was that the Pentagon press corps is just that. They're the press corps for the Pentagon. And I know that sounds overstated.
Well, they serve the Pentagon, and they're scared to hurt the feelings, I guess you could say, or step on the toes of the Pentagon.
Right. Look, there was a Pentagon spokesperson, a guy by the name of Jeff Morrell. And now you knew Jeff Morrell was telling the truth because he'd start to sweat, because he'd be lying all the other time. And I listened to a radio show, and it's like Jeff Morrell and reporter from X mainstream publication, and I'm not going to mention, and they sound the same, and they're complimenting each other and saying what great jobs they're both doing.
Michael Hastings, in your BuzzFeed article, The Sins of General David Petraeus, you argue that Petraeus was a master of deception. Do you think he should have resigned?
I think there's many other reasons Petraeus should have resigned besides who he's sleeping with that's not his wife. But I just want to make a point here. That the larger point that I've been making is that essentially the media has played a role in protecting David Petraeus and promoting David Petraeus and mythologizing David Petraeus. And we saw it here tonight. General Kimmett, who was a spokesperson in Baghdad, who was a roommate of Petraeus, who was involved in one of the biggest debacles in recent foreign policy history, is on TV, defending David Petraeus without actually addressing the real problems with David Petraeus' record. And those are the fact that he manipulated the White House into escalating into Afghanistan. He ran a campaign in Iraq that was brutally savage, included arming the worst of the worst, Shiite death squads, Sunni militiamen, and then you go back to the training of the Iraqi army program that also had similar problems. So for me, all the while he's going around the country talking about honor and integrity. So for me, the questions of honor and integrity, I was raising those earlier. A number of other journalists who were actually covering David Petraeus were raising those concerns. You might not get that from someone like Barbara Starr at CNN, who is essentially a spokesperson for the Pentagon in many ways. So I think I just want to step back and to have my piece, because just even the way the scandal is being covered is so different than how usual sex scandals are being covered, where they hammer the guy mercilessly. Now everyone's saying, oh my God, he was he just went to the CIA. How could he be, he was susceptible to being seduced by this woman. Give me a break. Petraeus now has all his allies coming out to defend him, where Paula Broadwell is there yet again. Where are her protectors?
Okay, well, but Barbara's not a spokesperson for him, obviously. But let's move to Lieutenant Colonel.
Not too obviously. I followed her coverage pretty closely, as she's covered my work before too.
Well, just because she's written naughty things about you doesn't make her a spokesperson.
No, what makes her a spokesperson is repeating without question a lot of Pentagon claims.
I never saw George W. Bush give a speech where he conceded that, these decisions aren't that simple.
Speechwriters. He had better speechwriters at this time. I don't know what happened to the first two speechwriters, but certainly they weren't working on this speech. I mean, this speech, in my view, if you compare this speech to his the speech he gave in Cairo in 2009 or his Nobel Prize speech, you see a kind of almost total rejection of the civil rights tradition that President Obama supposedly came out of, a total rejection of any kind of these ideas of a kind of peaceful transition, of a kind of trying to work with the fellow people in different nations, and just an embrace of total militarism. And the reason I say this is because that speech to me was essentially agreeing with President Bush and Vice President Cheney that we're in this sort of neoconservative paradigm, that we're at war with a jihadist threat that actually is not a nuisance, but the most important threat we're facing today. It is in my view, a complete rejection of what John Kerry said, and I said an embrace of militarism.
He's talking about.
He says that many multiple things.
Right. No, I agree. I agree. It's complex, but I mean.
But no, it's not only complex, but he enshrined. Look, the two key things that I took away from that speech is that Obama has enshrined the two most radical principles of the Bush doctrine. The first is, he sort of got rid of torture and sort of got rid of extraordinary rendition, but enshrines targeted assassination. At the same time, he doesn't apologize for. He won't apologize for the scandal in Benghazi. He won't apologize for the IRS is a few bad apples, and he says no, the AP and spying on journalists is okay. So he enshrines killing people and spying on journalists as the two major tenets of his national security state. I think this is outrageous.
I don't agree with what Michael said. I'm just to be blunt about it.
I read your piece. It was essentially, talking points from the White House. It was stenography. And I mean, look, I dig your work and I've read it in the past as a colleague, but I was not impressed with the piece that we were sent around by the producers.
Well, let's let Perry explain what he said before you say we're not impressed with it. Let's hear it.
Well, I can say it. I read it.
One only has to look at the face of Kyron Skinner sitting next to Michael Hastings in that final clip there to realize just how far off the deep end Michael Hastings was going in some of his commentary. He was definitely not playing nice. He was not playing softball with these people. He was saying it as it was. And that last interview coming merely weeks before his fiery death. So it is definitely interesting to see the way Michael Hastings developed and the way his personal opinions developed as he became more and more confident in his journalism and more prepared to strike out against the establishment. And it was, again, quite a tragedy to see his ultimate untimely demise, once again, at the ripe, tender young age of 33. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at the car crash that ultimately claimed his life.
Rolling Stone magazine called Michael Hastings a fearless journalist who refused to cozy up to power. His death at 33 came by way of a fire-fueled and explosive crash where Hancock Park meets Hollywood there at Highland and Melrose.
It sounded like a bomb went off in the middle of the night. My house shook. The windows were rattling.
Hastings was a 2010 Polk Award winner for magazine reporting. He was alone in what investigators say was a brand new Mercedes.
I couldn't have written a scene like this for a movie where the engine flies from the car, which was about, 50, 60 yards up, right down here to this telephone pole.
That from a longtime Hollywood producer Gary Grossman, while about 4:30 in the morning, his neighbor and a garden hose and all they were up against.
Some of the pieces of this puzzle are just so bizarre that they almost cannot be explained in any other way than that there was some type of foul play involved. A brand new Mercedes C250 does not simply explode into flames at the drop of a hat very easily, and in fact, I think we would be hard-pressed to find another case of this type of a crash happening at all with such a vehicle, let alone one that resulted in the engine being thrown 100 yards out, and with an explosion that sounded like a boom that rattled this neighbor's house. This is a bizarre incident that truly does indicate that there was something very strange going on, and this was only further corroborated by one of the witnesses at the scene who was interviewed by the Young Turks, and I won't play the audio of that because it is in Spanish, so for the people listening to the audio of this podcast, it would perhaps be lost on the English-speaking audience, but he does confirm that the car was actually in flames before it crashed into the tree. And in fact, the witness also confirms that although the car was going almost full speed by the time he had crossed the intersection into the final stretch before hitting that tree, it suddenly accelerated and went completely out of control and then hit the tree. All again, very, very strange, very suspicious, especially considering the fact that Michael Hastings was not a drunk. In fact, he had not drank in 10 years prior to this incident. And there was every indication that he was, in every other way, a very careful driver, and had been for some time, with this coming from close personal friends of Michael, which, of course, raises the question that if this was some sort of foul play, if there was some type of sabotage or incendiary device or something that had been planted in his car or taken over his car in order to cause the crash, what would be the motive of such a thing? Why would we even speculate about this? Well, unfortunately, in the hours and days preceding the crash, it emerged that there were in fact several reasons to suspect that there had been foul play.
Well, now we're finding out some new things about what happened with Michael. Now, we yesterday told you about, of course, how he passed away at 4:30 in the morning in L.A. in a single car crash. It was a very fiery crash, and the engine was thrown about, some say 50 feet, some say far bigger distance than that. Interesting tweet that just came out a little before the show from WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks says Michael Hastings contacted WikiLeaks lawyer Jennifer Robinson just a few hours before he died, saying that the FBI was investigating him. Now, that's interesting, of course, on a couple of different fronts. Number one, I have no idea if that's true or not true in terms of whether WikiLeaks is accurate about that or if Michael was accurate about that. I do know that Michael was concerned about government surveillance. He said it on this show all the time. He also said it off air. And he had rights to be concerned. Of course, the government, it turns out, was surveilling reporters such as the Associated Press and, of course, James Rosen at Fox News Channel and perhaps some CBS reporters as well. And then I went back and found the last article that Michael had written for BuzzFeed. And it says, Why Democrats Love to Spy on Americans. It makes a very good point about President Obama, as he has done on this show many times, talking about how President Obama had what he called a war on journalism. And I realized towards the end of the article that he had talked about how the Obama administration and its allies, the FBI and Department of Justice, had viciously attacked reporters and anyone else that they viewed to be a threat. And you can interpret it for yourself. You can read it for yourself, and you should. It's a fascinating article.
Last week, Hastings was killed in a high-speed one-car crash. Immediately, his friends started raising questions about whether this was really an accident, as police quickly ruled. Then yesterday, we learned that hours before his death, Hastings sent a cryptic email to his friends and associates saying that the feds were investigating him and that he was on to a big story. Sergeant Joe Biggs is one of the friends who received that chilling email, and he joins us live. Sergeant, thank you for being here and thank you for your service. So you knew Michael Hastings, and I know that this raised alarm bells for you when you heard that he was killed. Why do you question whether this was truly an accident?
It's the fact, the way that the other times that we've spoken before, and this email I got, it was just very panicked, and it didn't seem like something normally we would talk about. And I just felt a gut feeling, something didn't feel right.
Mm-hmm. But the police say it's an accident. They looked into it. They said, look, he was driving fast. It was 4:30 in the morning. It was dark. Lost control of the car, went through a red light, hit a tree.
Well, his friends and family, they know him. Everyone says he drives like a grandma. So that right there doesn't seem like something that he would be doing. I mean, he had a lot of friends and family that cared about him. He had a good life to live. There's no way he would be acting erratic like that and driving that out of control.
What do you think is going on here? I mean, because we've talked about this a couple of times just because it's getting so much attention on the internet, and people who are close to Mr. Hastings are still raising questions about the LAPD and their conclusions that this was an accident. What is the alternate theory, that he was murdered, that he was intentionally targeted by someone?
I don't know that. I just know that from the email to hours later dying, it's just not a coincidence like that. Things don't add up. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. I contacted by email Mercedes today, asked them if it's normal for their cars to blow up to that extent, for if the engines fly out on a normal basis. I mean, these are the real questions we need to ask.
And what of the, I mean, obviously he was investigating a couple of high-profile cases. He was looking into, he said, Jill Kelly, who was connected with the whole David Petraeus and General Clark. Go ahead.
His wife today said that that's definitely not true, that he was investigating into Jill Kelly.
Michael Hastings' wife says he was not investigating that.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what was he investigating, as far as you know, that would have caused any consternation whatsoever by someone?
CIA, but from what he said, or his last, one of the things he said is it was going to be the biggest story yet.
Sadly, these reports do confirm the worst fears of those whose suspicions were raised in those first hours after Michael Hastings' crash that foul play was involved. We now have, apparently, from Michael Hastings himself, word that he was, at least under the impression that he was being investigated by the FBI. He was on the verge of breaking a very large story. And just like so many of the other figures that we've covered in this series in the past, including people like Danny Casolaro and Gary Webb and others who were working on material when they ended up dying and meeting their own untimely demises, Michael Hastings, too, met a very unfortunate death at a seemingly very key moment. And once again, this is a developing story, so I'm sure there will be more to come in the weeks ahead, but it is very important that we establish the fact that it very well could have been foul play that took Michael Hastings' life. And to establish that, I think it would definitely serve our interest to take a look at the idea of car sabotage and how that can be accomplished electronically in this very electronic era. And to do that, let's turn to an article that appeared in the New York Times back in March of 2011 under the headline, "Researchers Show How a Car's Electronics Can Be Taken Over Remotely." Quote, "With a modest amount of expertise, computer hackers could gain remote access to someone's car, just as they do to people's personal computers, and take over the vehicle's basic functions, including control of its engine, according to a report by computer scientists from the University of California, San Diego, and the University of Washington. Although no such takeovers have been reported in the real world, the scientists were able to do exactly this in an experiment conducted on a car they bought for the purpose of trying to hack it. Their report, delivered last Friday to the National Academy of Sciences Transportation Research Board, described how such unauthorized intrusions could theoretically take place. Because many of today's cars contain cellular connections and Bluetooth wireless technology, it is possible for a hacker working from a remote location to take control of various features, like the car locks and brakes, as well as to track the vehicle location, eavesdrop on its cabin, and steal vehicle data, the researcher said. They described a range of potential compromises of car security and safety." End quote. I would encourage you to continue reading that article, which of course will be linked up in the show notes. But for those of you who are incredulous at those well-known conspiracy theorists of the University of California, San Diego, and the University of Washington and their conspiracy research, well, don't take their word for it. Take DARPA's.
Good afternoon. Right, so we've been hearing a lot today about the importance of improving computer security. As Dan just alluded to, though, it's not just traditional computers that we need to worry about. There are many other kinds of systems as well. The slide that's been omitted showed a result of the researchers at UCSD and the University of Washington hacking into the dashboard display of a typical American sedan, making it show that the car was going 140 miles an hour while in park. Drilling down a little bit, modern vehicles consist of between 30 and 100 embedded control units, which are essentially small computers connected via a CAN bus. These cars are required by law to have a diagnostic port, typically located under the steering wheel, that allows mechanics to download diagnostic information and to perform software updates. In a first paper, the researchers from UCSD and the University of Washington showed that if they could touch the CAN bus through that diagnostic port, they could take over all of the functionality of the car that's controlled by software. And in a modern automobile, that's pretty much everything. The brakes are controlled by software because of anti-lock braking. The acceleration is controlled by software because of cruise control. And in those fancy new cars that can park themselves, even the steering is under software control. The reaction to this first paper was somewhat muted, perhaps because of the researchers had access to that diagnostic port. They were inside the car, and so already had physical access to the brakes, acceleration, and steering. They responded with a second paper in which they showed a variety of ways of touching that canvas without physically touching the car. These attacks involved infecting the computers in the repair shop and then having that infection spread to the car through the diagnostic port, or hacking in through the Bluetooth system, or using the cell phone network to break in through the telematics unit that's normally used to provide roadside assistance. The most ingenious attack, though, used the stereo system in the car. The researchers were able to craft an electronic version of a song that played just fine in your home stereo system or on your personal computer. But when you put that on a CD and played it in the car CD player, it took over total control of your automobile. Yeah, right. Pretty scary, huh?
And if DARPA's word for it isn't convincing enough, we can also get Richard Clarke's word for this. Richard Clarke, of course, being the former counterterrorism czar under Clinton and Bush, who was contacted by the Huffington Post about the Hastings assassination for reasons I can't even imagine, and actually gave a very interesting comment. And that's reported on in an article that appeared on the 26th of June, appeared on the 24th of June, was updated on the 26th, on the Huffington Post under the headline, "Was Michael Hastings' car hacked?" Richard Clarke says it's possible. Quote, "The peculiar circumstances of journalist Michael Hastings' death in Los Angeles last week have unleashed a wave of conspiracy theories. Now there's another theory to contribute to the paranoia. According to a prominent security analyst, technology exists that could have allowed someone to hack his car. Former U.S. National Coordinator for Security, Infrastructure Protection, and Counterterrorism Richard Clarke told the Huffington Post that what is known about the single-vehicle crash is consistent with a car cyber attack. Clarke said, there is reason to believe that intelligence agencies for major powers, including the United States, know how to remotely seize control of a car. What has been revealed as a result of some research at universities is that it's relatively easy to hack your way into the control system of a car, and to do such things as cause acceleration when the driver doesn't want acceleration, to throw on the brakes when the driver doesn't want the brakes, to launch an airbag. Clarke told the Huffington Post, "You can do some really highly destructive things now through hacking a car, and it's not that hard." So if there were a cyber attack on the car, and I'm not saying there was, Clarke added, I think whoever did it would probably get away with it. I'm not a conspiracy guy. In fact, I've spent most of my life knocking down conspiracy theories, said Clarke, who ran afoul of the second Bush administration when he criticized the decision to invade Iraq after 9/11. But my rule has always been, you don't knock down a conspiracy theory until you can prove it wrong. And in the case of Michael Hastings, what evidence is available publicly is consistent with a car cyber attack. And the problem with that is, you can't prove it. End quote. This is a bizarre story, a bizarre admission, a bizarre twist in all of this that, again, I can't really account for. I can't account for why the reporter for the Huffington Post, Mike Hogan, thought to contact Richard Clarke about this, or why Richard Clarke would be going public about this. But here we are. We have the former counterterrorism czar, someone who wrote the book Cyber War in 2010, a warning about the possibility of cyber attacks, cyber terrorism, cyber hacking, and the like, and who is now going out and admitting that the intelligence agencies of major powers, including the United States, have the ability to hack into people's cars and make it look like a car accident so that you would never know the difference. This is especially chilling because the very key point there is that there's no way of telling when a cyber attack has been committed in something like this. Assuming that the evidence has been destroyed either digitally or in the actual fire itself, there would be no fingerprints by which one could trace this back to whatever intelligence agency or rogue outlet had hijacked the car manually. And thus, there would be no way of proving or disproving a theory like this, unless, of course, one were able to actually catch the people who committed the act or to get a confession from one of them, which all things considered, would be highly unlikely. But again, that Richard Clarke would come out and freely admit this is extremely head-scratchingly bizarre. And perhaps it's to promote sales of his own book and to promote the ever-present cyber terror hype that he's constantly warning about. But in the case of a Michael Hastings crash, what intelligence agency, what power could possibly benefit from the death of Michael Hastings other than the United States? Hastings, of course, riling up the top brass of the Pentagon, responsible for the dismissal of General Stanley McChrystal, working on a story that had to do with the CIA and the NSA scandal, going into corners and talking about things that no one else in the controlled corporate media would even dare to bring up. Who else would possibly have the motivation in this case to do something like hack into his car? Now, I think it's important to note that I think that if his car was hacked into, and indeed that was what accounted for this unbelievable acceleration, in fact, the eyewitness interviewed by the Young Turk saying that he believed the car was probably going top speed by the time it hit the tree. If there was a hacking to account for that, I think there still has to be something else, an explosive or incendiary device to account for the fact that the car was on fire before it hit the tree, and the fact that there was a loud explosion that actually rattled people's houses at the time that the car collided and impacted the tree. I think that has to be seen in the context of something more than this, perhaps a car bomb of some device. And again, until we start getting some of the forensic details, assuming we ever do get some of the forensic details, it will be difficult to ascertain exactly what happened. But there will be a toxicology test that will be released in a few weeks that may or may not put to rest some of the people in the usual places that want to decry this as just another car crash from just another drunk driver. As Breitbart.com has forwarded in their coverage of this, on the 21st of June 2013, they released an article under the headline, LA Weekly, Michael Hastings' car was speeding, had drunk driving history, which goes into some very spurious details of Michael Hastings' past and attempts to use that to smear him and basically make this seem like it was just another drunk driving accident. Or you could turn to something like HollywoodReporter.com that had their own article on that subject on the 20th of June. Car experts on Michael Hastings' crash. No reason to suspect foul play. Well, contrast these car experts reported on by the hard-hitting Hollywood Reporter to someone like former counterterrorism czar Richard Clarke, who admits that this is perfectly consistent with a cyber car hacking incident. And weigh the possibilities there as you will, but I think that at least some of this can be put to rest by the toxicology tests, which will be available in a few weeks. And assuming that Michael Hastings' most close personal confidants are correct, then Michael Hastings was not a drunk, certainly not a drunk driver, did not drive recklessly, and was driving one of the safest cars on the road, the Mercedes, that is known for its safety. So the idea that it just suddenly spontaneously exploded upon impact of a tree after a high-speed impact is suspicious at best, and the way that the engine shot out of the car is almost completely unaccountable by anything other than some type of explosive device. So what we have here is definitely reasons to suspect foul play, but again, this is a developing story, and until we can find out more about what Michael Hastings was working on, we only do have suspicions to go on at this point. So I'm going to leave this episode here today for those of you at home to continue following this cookie crumb trail as the cookie crumbs continue to surface. But I am very interested in what your own research turns up on this, so please get in touch with me at CorbettReport.com, either on Twitter at CorbettReport or through my website, CorbettReport.com/contact, for more details as they continue to emerge. But I think that it is extremely clear that what we have here is a mainstream journalist who was very much fighting against that establishment, even in some relatively mainstream venues, who had quite a bit of success in his journalism and even was able to shake up some of the top brass of the Pentagon, admittedly working on a large developing story that would have shaken some of the top intelligence agencies in the U.S. intelligence hierarchy, and believed that he was being investigated by the FBI just hours before he met his fiery death. I think there is more than enough reason to suspect that something very untoward took place here, and it is definitely our responsibility as the free and independent media to be investigating that. So once again, I will leave you here today on that very discordant note as we continue to follow this story at the Corbett Report in the future. This is James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, thanking you for joining me for another edition of the Corbett Report. Looking forward to talking to you again next week.
Information out loud. You hack in your ticket, then you give it your information out loud. 'Cause you come down on the man. All by yourself. Disseminating it around.
You're listening to the Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Corbett Report. I'm your host, James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, podcasting to you, as always, from the sunny climes of Western Japan on this 10th day of December, 2012. Welcome to episode 250 of the Corbett Report podcast, Crashes of Convenience, PLF 101. On the morning of the 10th of April 2010, a Tupolev Tu-154M aircraft crashed in heavy fog on its approach to the Smolensk North Airport, killing all 96 people aboard. Like any such plane crash, this was a tragedy. But, having said that, this was not an ordinary plane crash.
Good morning, everybody. We have breaking news to start with. We have a Fox News alert because there's tragedy out of Russia. Investigators say that a plane carrying the president of Poland has crashed and all people on board have been killed. 132 people are dead. The plane carrying some of the country's highest military and civilian leaders.
Yeah, joining us on the phone right now from Warsaw, Poland is Matthew Day with Global Radio News. Thank you for joining us this morning, Matthew. What can you tell us?
Well, the news is that the President of Poland and his wife have died, along with scores of others, in a plane crash in western Russia. The President was traveling to Russia to take part in commemorations of the Katyn massacre, when thousands of Polish officers were killed by the Soviet Union in the Second World War. And it has ended in complete tragedy. Poland is a stunned nation at the moment.
Was this some type of government plane, or was this a commercial airliner?
It was the President's official aircraft, which was a rather aging Tupolev, which is a Russian design. And at the moment, the Russians are saying that it could be pilot error, because apparently the plane clipped some trees as it came into land at Smolensk. But also there was heavy fog at the airport at the time.
Matthew, we can only imagine what the scene is in Poland upon hearing this news this morning. Tell us. In fact, we have live pictures coming into our newsroom right now of mourners gathered in the streets. It looks like hundreds. They're gathered in a main square. Tell us what the scene is.
Yes, Poland is stunned. It's shocked. It really is. A tragedy like this hasn't happened to the nation probably since the Second World War. And it's not just the president and his wife, but the head of the Polish Armed Forces is dead. The head of the Polish National Bank is dead. You have the head of the Polish National Security Council is dead, and it just goes on and on the list. It's cut a huge chunk out of the Polish political and civilian establishment.
Certainly any plane crash that takes the life of the head of state of a country is no ordinary plane crash. But even on top of that, this particular plane crash took the life of not only the president, but of many of the senior government and military officials in the Polish government at that time. And to get a sense of some of the senior officials who were killed in that crash, we can turn to a BBC News article that aired the next day on the 11th of April 2010 under the headline, "Senior Polish Figures Killed in Plane Crash." where it outlines not only, of course, President Lech Kaczynski being killed in the crash, but also his national security chief, the governor of the National Bank of Poland, the deputy speaker of the lower house, the chief of the general staff, the former president in exile, and the deputy head of the governing Law and Justice Party, just to name a few. And it's difficult to really imagine this crash as anything other than a decapitation blow of the Polish government as it existed at the time. And given the nature, the severity of what had taken place, it is only to be expected that a thorough and independent review would be established right away in the aftermath of this event. But interestingly enough, since the crash itself actually took place in Russia, it turned out to be the Russian authorities who ended up being the authorities that set up and ran the investigation into the crash, which is somewhat unorthodox given that basically the entirety of the senior Polish government and military staff were taken out in this crash, but Russia, nonetheless, were eager to start the investigation, or so it seems from some of the initial reports that came out at the time, including this report from the AP, the Associated Press, on the 11th of April. Putin heads crash investigation. Quote, "The crash of an aging Russian airliner ravaged the top levels of Poland's military, political, and church elite Saturday, killing the Polish president and dozens of other dignitaries as they traveled to a ceremony commemorating a slaughter that has divided the two nations for 7 decades. Poles wept before their televisions, lowered flags to half-staff, and taped black ribbons in their windows after hearing that President Lech Kaczynski and the upper echelons of the establishment lay dead in woods a short drive from the site of the Katyn Forest massacre, where 22,000 Polish officers were killed by Soviet secret police in one of Poland's greatest national traumas. Thousands of people, many in tears, placed candles and flowers at the presidential palace in central Warsaw. Many called the crash Poland's worst disaster since World War II. 20 monks rang the Zygmunt bell at Krakow's Wawel Cathedral, the burial spot of Polish kings, a tolling reserved for times of profound importance or grief. The crash also shocked Russia. Sensing the depth of the tragedy for Poland, Prime Minister Vladimir Putin personally took charge of the investigation and very quickly and publicly offered condolences, along with Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. "On this difficult day, the people of Russia stand with the Polish people," Medvedev said, according to the Kremlin press service. End quote. And indeed, just some of the indication of just how eager Russia was to begin its investigation into the crash comes from another story published in those early days. This one from the abcnews.go.com website, Polish Plane Crash, What Happened in the Cockpit, which has a section entitled Russia Shows Deep Support, which reads in part, quote, "Hours after the crash, Russian Prime Minister Vladimir Putin flew to Smolensk, where he met Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk. The fatal plane crash Saturday carried Kaczynski and 95 other top Polish government, military, and religious leaders. Russia's active involvement in the investigation signaled what one Polish correspondent called a turning point in relations between the two nations. It's the first time I saw Putin truly moved and upset as he hugged Tusk," Kristina Kirchip-Redlich, a longtime correspondent of Polish media in Russia and an author of many books on contemporary Russia, said. "This is a real turning point." Putin told Russian TV, "This is first and foremost Poland's tragedy, and that of the Polish people. But this is also our tragedy, and we mourn with you and grieve with you." A clearly upset Medvedev made a televised address Saturday, saying the Smolensk tragedy was unprecedented and ordered a national day of mourning in Russia on Monday. End quote. Well, it certainly would be a turning point in relations between Russia and Poland, which have been infamously, well, shall we say, rocky for many decades. And to see Russia with such an outpouring of support for Poland in the wake of the death of its acting head of state and many of his top staff, well, certainly would be a type of turning point. And certainly the heartfelt hug that Putin gave Tusk in front of the television cameras must have been some indication of something, some great tectonic shift in relations between Russia and Poland, right? Well, the investigation was duly set up and was run by Vladimir Putin, as indicated in those early reports, and it fell to an organization known as MAK in Russia, which delivered its report in October of 2010, and that report was commented on by the Polish government, and those comments were put together with the report and published in its final form in January of 2011, at which time it was told to the people of the world that the final word on the crash and what had caused it had finally been determined.
Inexperienced crew members, a lack of bad weather readiness, pressure from passengers to land quickly, and the pilot's refusal to look for an alternative landing site. Those are listed as the main reasons behind April's deadly crash, which killed Polish President Lech Kaczynski. The investigative committee has presented its final report on the accident's causes to Poland. RT's Katarina Azarova is in the Polish capital, Warsaw.
This is the biggest news story in Poland today, of course. Every single news channeling devoting a lot of coverage to the story, to the reaction. And, of course, reaction to the report released by the committee is, of course, mixed. Some are saying that it is a truthful report and a necessary, albeit painful, step in relations between Moscow and Warsaw, that it is a necessary step that will allow the two sides to close this tragic and painful chapter of their shared past and hopefully move on. Others, of course, including the former Polish President Lech Kaczynski, his brother, are saying that the report is nothing but a joke, that it is presenting the Polish side with falsified data. Many here in Poland do agree this report does accurately reflect the causes and the consequences and the reasons behind the tragic plane crash on April 10th.
We are glad that this report exists. This is a step that's brought us closer to the next stage, finding out the circumstances that led to the tragedy.
I must admit that the Russians are right again. I don't want to agree with the Russians, but this is the truth. Of course, we can look for guilt and blame someone else.
This is the narrative put together by the Russian Interstate Aviation Committee, or better known by its Russian acronym, the MAK, and dutifully delivered to the world by Russian state government-owned Russia Television, Russia Today Television, in those early days after the release of the report. And that's basically the narrative which still persists to this day in mainline sources as the official word on what happened with the crash. Basically, there was heavy fog that morning, and unfortunately, the pilots who were in charge of ferrying around the president and basically a vast number of the top senior government and military officials of the country were so inexperienced and so terribly bad pilots that they could not really control the craft, that they went in for a look-see approach to the landing strip at the Smolensk North Airport, and on that approach, they got too far down. They ended up hitting a tree, overturning, and crashing short of the runway. Now, that is the official narrative, as I say, and of course you are free to go and download that official Russian government report, which is available in English from their website, and I'll put the link in the show notes for today's episode so you can go and read through it for yourself, along with all of the accompanying data. But it is certainly far from the end or final word on the crash. And in fact, it was in the very, very early days of that crash that some very serious questions about what had taken place there that morning started to arise, including some very interesting footage of the crash scene itself, ostensibly shot by an amateur who had rushed to the scene, that seems to show something very different than what the official narrative portrays, including in the aftermath of that crash, which supposedly killed all 96 of the passengers upon impact, the firing of what appears to be gunshots in that vicinity.
Нихуя себе!
Well, there's no doubt that is extremely interesting footage because it does portray a very different idea of what was taking place in the minutes after the crash than what has been presented in the official narrative. And as for the authenticity of the video, I certainly think there can be no doubt that this is video of the crash scene itself, since it corresponds in every detail to the officially released photos and videos of the crash scene. But whether or not the audio has been manipulated in any way is something, well, more difficult to tell. I have not seen any in-depth analysis of the audio of this video and whether it's been added to or edited in any form, but it would be interesting to see if there's any audio experts out there who would be able to put their knowledge to the task of trying to see whether that audio has been doctored. But assuming it has not been, it certainly does paint a very different picture, because it would seem to indicate that there was someone, presumably Russians, firing shots at the scene of the crash. And why on earth would they be firing gunshots if not to kill any remaining passengers? Certainly that was the way that this video has been portrayed and presented to the public, but of course only on YouTube and on the internet, because as far as I know, there's been no official word on what this video is, where it comes from, or even who took the video. Now, the only thing that I've seen online about the origins, the provenance of this video, comes from various Polish websites, and which were translated into English. It all seems to source back to one particular Polish website that had some interesting details about who shot the video, and we can garner some of that from prisonplanet.com, which aired this story just 11 days after the crash itself on April 21st, 2010. Claim, man who shot Polish plane crash gunshots footage stabbed to death. And this article reads, quote, "The man who filmed a video that appeared to depict gunshots being fired in the immediate aftermath of the Polish plane crash has apparently been stabbed to death in what many are claiming was a deliberate assassination to silence the individual from making public whatever it was he saw." The following translation appears on numerous websites, with this Polish website being the original source, and the article links to the Polish website in question. The translation is roughly as follows. Author of this video, seen by everyone by now, has been stabbed near Kidział on April 15th and transported in critical condition to the hospital in Kidział. On April 16th, 3 unidentified individuals unplugged him from life support system and stabbed him 3 more times. Andriy was pronounced dead that afternoon. Russian government claims it was a coincidence. The video, which can be viewed below, as well as the apparent fate of the man who shot the footage, have not been reported on any mainstream news outlet, and the story cannot be completely verified, although the footage in the clip is very similar to images and video seen after the crash. However, some people are of the belief that the entire story is a hoax and being used to falsely implicate Russia in the crash of the aircraft. Until any confirmation is forthcoming, its authenticity is still up in the air. End quote. Well, that was the situation as it stood over 2 years ago now, in April of 2010. And as far as I know, as far as I'm able to track down, at least in the English part of the blogosphere, there is no more word or definitive pronouncement on whether this Andrew Mendierej, and I apologize in advance for my butchering of all Polish names in today's episode, but whether this Andrew or Andriy or Adrij Mendierej was in fact responsible for shooting this footage, whether he was taken to hospital after suffering stab wounds on April 15th, whether he was then unplugged from a life support system and stabbed 3 more times and killed. I have absolutely no way of verifying any of these pieces of this story. They all trace back to this Polish website, but as far as I know, there's been no official pronouncement on this, no way to verify these claims, or even who this person was. So in 2+ years, as far as I know, there has been no more definitive word set about the authenticity of this video or where it comes from. If there has been further definitive word on where this comes from that is verifiable, by all means, please let me know through the contact form on CorbettReport.com, because obviously this could be a very key piece of the puzzle of what actually happened that morning. But even having said that, it is certainly not the only indication that there have been some mysterious deaths and shootings and other incidents that have taken place in connection, or at least in loose connection, with the events of this plane crash on April 10th. And for example, we had a bizarre story that came out in January of 2012 about a prosecutor in the Polish government who ended up shooting himself after cutting a press conference short. Let's take more on this from a Reuters story that was published on the National Post on January 9th, 2012. Quote, a Polish military prosecutor shot himself in the head on Monday after cutting short a news conference in what appeared to be a dramatic protest in a turf war between Poland's civilian and military prosecution services. Mikolaj Przybyl was taken to the hospital in the western city of Poznan after reporters heard a gunshot and hurried back to find him lying slumped on the floor in a pool of blood. Now, once again, this is an interesting and bizarre piece of what could be part of the Smolensk crash puzzle. Certainly the military prosecutor basically committing or attempting to commit suicide, failing to commit suicide in such a spectacular way does really raise questions about what kind of pressure he was under and why he would do such a thing. And again, as far as I know, there hasn't been a lot of follow-up with this in the English language media, but on the 10th of January, the day after, there were some stories that came out in BBC News and other places, so let's take our cue from BBC. 10th of January 2012, Polish suicide bid prosecutor faced death threats. Quote, a Polish military prosecutor who survived shooting himself at the end of a news conference says he had faced threats to his life. Colonel Mikolaj Przybyl said there was a contract out to kill him and that he had been accused of wrongdoing. Colonel Przybyl had been defending a military inquiry into media leaks related to the air crash that killed the Polish president in 2010. He turned his gun on himself after asking reporters to leave the room. I wanted to commit suicide, but I aimed wrong. The shot came too soon, he told state news agency PAP in a telephone call from his hospital bed. The shot went through the cheek, not through the head, because I was in a hurry, he said. He told the agency that threats had been made against him in connection with past investigations, although he did not specify who he thought was behind the threats. I could accept that they destroyed my car, loosened my wheels so I would kill myself. There was a 1 million zloty bounty on my head. They killed my dog, he said. I could not deal with the attacks related with accusations of illegal actions. At the news conference in his office in Poznan, Western Poland, Colonel Przybyl had denied that prosecutors had eavesdropped on journalists investigating the air crash. He asked reporters to leave so that he could take a break. He told PAP that he had stood by a window when he pulled the trigger to prevent a ricochet hurting others. End quote. Again, this story and all of this coverage surrounding it just really seems to leave more questions than it actually answers. And we do know that somehow this is related to military investigations of leaks into the air crash investigation. But in what way and who was behind it? Again, as far as I know, this has never really been followed up on in the English media. I'm sure there is a lot of Polish media available on this, but unfortunately, because of the translation barrier, it is difficult for me to access that information. So again, if people know more about what became of Colonel Przybyl, please let me know through the contact form. But let's move on to another mysterious death that has taken place in connection with this investigation, and this one occurring quite a bit more recently from October 29th, 2012. There was an RT article which we'll take from SOTT.net, SOTT.net. Key witness in Polish presidential plane crash found hanged. Quote, a Polish parliamentary investigation into President Lech Kaczynski's plane crash in Smolensk in 2010 is considering witness protection. A flight engineer set to deliver critical testimony was found hanged in his house in Warsaw. The body of Remigiusz Muz, a 42-year-old aviation engineer, was found by his wife in the cellar of their house in the suburbs of the Polish capital at around 11:30 p.m. local time on Saturday. She called an ambulance and attempted to resuscitate her husband, but medics pronounced him dead as soon as they arrived. An autopsy is set for Monday, October 29th. As news of Muz's death hit headlines, the head of the Polish Parliamentary Commission looking into the crash, Antoni Macierewicz, said that Muz was one of two key witnesses in the case. With Muz dead, key witness Artur Wozdul should be put in protective custody, Macierewicz said. Dariusz Slopokura, a spokesperson for the Warsaw District Prosecutor's Office, said on Monday that Muz likely committed suicide. End quote. Well, I'll let you continue reading about what happened in that particular death at that article, but suffice it to say there have been a number of very mysterious circumstances surrounding some of the important people in the investigation into what really happened in Smolensk that day, and you might wonder what kind of investigation is going on, since supposedly the MAK, the Interstate Aviation Services panel from Russia, supposedly came out with the definitive final word. Well, of course, there are numerous people who had problems with that so-called final word, and who thus have taken it upon themselves to start a more thorough and a new investigation into what really happened with that Smolensk plane crash. And one of the best places to go for information on this particular investigation, at least in the English language, is smolenskcrash.eu. Smolensk Crash, The Rejected Truth, which is put together by the 2010 Kadin Families Association, obviously family members of some of the people who died in that crash, and some interested parties have put together this new investigation, a Polish parliamentary investigation into what really happened in this tragedy. And they have a lot of very interesting information on that website that goes through many of the different aspects of what happened and why there are still questions about this. And just reading from the introduction to the press pack that smolenskcrash.eu has put together, quote, "The Smolensk crash was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of worldwide aviation and in the history of politics. The head of the sixth largest EU member state, as well as NATO generals and the Polish elite, died on board of the Tu-154M. They lost their lives while traveling to a sacred place for the Poles, to the forest where in 1940, pursuant to Stalin's order, over 20,000 Polish military officers were shot in the back of the head. The truth about this horrendous murder was concealed for over 50 years. Anyone trying to reveal the truth about it risked death. Only in the 1990s did politicians in Moscow admit who was responsible for that massacre, although they were still creating obstacles, and they still do so, with rehabilitation of the victims and reluctant approach to disclosure of documents. It is customary in our country to consider the Kadin lie a founding myth of the People's Republic of Poland, the post-war Polish state under the Soviet Union's control. After 70 years, cruelly and almost unbelievably, history went full circle. Another tragedy occurred in the very same place, based again on lies and half-truths. The world must ensure that it does not take another 50 years to uncover the truth. On 10th of April 2010, a tragedy struck which did not have the right to occur. Government aircraft of civilized countries, flown by well-trained pilots used to difficult conditions, with supreme delegations on board, do not normally crash. We must know how this one did. The formal investigation of the crash appears for all intents and purposes now over. A report was drawn by a Russian institution entirely subordinate to the authorities in Moscow, and another report by a Polish governmental committee, which to a large extent depended solely on Russian findings and evidence. Opinion polls in Poland show that none of these documents are considered as credible. Almost 2 years after the crash, numerous facts have come to light, casting serious doubts over the officially presented version of events. It is high time for international public opinion to learn the details of the multiplying doubts and to assist in determining what we should care about first and foremost: the truth, honor and transparent, fair process. End quote. Well, again, that comes from the press pack on smolenskcrash.eu, but more information on the investigation that they are currently committing and what it has so far found comes from the public hearing section of the website. So let's read through some of this and talk about some of the problems that they have indicated in the official Russian investigation, the so-called last word, into the Smolensk crash. This part of the website reads in part, quote, On the 28th of March 2012, the European conservative and reformist groups, together with the 2010 Cadden Families Association, organized in the European Parliament in Brussels a public hearing on the causes of the Smolensk presidential plane crash of April 10, 2012. The public hearing focused on the latest work of the parliamentary group, looking at what really happened in Smolensk, revealing new facts and evidence. It was an opportunity for the international public at large to find out how inadequate the investigation and evidence examination has been to date. American and Polish experts forming part of the parliamentary group under Antony Macierewicz have reconstructed the course of events during the last seconds of the flight in which 96 Poles died, including the president, his wife, and the supreme commanders of the Polish armed forces. The public hearing held in Brussels set out results of parallel tests carried out by American and Polish experts. The conclusions reached by the scientists in Poland and the United States, working independently from each other, are in agreement. Professor Wisław Binienda and Dr. Kamiraz Nowacek played a leading role in the American investigation. In Poland, this role was played by a group of physicists who at present prefer not to disclose their names. The presentation, which summarizes the scientists' findings, puts forward a completely different picture of events than that proposed by the Russian Interstate Aviation Committee and the Polish Jerzy Miller Commission. The experts' research calls into question the official version of the disaster, which stated that the Tu-154 hit a birch tree, lost part of its left wing as a result of this collision, then spun around 180 degrees and crashed to Earth. From an analysis of data from the TAWS system and from the onboard computer, altitude at specific times and geographical location, as well as flight parameters given in MAK reports and in the Miller Commission report, load factors and angles showing the aircraft's banking and inclination, it appears that 1. There was, in fact, no contact between the aircraft and the birch tree close to the nearer radio beacon, or the birch tree that is claimed to have cut off part of the wing. The Tu-154 was flying about 14 meters above these trees. 2. The aircraft lost part of its wing 69 meters after the birch tree at an altitude of 26 meters. The experts showed that this section could not have broken off against the birch tree and then be found 111 meters away from the tree, as claimed by the Russian experts and by the Miller Commission, as the computer simulation demonstrated that following such an impact, the section would have fallen to Earth within 10 to 12 meters of the tree. 3. Even if the Tu-154 had hit the birch tree, it would not have lost a section of wing from the impact. This was demonstrated in a computer simulation carried out by Professor Binienda using specialist LS-DYNA 3D software. To convince any skeptics, Professor Binienda carried out the experiment several times, increasing certain parameters in excess of the situation at the time, density of timber, diameter of the tree, etc. 4. At the same time that a section of the wing broke off, which, we should repeat, occurred at an altitude of 26 meters, the aircraft was rocked by 2 impacts, which were recorded by the flight recorder, flight data. It was at this point that the Tupolev changed course. 5. 2 seconds later, when the Tu-154 was approximately 15 meters above the ground, the aircraft lost power, and the onboard computer ceased functioning, and its data was frozen. Data obtained from the computer by the American computer manufacturer constitute the source of the analysis presented by Professor Binienda and Dr. Nowacek. The machine was located about 60 meters before the place where the aircraft hit the ground. End quote. Well, I'll let you continue reading through that write-up on SmolenskCrash.eu for more information about those findings and what their conclusions are. But obviously, this does raise considerable problems for the official narrative of what happened at that crash scene, if it was not, in fact, the birch tree that caused the left wing to fall off. And if it was not the birch tree, of course, that leaves the question of what did cause the plane to break apart 26 meters in the air?
Poland denies explosives found on wreck of crashed jet. Polish prosecutors denied a newspaper report that investigators found traces of explosives on the wreckage of the government jet that crashed in Russia 2 years ago, killing Poland's president, Lech Kaczynski, and 95 others. The Polish daily newspaper said on Tuesday that investigators who examined the remains of the plane in Russia found signs of TNT and nitroglycerin on the wings and in the cabin, including on 30 of the seats. The report strengthened accusations by rightist groups that investigators ignored evidence of outside involvement and prompted opposition leader Jaroslaw Kaczynski, the twin brother of Leach. As I mispronounced Leah before, as I'll use this opportunity, I will not attempt to mangle a lot of these Polish names and implore you guys, as always, to go read the information for yourself. The twin brother to call for the government to resign as they ignored evidence. Polish military prosecutors said they were sticking to their finding that the crash was not an assassination and no explosives were found on the remains of the government Tu-154 that crashed during its approach to a small airport near the Russian city of Smolensk on April 10th, 2010. It is not true that investigators found evidence of TNT or nitroglycerin, quote unquote, said a colonel from the military prosecutor's office.
A shocking story, to be sure, and one that, if true, obviously casts a lot of doubt onto what really caused the plane crash, wouldn't you think? Well, certainly a lot of people would think, and that's why that particular headline caused such furor around the world, and of course in Poland. But it was almost immediately retracted by the newspaper that first published the report. And we can take a look at this from the news.pl. Newspaper retracts Smolensk aircraft explosives claim. A newspaper had to retract Tuesday afternoon an earlier report claiming that military prosecutors had found traces of explosives on the 2010 Smolensk air disaster plane wreckage. And this story reads in part, quote, after a morning of blanket coverage from news media outlets following the Rzeczpospolita newspaper breaking the story, with even calls by the leader of the opposition for the Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, to resign, military prosecutor Colonel Ireneusz Zielag told an expectant press conference in Warsaw that it was not true that traces of explosives were found by the Polish research team, as had been claimed by the newspaper article. Traces of explosives were not found on the aircraft, he said. End quote. You can go and continue reading through that retraction and the fallout therefrom in that article, but it is at the very least interesting to note that it was military prosecutors who had to come out and deny that there had been any traces of explosives found at the scene. And then a few months later, one of those military prosecutors goes and shoots himself in the head during a press conference because he is being bribed and threatened by outside forces relating to a military prosecutor investigation into leaks to the media. So I think we don't have to go too far out on a limb to see how those two incidents might be connected. I'm sorry, that shooting actually took place before that particular leak, but I think we can still draw that type of inference that there are leaks within the military prosecutor's office that they're obviously keen to try to plug, whoever they may be. But interestingly enough, the explosive story does not end there. It does not end with the retraction, because in fact, SmolenskCrash.eu has this particular story in their news section from just last week, December 7th, 2012. TNT after all. Quote, in another twist to the investigation of the 2010 Smolensk aircraft crash, which killed President Lech Kaczynski and a number of other state officials, Polish MPs from the Justice Committee met with military investigators from the Polish Military Prosecutor's Office who admitted that some detectors traced TNT in the wreckage of the plane, which apparently does not need to imply the presence of explosives. In November, Poland's daily Rzeczpospolita published a text about traces of explosives on the Smolensk plane wreckage. Later, the publisher said that the information gained by the author of the article was over-interpreted. In consequence, the daily's editor-in-chief, Tomasz Wroblewski, said the author of the article, Cezary Gmyz, along with two other editors, were laid off. On Thursday, Jaroslaw Kaczynski, PIS leader and twin brother of the late president, said the text published by Rzeczpospolita was not far from the truth, and such situation constitutes a serious threat to freedom of speech, and demanded that the decision about firing the journalists be reconsidered. Today we know that traces of TNT were found on the wreckage of the Tu-154 plane, but from confirming traces of TNT to suggesting an assassination is a long way, commented Justice Minister Yaroslav Gowin. End quote. Well, certainly it is a long way from merely having traces of TNT in the crash site to actually implying that it was, in fact, TNT that brought the plane down. But at the very least, that is an important piece of what could be a larger puzzle and something that should be taken into account and at least be understood and recognized for what it is. So the newspaper that published the story did retract it, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't true. In fact, it is now being confirmed that it is true. There were traces of explosives found at the scene. It's just yet to be determined whether those explosives did actually cause the crash itself. But there are many, many, many more extremely interesting pieces of this puzzle that, again, need to be taken into account, and without an adequate understanding of which, we can't even begin to understand what happened with that Smolensk crash. So let's turn to another website that has been doing the real yeoman's work of putting a lot of this information into English. This is doomedsoldiers.com, which is a tribute website to the Polish underground resistance soldiers of 1944 to 1963, who were resisting the Soviet takeover of that country in the wake of World War II. And this website has been doing a lot of work publishing information in English about this crash, so I sincerely hope that people will go and take a look at this website and follow some of the links from the show notes for today's episodes to some of the interesting articles they've published, including one by former CIA agent Eugene Poteet. He's a retired CIA scientific intelligence officer, and he has a long list of credentials, which I'll let you read on your own time. But he wrote this interesting article called Russian Image Management in the Wake of the Crash, which had some very interesting details, and I'll just share one of those interesting details with you. It says in this article, quote, "The pilot of the Tu-154, with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk on board, had successfully landed at Smolensk Airport only days before the crash. The pilot, fluent in Russian, had no problems in communicating with the Smolensk control tower. Interestingly, the Russian Prime Minister, Vladimir Putin, had flown into Smolensk 3 days before the crash, but he arranged to have his own portable landing system brought in, probably a GCA radar, ground-controlled approach radar, which can talk to the pilot into a safe landing in bad weather. Putin departed after 3 or 4 hours. My guess is that Putin's pilots knew the Smolensk ILS, the landing controls for the Smolensk airport, could be unreliable and wanted their own GCA there for safety. 40 minutes before the crash, a Russian Yak-40 airplane with 40 people on board landed safely. 20 minutes before the crash, a Russian AWAC airplane did a touch and go at the airport, then flew on to Moscow." End quote. Again, just some interesting pieces of this puzzle that I haven't heard mentioned elsewhere, and unfortunately this article doesn't have any links to any sources, so I can't independently confirm Putin was there at the airport just a few days before the crash with his own ground-controlled approach radar brought in specifically for landing his aircraft, because they couldn't trust the ILS at the airport there. But that is certainly a significant piece of information if it is true, and if it can be confirmed to be true. But many, many, many more pieces of information can be gleaned from a very, very valuable timeline of this tragedy that was published on doomedsoldiers.com that is called March to Death, Countdown to the Crash of Flight PLF 101, and which I wholeheartedly recommend people to go out there and to read through in its entirety. It's quite lengthy. They have upwards of 70 points on this timeline that show different pieces of this puzzle, but some of them are just too important to pass up mentioning here. So let's read through a few of these, including the very first entry in this timeline, which comes from April 9th, 2009, just 1 year and 1 day before the actual crash itself. It says Polish MON, the abbreviation for Ministry of National Defense, signs a contract concerning the repairs and renovation of 2 Polish Tu-154 airplanes. A consortium of MAW Telecom and Politik electronic firms wins the tender, worth more than 69 million zloty. The second one of these companies isn't even registered with the CSR and thus should have been automatically disqualified from bidding. For reasons that are impossible to explain, the offers made by other bidders are rejected. Among those are Metal Export S and the government-owned Boomar Enterprise. As reported by the air agency Altair, the MON chose a contractor without any analysis of other bid proposals.
The owner of the Samara repair plant chosen by the consortium is Oleg Deripaska, who was investigated by Western prosecutors on suspicion of money laundering and contacts with the Russian mafia, and who had his visa to the US revoked from 2006 to 2009. The Tupolev's engines, on the other hand, are overhauled in the factories managed by Sergei Chemezov. He lives next door to the current Prime Minister of Russia, actually now the current President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. None of the Polish Special Service representatives were present during the critical engines overhaul. And we'll move further down in the timeline to just before the crash, where it says the Ministry of National Defense doesn't assign any military gendarmerie, MG, security detail to the generals of the Polish armed forces flying to Kladin. Not a single MG soldier flew to Kladin, even though such security detail is to be assigned to the generals by law. One day before the flight to Smolensk, the Russians withdraw their permission to allow members of BOR, Lech Kaczynski's security detail, to carry sidearms with them. Well, that's obviously extremely interesting in light of the footage that has come out suggesting there were gunshots at the scene, which, if it is true that the BOR and the MG were not there and the BOR were not allowed to carry sidearms, it means that the only possible conclusion is that there were Russian forces on the scene discharging their firearms for whatever purposes. Finally, let's move down even further in the timeline to the investigation part of this timeline, where it says, quote, starting at 4 minutes before the tragedy, an unexplained silence in the over-the-air communications between the tower and the Polish crew takes place. The only commands heard are, you are on course and on approach path, and Horizon 101. Polish air traffic controllers who commented on this state of affairs noted that it is a pure absurd and impossible to believe, since the directions on course and on approach path cannot be issued without earlier corrections regarding the aircraft position. It indicates a high probability that the transcripts were purposefully falsified, and as a translator's note, the original black boxes were never returned to Poland. Moving further down, the Russians refused to turn over the original black boxes to the Polish investigators, despite the fact that they are the property of the Polish government. Similarly, they refused to make the originals available for the analysis in Poland. And this one, particularly bizarre, particularly head-scratching. For over 18 months, the Polish military's prosecutor's office refuses to allow the families of the victims to exhume the remains of their loved ones. Now, why on earth would they do that?
The Polish military prosecution has confirmed the allegations that the remains of Ryszard Kaczorowski, the last president of Poland in exile, are not in the grave they were allegedly buried in. The remains were swapped with someone else's remains whose family members did not give permission to reveal their identity. In the case of other exhumations performed as part of the investigation of the plane crash which killed the president of Poland, Lech Kaczyński, as well as NATO generals and other country elites, the prosecution has revealed shocking details of the autopsies. Several bodies were desecrated, including the body of the legend of the Solidarity movement, Anna Valentinowicz. Rubber gloves, a sleeve from a jacket, as well as other garbage was found in her head. The family was in disbelief, as they claimed that her face was intact when they first identified her body in Moscow, back in 2010. Now, her head showed clear signs of physical mutilation.
Yes, as unbelievable as it may seem, there is now, well, confirmation that, in fact, bodies have been swapped around and other bodies have had their remains desecrated during the autopsy process, etc. So certainly a distinct lack of respect for the bodies of these people have been shown in the investigation of what happened, and the victims' families have been denied the ability to exhume the remains of their loved ones for a long time, presumably to stop them from finding out about this desecration, etc. So a very bizarre state of affairs, and in this investigation, time and time again, it seems to come back to the fact that it was the Russians who were in charge of the airport. It was the Russians who took over the investigation. It was the Russians who have denied the family members and others access to the important data in this case. And a lot of these roads lead back to Mother Russia. Now, why is that? Well, first of all, I suppose we should deal with the idea that Russia would participate in a politically motivated decapitation strike on the Polish government right out there in the open. Now, I know what you're thinking. What, the Russian government with the specter of Vladimir Putin hanging out more or less in the background, committing outrageous and outrageously obvious political assassinations? Oh, why, I never.
So, Marina, we're having, there's going to be an inquest next year, 2013, into the death of your husband, Alexander Litvinenko. Now, tell us about that, about why it's important, and also why you're launching an appeal for funds to help your legal case.
Yes, I think everybody should remember, but if not remember, on 2006, 23rd of November, Sasha died in hospital and polonium was discovered in his body. And of course, after this, his death became world known, because before nobody were killed by polonium, by this high radioactive substance. And we were waiting almost for 5 years for inquest, because from beginning, it was one name of Lugovoy suspect.
Yes.
He was a prime suspect from Russia, but he never been extradited. And when we received the second name is Kovtun, we have now
Dmitry
two
Kovtun,
suspects.
he's now officially the second
Exactly.
suspect, isn't it? That's
Yes.
another thing we know, that he's also accused of murdering
Yes, but
Alexander.
in 5 years we realized we will not be able to have a real trial.
About 2 years ago, Anna's daughter, Vera, got pregnant. Anna had always said that if either her daughter or her son gave her a grandchild, she would stop going to Chechnya. And this was a big thing, because her family and her friends were pleaded with her for years to stop going. They were fearful for her. Everybody was fearful for her. There was a feeling in the air. Marion Pearl, the widow of Daniel Pearl, the Wall Street Journal reporter who was killed in Pakistan back in 2002, told me she presented Anna with an award for courage in journalism. She was the presenter at a ceremony in New York, and she said, I felt, Marion felt, and everybody in the room felt, this woman is going to die. Anna herself said it. I'm not going to die in my bed. And she said, I know this is going to end badly.
Yes, I don't think we can put it past the members of the Russian mafia that passes for a government to involve itself in spectacular and even quite obvious political assassinations. It is certainly something that we've seen time and again in the past, and something that we should not be eager to write off in the case of this spectacular, what seems to be a decapitation strike on the highest members of the Polish government. But of course, it does raise the question of motivation. If this crash was not simply an accident, then what was the motivation for making this crash happen and the killing of any potential survivors? Why would the Russian government have participated in this? Well, there are a number of different things that have been floated as potential reasons for why the Kaczynski government had to be taken down, from everything from their refusal to go along with the bird flu pandemic hype that was happening in early 2010 and the mandatory vaccination programs that Poland was resisting, to things like the Polish economy was doing a little too well for the European Central Bank's liking, and they wanted the zloty to be raised against the euro, but that Polish Kaczynski and his government was reluctant to do so, and was enjoying something of a Polish economic boom as a result, which was making the EU look bad. Well, as for the swine flu hype, of course, governments that did go against that obviously would have been seen as not happy parts of the international community by the pharmaceutical complex, which unfortunately has such a sway. But as to whether they would commit such a brazen assassination because of that. I find that hard to believe. As for the economic angle here, again, I don't think that the aftermath of the event actually bears up that reading, because Poland continued ticking along at quite a high level of economic growth for quite a long time after this crash, and in fact has only started to show signs of a slowdown in recent months. So the effect that the assassination had on slowing down the Polish economy or bringing it more in line with the euro is highly questionable at best. And again, I don't think there's any indication that leads anyone back to any of those types of sources. Again, a lot of it comes back to Russia specifically. So what was Russia's stake in all of this? Well, at least part of this can be gathered from the simple fact of where all of these officials were going. And it should be noted, for one, that it's a very bizarre breach of protocol and basic safety procedures that are followed by numerous countries to have the president and so many of the top-ranking officials all on the same airplane at the same time for precisely this type of reason. But where were all of these top-level government officials heading to, and why did they crash so close to the Kadin Forest, where the earlier reports noted the Kadin Forest massacre took place? Well, it was, oddly enough, to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Kadin massacre in the Kadin Forest itself, and they were on their way there to do exactly that, and that's when their plane crashed. Now this, as that earlier report noted, is a very much has been a point of contention between the Poles and the Russians for a very long time. So for more background on what the Kadin massacre was and why it is such a sore point between the two countries, and why this commemoration ceremony did bring with it the risk of those attending that they would be assassinated in such a manner, let's turn to a thorough documentary, a very interesting documentary, one of the most thorough that I can find in the English language at any rate on the events there, that oddly enough aired on Russian state television, RT.
(1943), the peak of the war between the Soviet Union and Hitler's Germany. It was then that secret burials were found in the village of Katyn near Smolensk. The German Army's medical corps said the bodies of more than 4,000 Polish army officers had been found in 7 ditches in a forest. They had been exhumed under the supervision of Professor Gerhard Butz, a well-known